Konoha, becoming a great capitalist starting from Tobirama's resurrection. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 101 Tobirama, oh no, I've become a bad guy. This. Orochimaru is simply born with the divine body of an ox or horse. Uchiha suddenly remembered the discussion among his friends in his past life about why Orochimaru defected from Konoha. A brother in the Sun forum posted a log of Orochimaru's missions for Konoha before his escape. There were 16 D rank missions, 332 C rank missions, 521 B rank missions, 491 A rank missions, and 108 S rank missions. Little yellow-haired Minato Namikaze had less than a third of Orochimaru's S rank missions, only 2/3 of his A rank missions, and less than half of his B and C rank missions, for a total of 1,500 missions. Assuming Orochimaru started at age 12 and continued until age 37 for 25 years, that's an average of 60 missions per year, or 1 mission per week, with difficulty increasing with strength and age. He also participated in 2 wars in between. Even with such a social slave status, if that old Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't choose Orochimaru as Hokage, anyone would be a fool. Orochimaru had now perfectly embodying his original personality. He had already adapted to the intensity of his future work without even needing Uchiha-nan's pressure. His expression now rivaled the deadpan expression of Senju Tobirama. But Orochimaru was still a child, he couldn't exploit him. If anything happened to Orochimaru's health, he'd be in big trouble. He couldn't afford to do such a losing trade. Faced with Orochimaru's stubborn defiance, Uchiha decisively forced him out of the lab. After sending Orochimaru away, he looked at Senju Tobirama, who was still busy at the lab table. Senju Tobirama lowered his head, ignoring Uchiha-nan's presence, not even giving him a glance. Based on Senju Tobirama's experience, any conversation with Uchiha would inevitably lead to his being mocked, angered, and ultimately overwhelmed, ultimately being controlled by the impure world reincarnation. He could only pretend nothing had happened. It was better to simply ignore Uchiha and continue his experiments in the lab. Tobirama, are you interested in going out for a walk? Uchiha Kusunoki's words instantly made Senju Tobirama look up. He really wanted it. Are you that kind? Senju Tobirama subconsciously doubted Uchiha Kusunoki. In his eyes, Uchiha Kusunoki was a shameless person without moral integrity, and there was no way he could be so kind. Of course, I'm a conscientious boss. Just think of it as giving you a day off. After all, you're the second Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki really wanted to take Senju Tobirama out for a walk. What if he got his brain damaged from all the lab experiments? Inmates in prison had their free time. HMPH, you still have a conscience, Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, accepting Uchiha Kusunoki's offer. As the second Hokage of Konoha, even in death, he still cared about the future of Konoha. Not to mention that the current Hokage was an Uchiha. Senju Tobirama was constantly worried about Konoha. Confined to this dark underground laboratory, he knew nothing of the outside world, relying entirely on Uchiha Kusunoki's occasional boasts of his achievements to gather intelligence about Konoha. Things had been better recently, with Orochimaru telling Senju Tobirama about the latest developments in Konoha. It was said that Konoha was thriving, with everything flourishing. But seeing is believing, Senju Tobirama needed to see Konoha in person to put his nerves at ease. Of course, the experiment can't stop. Just follow me, the main character, and the clone will continue. As expected, Uchiha Kusunoki was still that bastard, never missing a single opportunity to exploit him. Senju Tobirama cursed inwardly, glared at him fiercely, then pretended nothing had happened. Tired, Senju Tobirama no longer cared about arguing with Uchiha Kusunoki. He had grown accustomed to his shameless behavior. Using a transformation jutsu, Tobirama Senju disguised himself and followed Uchiha Kusunoki out of the underground laboratory, where they saw the long-missed Teiyu. The sun had just set, but the moon had already risen. A nighttime street market. Is this still Konoha? It's so bright, and the lights are so colorful. Are there so many people in Konoha? In the old Konoha? At this time of day, The streets would only be populated by vendors packing up their stalls. Back then, Konoha's electric lights were scattered, mostly concentrated among the ninja clan. As darkness fell, the villagers returned home. Walking along the streets of Konoha, Tobirama Senju followed Uchiha Kusunoki, inwardly sighing, "Is this really Konoha?" The cement road had been widened by 1 or 2 times, and there were no bumps or bumps underfoot. Streetlights lined the streets every 3 or 4 meters, illuminating the night of Konoha like daylight. The streets were festooned with lights and bustling with people. Senju Tobirama had never seen so many people out and about in Konoha at night. The clamor of vendors was incessant, reminiscent of the night markets in Rabbit Country in his past life. The celebrations organized by Narashikeon were incredibly lively, with a variety of festivities taking place. Merchants also took the opportunity to offer sales, and the villagers of Konoha seized the opportunity to start shopping. After a year of hard work, this was the only time they could let loose a little. Most importantly, Konoha was wealthy, and the villagers were now wealthy and willing to spend. They believed in Konoha's bright future and were filled with hope for life. A glimpse of the whole picture reveals a small part. Senju Tobirama, who started as executive vice Hokage and later became Hokage, knew every detail of Konoha so well. It's almost like the Konoha of his time was a completely different species. How wonderful! Konoha had emerged from the mire of war and transformed itself in just a year. The pace of development was so rapid that even he, the former Hokage, felt unfamiliar. Senju Tobirama looked around, his eyes filled with greed, wanting to remember everything deeply. Turning his head, he saw Uchiha Kusunoki looking at him with an inexplicable smile. Damn it! Uchiha Kusunoki must have been holding back. That's right, Uchiha Kusunoki was now Konoha's third Hokage. Everything he saw belonged to him. Senju Tobirama felt depressed. Why Uchiha Kusunoki? Why did he have to be Uchiha Kusunoki? Konoha had developed even better under Uchiha Kusunoki's leadership than under his own. What a shame. It hurt so much? No. With all this in front of him, Konoha had developed so rapidly, and at least half the credit should go to him. Senju Tobirama saw the key point. Without him being 007, working for Uchiha Kusunoki 24 hours a day, researching and inventing all kinds of things, how could Uchiha Kusunoki have developed Konoha so well? It's the streetlights and the concrete road before me. All the core technologies involved are mine. Senju Tobirama unconsciously puffed out his chest. All this is thanks to my contribution. Wait, what's that red banner saying? Without Uchiha Kusunoki, there would be no beautiful tomorrow. Uchiha Kusunoki is our son, Konoha's strongest Hokage. Senju Tobirama's eyes widened with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He did all the dirty work, and all the honors and praise went to that bastard Uchiha Kusunoki. Who in Konoha now knew that the former Hokage was being manipulated by the evil Uchiha, silently dedicating himself to Konoha every day in a dark underground laboratory. He had to set things right. Khan, what do you think of my performance as Hokage? Am I a little better than you? Look at Konoha now, what a vibrant nightlife. Uchiha Kusunoki spoke with pride. He had done a good enough job as Hokage, and that evil old man, Senju Tobirama, would probably give him a little recognition. Remember the promise we made? Do you truly recognize me as the third Hokage? I don't recognize you. Senju Tobirama glared at Uchiha and then said indignantly. Truly an inherently evil Uchiha. It's one thing for him to brag about himself in front of an uninformed outsider, but to actually get so mad at me in front of me? I've never seen anyone so shameless. Are you mad again? Uchiha retorted. That evil old devil, Senju Tobirama, was still being so dishonest. Get lost. Senju Tobirama turned and walked forward, not wanting that jerk Uchiha to ruin his good mood on such a happy day. Uchiha hurried to catch up, determined not to lose him. As they walked, they came to a large poster. It showed Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara standing opposite each other. The Lunar New Year film The Birth of a Ninja Village premiered today, having been hyped up in the Naruto world for a month. Long lines already formed at the cinema. This story stars Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, two of the world's most powerful ninjas, bringing their own significant audiences. Especially since this was Konoha, the villagers had more money and were beginning to pursue spiritual pursuits, so the cinema business was booming. Naturally, they were all rushing to buy tickets for this film about the birth of Konoha. Let's go in and take a look. Uchiha Kusunoki, seeing Senju Tobirama's curiosity, offered to take him to the cinema. Since he was already taking Senju Tobirama out for some fresh air, he had to have some fun. Senju Tobirama didn't refuse, having already seen a film Uchiha Kusunoki had made in the lab. To be fair, Uchiha Kusunoki's previous film was excellent, and Senju Tobirama had watched it with gusto. Watching Uchiha Kusunoki's films over and over again in the darkened lab was a pleasant distraction. A good movie is always worth watching over and over again, and this one must be of good quality. With this thought in mind, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Kusunoki entered the theater. Although there was a long line outside to buy tickets, it was nothing for Uchiha Kusunoki. He simply walked into the crowd and scanned his face. Figures moved around the dark theater, and once the audience had settled into their seats, light and shadow appeared on the screen. The movie began. The story opened with a battle scene, with two groups of people engaged in a brutal fight. The backs of their clothes were emblazoned with the crests of the Senju and Uchiha clans, respectively. The opening remarks slowly recounted the millennial-long feud between the two clans. Soon after, the protagonists of the story, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, appeared. Just like in the anime, the story began by the same stream, with two children meeting by the river and later playing skipping stones together. Neither of them shared their last names. The days were filled with fighting. Uchiha Madara's brothers were slaughtered, leaving only Uchiha Izuna, and Senju Hashirama's brothers were slaughtered, leaving only Senju Tobirama. Their meetings became increasingly frequent, their topics shifting from family to war to peace. Madara believed that ending the war required a heart-to-heart with the enemy, but the unpredictable nature of human nature made such a feat impossible. Hashirama remarked with approval, as if he had found a soulmate, something he had long pondered, though no one else had grasped. Madara's thoughts resonated with him, and from that day on, their relationship blossomed into a pair of close friends. Their closeness grew, and they began sharing everything, training together, and discussing their future aspirations. On a plateau, they agreed to establish a village so that their children would no longer fight each other. They thought their peaceful days would continue, but their whereabouts were discovered by their parents, and the next day, each followed Madara and Hashirama, intent on killing their enemies' children. Unfortunately, the two families' minds converged. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama threw stones at each other, leaving the other side inscribed with a warning to run. Ultimately, the ambush failed. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama each learned the other's identities, and their relationship became bitter enemies. Senju Tobirama sat in a chair, watching with rapt interest, memories of the past resurfacing in his mind, as if transported back to the Warring States period. How things have changed. The fate of both families was ultimately altered by the eldest brother, with Uchiha Madara serving as a supporting character, with a disdainful expression. The plot progressed at a rapid pace, interspersed with scenes from the Warring States era. The two families carried out opposing missions, fighting relentlessly and bleeding to the death. Soon, the plot reached Senju Tobirama's climax, when he single-handedly killed Uchiha Izuna. A single kill. While Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama pretended to fight, the two younger brothers engaged in a ferocious, real-life confrontation. When Senju Tobirama saw this plot, he was so excited and happy that his face was incredibly red. Yes, that's it. We must respect history. I killed Uchiha Izuna in this way. Unfortunately, Senju Tobirama couldn't laugh soon, and Uchiha Nan's slightly modified plot appeared. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought a battle without a clear winner. Senju Hashirama wanted to reconcile, but Uchiha Madara mentioned his dead brother Uchiha Izuna. Hashirama, you have a wife and children, a warm bed. My brother is still alive. I, Uchiha Madara, am alone. After hearing this, Senju Hashirama took out a kunai and planned to stab himself to atone for his brother. Senju Tobirama watched from the sidelines as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama exchanged a deep gaze. For the sake of their family's futures, Madara, determined not to continue their fate of mutual destruction, wisely accepted Hashirama's offer of reconciliation and forgave him. Senju Tobirama continued to watch. Hiss. Something seemed off about this scene. Senju Tobirama felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This plot just felt odd. Chapter 102 Senju Tobirama, my flawless image throughout my life is completely ruined. Madara-sama is so pitiful. Yes, the Shadame-sama married and had children, and he still had a younger brother to keep him company, all alone. If it weren't for Madara-sama's sense of justice, Konoha wouldn't even have been established. People in the cinema whispered, their words filled with sympathy for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha non-designed Uchiha Madara as a tragic hero, slowly fading from a happy family to loneliness, yet still clinging to hope, never forgetting his promise with Hashirama Senju, and practicing his ninja way. This is indeed the case. Tragic heroes always inspire pity, just like Xiongyu, the Rabbit Kingdom's previous incarnation. Although he lost to Liu Bang, future generations still remember him. If Xiongyu had. We still miss Xiongyu, refusing to cross the Yangtze River. Uchiha Madara is no exception. You think Madara-sama left Konoha because Nidame-sama killed Madara-sama's brother? What a shame. If Nidame-sama had shown mercy, be careful with your words. You're not going to die, crunch, crunch. Ninjas have sharp ears and eyes, and Senju Tobirama heard every whisper in the cinema clearly. He gritted his teeth in anger, and his back teeth made a crunching sound. Uchiha Nan's intentions are sinister. He's clearly trying to whitewash Uchiha Madara. Back then, Uchiha Madara was directly defeated by his eldest brother. There was no such thing as an even match. If Uchiha Madara was killed, the rest of the Uchiha clan would be nothing to worry about. Konoha village could still be established. A mere movie attributes all the credit for Konoha village to Uchiha Madara. How could anyone else be credited? It's truly outrageous. These ignorant villagers were talking nonsense, even wondering why they didn't show mercy to Uchiha Izuna's men. It was a life-or-death battle. It was either Uchiha Izuna's death or his own survival, with no room for compromise. Most importantly, Uchiha Madara was exonerated, and his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, was a White Lotus. So who was the bad guy? I was the bad guy. Conspiracy theories are part of human nature, and now Tobirama Senju was hearing some outrageous talk. He was furious, and the plot of the movie continued. The scene shifted to a field. Two huge banners, each embroidered with the crests of the Uchiha clan and Hashirama Senju, showed Hashirama and Madara Uchiha shaking hands, with members of the Uchiha and Senju clans standing behind them. This pair of enemies, who had fought for millennia, officially reached a preliminary reconciliation on this day. The Uchiha and Senju clans built a village from scratch beneath the plateau where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama dated as children. With the combined efforts of the two clans, the village flourished. Later, with the support of the Fire Nation's daimyo, they took on the responsibility of protecting the Fire Nation, and the village's development soared. How about the ninja leader who protects the Fire Nation from the shadows be called Hokage? From his perch, Senju Hashirama surveyed the village below and addressed Uchiha Madara. The Fire Nation has asked us to elect a village representative, and I want you to be Hokage. Senju Hashirama extended his invitation to Uchiha Madara. Although your brothers are gone, I hope you will treat the ninjas in this village as your own brothers and protect them all. I couldn't even protect my own brothers, Hashirama. You're more qualified to be Hokage. Uchiha Madara declined Senju Hashirama's invitation and voluntarily relinquished the position of first Hokage to him. It's about time to name the village. Any suggestions? How about calling it Konoha Village? The simple plot of the movie reveals a wealth of information, a secret that was already a secret kept secret by Konoha's high command. Konoha's name was actually ordered by Uchiha Madara, who voluntarily relinquished the position of first Hokage to Senju Hashirama. A man who bore the sorrow alone, without a single craving for power. What a noble character. The villagers knew little about Uchiha Madara's past, only that he was a powerful Uchiha ninja who, for unknown reasons, fled Konoha. They never imagined that Uchiha Madara's life was so tragically brilliant and noble. Madara-sama, you are truly a role model for our generation. How could such a ninja defect from Konoha? Could he really be the second Hokage? Why are you still talking? You're truly reckless. Suddenly, people's feelings toward Uchiha Madara shifted from pity to admiration. Senju Tobirama was no longer gritting his teeth. His face was red with anger. You. If you want to praise Uchiha Madara, then praise Uchiha Madara. Why did you bring me along? Uchiha Madara's escape from Konoha was clearly a result of his mental illness. It's none of my business. Senju Tobirama glared in the direction of the voice, and what caught his eye was the Uchiha clan's crest. It's Uchiha. That's not surprising. No wonder they are so vilifying me. Stupid, you bastard. You are truly an evil Uchiha. I will execute you right here and see if you dare to talk nonsense again. Uchiha Non saw that Senju Tobirama, the old man, was so angry that he broke down while watching the movie. He immediately formed a hand seal and took control of Senju Tobirama's body, forcing him to stay in his chair and continue watching the movie. Tobirama, what are you angry about? It's just the family kids telling jokes. The clear will be clear, and the turbid will be turbid. Everyone knows whether you have excluded Uchiha Madara or not. A man of integrity has nothing to fear, you bastard. Senju Tobirama was so angry at Uchiha Non that he was speechless. Of course, he had 100% excluded Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha had absolutely nothing to do with him. It had a little bit, but it was definitely not the main reason. Slander. This was blatant slander. If this rumor spread, his lifelong image of impeccable would be completely ruined. Rumors are terrifying. Uchiha Non showed a kind expression, which made Senju Tobirama want to punch him right then and there. You evil old Senju ghost, you should just bear the consequences of the cause you sowed. This is tit for tat. As Hokage, Uchiha Kusunoki, although he has a good family background and comes from the families of the two original shareholders of Konoha, there are still black spots on the red. Uchiha's original shareholder, Uchiha Madara, directly defected from Konoha. No matter what the reason is, the defection is a foregone conclusion, and this black spot must be washed away. What kind of movie is it if you don't put some personal opinions into it? Humph, at least I gave Senju Tobirama some face. Otherwise, I would have directly filmed the so-called Hokage election dialogue between Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama in the original anime. On that day, Senju Tobirama directly rejected Senju Hashirama's decision to let Uchiha Madara become Hokage directly. He even boasted that the final selection would require the opinions of the Fire Nation and its villagers, and then be decided after consultation with the Fire Nation daimyo. However, when it came to his turn, things were different. The position of the third Hokage was decisively passed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the selection of Hokage became a back-and-forth affair. Uchiha Kusunoki was even more charismatic than Senju Tobirama. If a Hokage election were actually held, any ninja aspiring to become Hokage could step forward and face off in a one-on-one duel, with the strongest becoming the Hokage. If the film were to be made, Senju Tobirama's reputation would be tarnished. Although he dedicated his life to Konoha and was buried as a hero of the leaf, the human heart is unpredictable. A good person who has done good deeds all his life can be condemned by the public for a single wrongdoing. Uchiha Kusunoki felt that he still had a kind heart. Although Senju Tobirama was a scoundrel, ostracized the Uchiha clan, and discriminated against him, he was still a generous person who always defended his reputation. Of course, he also has a little selfish motive. If he gets too angry with Senju Tobirama, he will really go on strike. After all, the development of Konoha is inseparable from Senju Tobirama, this super hard worker. The sun shines in the sky. Senju Hashirama, wearing the Hokage's sacred robe with the words First Hokage embroidered on the back, witnesses all the villagers of Konoha, announces the establishment of Konoha and officially takes office as the first Hokage. The whole film ends here. Is it over? Why didn't you tell us the reason why Uchiha Madara-sama left Konoha? Of course I will tell you. It must have been Senju Tobirama who forced him to do so. At the beginning, the Shadaime-sama personally promised Uchiha Madara-sama that he would become Hokage, but what happened later? Senju Tobirama became Hokage, and Uchiha Madara-sama left Konoha? Shit, is this true? Why is it still you? Why are you still talking about it? Are you really going to die? What are you afraid of? I'm an Uchiha? Oh, long tremolo. No wonder the Sandaime-sama's clansmen are so brave. Is it true or not what you said about the Shadaime-sama promising Uchiha Madara-sama to become the second Hokage? Of course it's true. The elders in the family all said so, so this is what the second Hokage looks like. Senju Tobirama was so angry after hearing these words that his face turned blue. Who is that Uchiha? Why is he still smearing himself? What nonsense are you talking about? But with Uchiha Non around, Senju Tobirama was firmly restrained by Non, forced to sit in his chair, his eyes glaring fiercely at the Uchiha clan member. After the movie ended, Uchiha Non led Senju Tobirama out of the theater. Senju Tobirama took a few deep breaths of fresh air before calming down. Asshole, did you make this movie deliberately to discredit me? Senju Tobirama glared at Uchiha Non. It was hard for him not to believe that Uchiha Non had no such intentions. The best way to eliminate the influence of the previous Hokage was to discredit him. Once a person's reputation was tarnished, the legacy would naturally fade away. How could I have such intentions? How could I have such intentions? Did not a single word discredit you in this movie? Uchiha Non said this with absolute certainty. He had not deliberately intended to discredit Senju Tobirama, but merely to enhance Uchiha Madara's image in the hearts of the Konoha villagers. Moreover, Uchiha Non had not fabricated anything, everything was true. Just like in the movie, Uchiha Madara, for the sake of the childhood pact between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and to ensure that the children of the Uchiha and Senju clans would no longer fight each other and could live in peace, suppressed the urge to kill Senju Tobirama and endured the pain of Senju Tobirama killing his brother, Uchiha Izuna. That doesn't seem to be the case yet. Senju Tobirama tried to recall the film's plot, hoping to find evidence that Uchiha Non had deliberately slandered him. Unfortunately, he faltered, unable to find any proof. However, Senju Tobirama was a clever man and quickly grasped Uchiha Non's sinister intentions. "You're elevating Uchiha Madara and then using this opportunity to discredit me," Uchiha Non sneered, then said, "HMPH, Tobirama. Uchiha Madara's deeds were exactly as they were in the movies. You should look for the reason behind the smear campaign within yourself. Didn't you oppose Uchiha Madara becoming the second Hokage? Don't you know how you became the second Hokage?" Senju Tobirama choked. If Uchiha Madara became the second Hokage, he would have definitely opposed it to the end. However, Senju Tobirama wanted to be tough, stiffening his neck and saying, "I, the second Hokage, was elected through a proper election by all of Konoha. Unlike you, who usurped the position by usurping it." Uchiha Non was almost laughing at Senju Tobirama's anger. How could he even bring up the Hokage election? He had ascended to the third Hokage without any procedural issues. He had won the position through a proper and virtuous process, successfully ascending to the top through the Hokage election. "Tisk, I'm a traitor, how dare you say that? When you directly appointed that damned Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Sandaime Hokage, why didn't you think about how you opposed Uchiha Madara becoming the Nidaime Hokage? I remember you always saying that the Hokage had to be elected by the villagers of Konoha. You were the one who broke the rules first. Your so-called will is completely useless. At most, it gives Sarutobi Hiruzen a spot on the election for the next Hokage. It's not like I didn't give him that. It was his own inferior skills that I killed. You still dare to bark like that, you inherently evil Senju old ghost." Uchiha Minami's barrage of questions silenced Senju Tobirama, leaving him speechless. This was truly unkind of him. But that wasn't the way things should be done. However, Senju Tobirama simply didn't have the nerve to voice this rebuttal to Uchiha Minami. He would only be slapped in the face and ridiculed again. Humph. Senju Tobirama turned around and left, not wanting to chat with Uchiha Non anymore. This evil Uchiha brat didn't know how to respect his elders at all. "Tobirama, where are you going?" "I'm going back to the lab to do experiments. Next time I'll go out by myself." "You're so unlucky." Chapter 103, For the sake of peace in the ninja world, Uchiha Non decided to micromanage. Thanks to the dedication of the great third Hokage, Konoha enjoyed a remarkably good New Year. The villagers at least had enough to eat, and even enjoyed a glass of wine and stew on New Year's Day, a rare achievement in this cruel world of ninjas. Unlike other ninja villages, specifically the Sand Village, ordinary ninjas didn't even get a holiday. They had to work tirelessly on missions to earn money during the New Year holiday, leaving their families struggling to make ends meet. As for New Year's subsidies for ninjas, did such a thing exist? The Sand Village ninjas said they didn't know and didn't want to know about Konoha's existence, as they'd be envied beyond belief. For Konoha, happy times are always fleeting. Holidays pass by like a fleeting whirlwind, their joy fleeting. Once the time is up, everyone returns to work. The hard-working workers return to the factories, while the ninjas continue their demanding duties, occasionally making cameos in movies or doing odd jobs on the construction site to earn some extra cash. Even Uchiha Kusunoki isn't immune, returning to the office to enjoy his leisurely, workday life. Whenever the holidays ended, the workload became overwhelming. Konoha's fiscal planning for the new year, the allocation of ninja missions, factory expansions, a seemingly endless stream of meetings and reports. Then there was the time to send Uzumaki Reed, the pimp, back to the Uzumaki clan. "Hokage-sama, I'll send the clan children over as soon as I return to the Uzumaki clan. I'd appreciate your assistance," Uzumaki Reed muttered to Uchiha Kusunoki as they walked. This was a matter of concern for the Uzumaki clan's future, so a few words were unavoidable. "Don't worry, I see the Uzumaki clan's children as the same as Konoha's children. I will teach them as Konoha's children." Uchiha Kusunoki's words were veiled, but Uzumaki Reed didn't sense anything wrong. Instead, she felt a warm warmth in her heart. Hokage-sama is truly a loyal man. And Yangayu, she has the utmost respect for the Hokage. If that's okay, ahem, Reed-kun, it's getting late. You should get on board. Uzumaki Red was about to continue her pitch to Uzumaki Yangai when Hinata Takuma interrupted her. During the New Year holidays, the two of them had secretly competed several times, each determined to secure the position of First Lady of Uchiha Minami, but the outcome was never decided. At Hinata Takuma's urging, Uzumaki Reed reluctantly boarded the ship, which was filled with money, a full 5 billion ryo, and returned to the Uzumaki clan, carrying the hopes of the entire village with her. After the New Year, the ninja world remained much the same as before, with small ninja villages plagued by fighting. According to intelligence reports, a powerful ninja named Hanzo has emerged from the Rain Village, accompanied by a gigantic salamander that can continuously release deadly poison gas. He is currently attacking cities and territories, and is recently plotting an attack on the Iron Kingdom. Furthermore, internal strife continues within the Grass Village, which has seen 4 or 5 cages, splitting it into 2 factions. Uchiha Kusunoki calls them the Banana Clan and the Hoofcare Clan. The financial backers behind these 2 factions, one seeking to plant bananas throughout the Grass Kingdom, the other to develop animal husbandry, raising sheep and cattle. The name Grass Kingdom suggests an abundance of grass, especially forage grass. The country boasts vast expanses of high-quality pasture, fostering a thriving livestock industry. Surprisingly, the climate there is particularly suitable for growing bananas, a truly bizarre ninja climate. Bananas are a delicacy. While the Rabbit Kingdom in the past viewed bananas as a mere fruit, they are staple food in Southeast Asia and even Africa. Their rich starch content and nutritional value are limited by their limited storage capacity. Both factions, eager to expand their business, each funded the Kusa Ninja to attack and assassinate the other. Of course, the Kusa Ninja weren't fools. They wouldn't just kill them if you told them to. The shameless Kusa Ninja were able to play both sides, playing fence-sitters between the 2 top ninja villages, Iwagakure and Konoha, plagiarizing, learning and improving their ninjutsu to strengthen their own villages. They even passed intelligence to both Konoha and Iwagakure during times of war. Of course, this came at a cost, and the authenticity wasn't even guaranteed. But the Kusa Ninja were sincere, stating directly during the sale that they didn't know the truth, only hearsay. They offered a discount. To ensure there wasn't a chance the Kusa Ninja might stumble upon crucial intelligence, the 2 villages weighed the pros and cons and decided to buy. With their vast experience, the Kusa Ninjas easily deceived their financial backers, effectively defrauding them of funding. However, after so much fighting in the ninja world, everyone was impoverished. The major ninja villages were practically bleeding from poverty, and the Kusagakure, located in the middle of the conflict, was surely even worse off. But everyone has dreams. Who wouldn't want to celebrate New Year's with bananas and beef and mutton? That's the ultimate privilege only the Kusagakure cage could enjoy. Therefore, internal conflicts were inevitable. In such a toxic village, ambitious individuals and traitors abounded, making the Kusagakure cage a dangerous position. The Rain Village was slowly building strength, aiming to challenge the 5 great ninja villages and even instigating the Second Shinobi World War. However, Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't particularly interested in the Rain Village, but rather in the Kusagakure. Konoha had already embarked on an industrialized era, and the refugees from nearby areas had been forced into factory labor. No one was left to farm. One couldn't live on protein blocks forever. Bananas from the grass country were a cheap and effective food, and there were also vast herds of cattle and sheep. For love and justice, all of this belonged to Konoha. While the smaller ninja villages were plagued by turmoil, the larger ninja villages remained peaceful. They diligently cultivated their inner strength, striving to recover while eliminating rogue ninja, mercenaries, and rebellious forces, striving to maintain peace and restore livelihoods. The daimyo and nobles collected more taxes, which naturally led to increased funding. They could even claim even more funds and commissions from the daimyo based on their merits. Time passed slowly, until one day, a shocking piece of news broke, capturing the entire ninja world's attention. The 5-Cage Summit was about to begin. This event would determine the future of the ninja world for years, even decades. A stable life for the smaller ninja villages depended on the guidance of the larger ninja villages. In just a few days, the Hot Spring Village, a small tourist destination, became turbulent. Many smaller villages, though not invited, nonetheless sent people to the Hot Spring Village to observe the 5-Cage Summit. They hoped to gain first-hand information and gain early warning of the movements of the 5 major ninja villages, so they could prepare supplies in case the summit failed. Soon, the 5 major ninja villages gathered in Hot Spring Village. Tang Ying was so worried that he couldn't sleep these days. Why did this unfortunate task fall on him? They have always been at peace with the world, doing tourism business steadily, living their own lives honestly behind closed doors, and never participated in the struggles of the ninja world. Now the 5 great good people have all come to Hot Spring Village for a meeting. Who knows if there will be any trouble? No fighting, no fighting. Each of the 5 major ninja villages has a grudge. The rebel forces of the Cloud Village killed the Second Hokage of Konoha, and the Second Hokages of the Iwagakure Village and the Mist Village died together. What a grudge. What a worry. Tang Ying's worry is not unreasonable. As soon as the groups met, they looked at each other with disdain. For example, Inoki was furious with the Kurigakure ninjas. They'd been on a roll early on, but then, out of nowhere, they'd been robbed, and their own master had died. This hatred was unforgivable. The Kurigakure ninjas were also naturally furious with the Iwagakure ninjas. The Jinchuriki's lava bombs and its Tsuchikage's dust release had killed many of their own. The subsequent clash after their Nidame's death was a bloody one, with both sides glaring at each other. Konoha, needless to say, harbored grudges against everyone. All 4 other ninja villages had attacked Konoha, with Kumagakure naturally having the greatest hatred. They fought from start to finish, even leading to the death of their own second Hokage. Uchiha Kusunoki, however, was quite grateful to Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Sand Village remained relatively unnoticed, planning to remain in hiding for a few years. The 3rd Kazakage, Masa, glanced at Uchiha Kusunoki cryptically. He heard Konoha was doing quite well lately. Should they form an alliance? After all, Konoha and Sand Village didn't have much of a grudge. The Ukage was sweating with nervousness. The tense atmosphere terrified him to death. If this group of people accidentally started fighting in Yukakure, it would be the end of them. My dear Cages, I have prepared accommodations for you. Please come, the Ukage said humbly. He couldn't afford to offend the 5 great benefactors before him. He simply had to serve them carefully and send them off quickly. That night, Konoha has recovered so quickly, it's not even been a year. The 3rd AI frowned as he looked at the intelligence on Konoha in his hand, a look of deep worry on his face. Konoha's actions over the past few months had long been exposed, and the intelligence departments of the other 4 ninja villages were no slouch. But what could they do now that they knew? Should they just send troops to attack? Konoha could have continued a ninja war, but they couldn't bear it. They could only watch Konoha continue on its course. The hatred between Konoha and Kumagakure had deepened in this war. Their second Hokage had died at the hands of Kinkaku and Jinkaku. If Konoha got the chance, they would not let Kumagakure go. We must find someone to unite. The 3rd AI thought about it and decided to talk to the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, first. Konoha was too powerful a force to be reckoned with alone. It would require the coalition of 2, 3, or even 4 great ninja villages. As for the Sand Village and the Mist Village, they decided to wait. The Sand Village was so destitute that even the Kazakage had resorted to mining. If they joined forces with the Sand Village, they'd probably have to provide aid. The Kumo Village itself wasn't even well off. As for the Mist Village, I wasn't familiar with them. We'd talk about them later. That night, a tall, burly man sneaked into Inoki's bedroom. Inoki was naturally welcoming the 3rd Hokage's visit. After all, no one wanted to face a powerful Konoha. Back in the days of the first Hokage, Konoha had overwhelmed the 4 major ninja villages. Konoha couldn't be allowed to dominate again, no matter what. The 5-cage tournament was a chance for the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages to meet face to face. If they could talk, they should just talk. Why resort to violence? Was that a good idea? It wasn't. Uchiha Kusunoki had no idea how quickly the Kumo and Iwa villages were moving. They were talking so quickly, they were already in bed, the 2 men sleeping with their feet touching, cough cough cough. Talking with their feet touching, they were planning to have an affair. If anyone knew, they'd definitely call them idiots. Why are you uniting to attack Konoha and the daimyo? They're living a comfortable life, while you're fighting Konoha with all your might, and are burdened with a mountain of debt. I really don't know what you're trying to achieve. Just for that small share of ninja missions? Well, I guess that's what it is. After all, that's how ninjas make a living. The ninja world is huge, enough for ninjas to live a comfortable life. Who wants to go to war and live with their heads hanging on their belts all day? Uchiha Kusunoki really wants to lead the other 4 ninja villages to overthrow the daimyo of the 5 great nations, but that's something Uchiha Kusunoki can only think about. Even in his own village, Konoha, it's extremely difficult to incite the ninjas of Konoha to rebel against the daimyo. Now he's just skirting the rules and killing some nobles. If he really turns against the daimyo openly, there will definitely be a lot of opposition in the village. If Konoha was like this, let alone the 4 great ninja villages, any words from Uchiha Kusunoki would undoubtedly be seen as a sinister plot to sow discord between his village and the daimyo. Without the daimyo, who would hire them for missions? How would the ninjas earn enough to carry out their missions and earn a living? Where would the village get the funds to train new ninjas? What a strange world. Uchiha Kusunoki lay in the hot springs, enjoying the unique amenities of the hot spring village, the bubbling air and the swirling mist, his mind wandering to a multitude of other things. The most basic objective of this 5-cage summit was to sign a peace agreement, and then trade would follow. That was the main point. Another ninja world war was inevitable in the future, and Uchiha Kusunoki knew it all too well. Uchiha Kusunoki disliked war, and he had no desire for it. Being able to laze around during the day and play in bed with Geet and Suzu at night, that was the life he desired. To reduce ninja wars, we must ensure they live a good life. Not to mention the finer things in life, but at least they should have enough food and clothing. The easiest way to do this is, of course, to rob the nobles. Unfortunately, those clueless ninja from the 4 major ninja villages won't catch on. Konoha is making some progress, as some of the village's higher-ups have gradually realized that robbing the nobles' property is a more profitable way to make money than completing missions. But the problem is that even if the ninja are well-fed and no longer worry about food, it will only prolong peace. War will eventually come. On the one hand, I have to improve the living conditions of the ninja world and reduce the frequency of war, while also ensuring that Konoha maintains its dominant position and avoids defeat due to group attacks. This is a considerable challenge, and requires micromanagement. Uchiha Kusunoki thought, if he could gradually infiltrate the ninja villages with commerce, starting with simple daily necessities, then gradually expanding to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and finally developing a grasp on the economic lifeline of the ninja villages, and then using Konoha's movies and newspapers to guide public opinion, and specifically fund the training of traders in each ninja village, and then develop a color revolution and civil unrest, would it work? Uchiha Kusunoki was not sure whether Bald Eagle's approach would work in the ninja world, but it could at least produce some effect. Chapter 104 If life is too hard to bear, you can choose to sell chakra to Konoha. The next day, the morning sun streamed through the window onto Uchiha-nan's face. He opened his eyes, rubbed them habitually, then walked to the window and opened it. The cool morning breeze instantly woke him up. The hot springs of Yun village lived up to their reputation. After soaking, Uchiha-nan felt as if his fatigue had been washed away. The hot steam irritated his skin, causing it to turn red. After exiting the hot springs, he felt refreshed and lazily lay down on the bed, soon falling into deep sleep. What a sound sleep! With a sigh, Uchiha-nan left the room. The 5-cage summit wouldn't begin until tomorrow, so today was a good time to explore this small ninja village, a veritable paradise in the ninja world. The village wasn't large, and Uchiha-nan took a quick tour, reminiscent of a trip in a past life. The scenery seemed interesting at first, but after a while, it became boring. The village's business environment was fragile, and all supplies had to be purchased from outside. A village filled with hot springs couldn't even be used for farming. The villagers' income comes from selling local specialties and small handicrafts, all done in family workshops with outdated tools and low efficiency. Uchiha-nan shook his head, believing the village's economic potential was completely untapped. They offer a full range of services, including bathing and massage services, and for a fee, they can even open a casino on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Combined with the various entertainment options at Nan's disposal, this place could become the most prosperous and luxurious place in the entire ninja world. However, the local customs are still too simple, which Nan found a pity. Nan felt he had enough of his wandering and was about to return to his residence. As if by chance, he saw a figure approaching him at the intersection. What a coincidence, Hokage-sama, Masa said to Nan with feigned surprise. He had been waiting here for a long time, and finally, he had found Nan. In Masa's opinion, the 5-cage summit was just a scramble to sign some formal peace agreement, but when the time came to go to war, there would be no ambiguity. It was truly boring. But Sand Village was one of the 5 great ninja villages, so he had to come, even if it was just for the sake of prestige. Now that he was there, Masa felt he had to bring something back, and the third Hokage before him was the perfect opportunity. According to intelligence reports, Konoha had recently become incredibly wealthy. During the Lunar New Year holiday, the entire village was ablaze with lights and revelry, rumored to be a thriving business. Masa recalled the intelligence reports, which were filled with praise for Konoha, frequently mentioning Uchiha Kusunoki's various welfare measures. The envy and jealousy in the letters pierced Masa's face. The letters repeatedly mentioned how great the Hokage was, and if Sand Village. It seemed they were truly captivated by Konoha's glamorous world. If these intelligence officers hadn't had families living in Sand Village, Masa would have suspected they were planning to leave the village and join Konoha completely. Master Masa, please stop contacting me. I'm afraid Konoha might misunderstand, so it's the Sanding Kazakage. Nice to meet you. Masa took the initiative and shook hands with Uchiha Kusunoki. He was ready to embrace Konoha's mighty power. During the First Shinobi World War, only the Kumagakure village truly aspired to supplant Konoha's position in the ninja world, battling it from start to finish. The Sand Village simply sought to capitalize on this opportunity by siding with Kumagakure. While their plan was well thought out, their execution was a complete mess. Konoha recuperated and grew stronger during the reign of Oshirama Senju. By the time of Tobirama Senju, it was at its peak, easily capable of holding its own against 4 opponents. The Sand Village was effectively beaten down by Konoha and then resigned. Senju Tobirama, the ruthless veteran, knew how to strike with one blow to prevent 100. Facing the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, they gave it a truly mortal beating, instantly intimidating the other villages. It was the dark savages of Kumagakure who were truly formidable, engaging in a war of attrition with Konoha that lasted 4 years. People must face reality. Even without Hashirama Senju, Konoha remained the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. The Sand Village had no ambitions to overtake Konoha. They had endured hardship enough and needed a powerful leader. It was no shame for the Sand Village to recognize Konoha as their leader. After a brief greeting, Masa warmly invited Uchiha Kusunoki to dinner at a street-side restaurant. In a private room, after a round of toasts, Masa lamented the difficulties of the Sand Village. Located in a desert, with dusty sand everywhere, even drinking water was a struggle, let alone farming. The land of wind, this land was simply unsuitable for human survival. Masa drank a glass of wine and sighed softly. If I, Masa, had a fortune like Konoha's, I'd be nothing more than a mediocre person. Time flies, and I've achieved nothing. And I, Masa, can only work as a gold miner in the desert, supporting the entire Sand Village. Can someone like me truly achieve great things? Which Kage wouldn't want to lead their village to dominance in the ninja world and become famous? What a pity. Uchiha Kusunoki drank with Masa. Masa's fate was truly tragic. In life, he worked diligently as a gold miner to support the village, working for so many years, but he didn't even have the chance to retire. He was ambushed and killed by the village traitor, Scorpion. Death would have been enough, but his body was turned into a human puppet. That was tragic enough, but later, Orochimaru used the impure world reincarnation to summon the third Kazakage to duel with Scorpion. Masa watched helplessly as his soul and body battled. If Masa knew his future, she would have written it off as tragic. Hokage-sama, the Iwagakure and Kumagakure have long coveted Konoha. They've calmed down now, but in the future, Masa's eyes gleamed. Even if he was serving as a subordinate, he had to sell himself for a good price, not beg on his knees. Yes, I'm worried about that, too. Uchiha Kusunoki feigned a pomp, sighing deeply, a look of sorrow on his face. The Sand Village was about to form an alliance with Konoha, and Uchiha Kusunoki had to cooperate. After all, the Sand Village was one of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world, though the weakest, but that wasn't their fault. With such a shabby foundation, even a god couldn't turn the tables. The Sand Shinobi were no weaklings, harsh environments always forged the strongest warriors. Konoha needed allies, too. Constantly fighting 1 against 4 was no easy task. I understand your feigned reserve. And you understand my ulterior motives. The two of them instantly clicked. Bang! Masa slammed the table and began to flirt with Uchiha Kusunoki. The Kumagakure village is the scourge of the ninja world. They were responsible for the First Shinobi World War. They even encouraged the rebellion and killed Konoha's second Hokage. Well said, Kazekage-sama, that's all clear. The two of them, sharing a common hatred, blithely cursed each other. To build rapport, they always had to find a target to belittle, and before they knew it, they were on the same side. The Sand Village has always supported Konoha's peace ideals. For peace in the ninja world, for justice, at this 5-Kage summit, the Sand Village will stand with Konoha. Kazekage-sama, you truly understand the bigger picture. Mosa forced a smile. Everything was going smoothly now, and the formalities were mostly done. It was time to get down to business. I heard that Hokage-sama is good at making money. It's embarrassing to say this. Sand Village is now struggling to make ends meet, and the daimyo's funding has been cut. When the children in the village were in dire straits, they could only eat one meal a day, or even just water. Masa did his best to portray Sand Village's plight as bleakly as possible, otherwise why would he ask Konoha for money? Ding dong, the long-awaited system notification sounded. A new mission had arrived, long-term mission, heaven moves with vigor, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. Humanity constantly struggles against the harsh natural environment. Change the ecology of an area to make it habitable. Mission reward, 1 chance to draw gold prize. A long-awaited gold prize mission. But it was another extremely difficult mission. Uchiha read the mission requirements and sighed slightly. This mission was clearly aimed at the Land of Wind. There was no way to transform the desert into a habitable area except by planting trees and gradually changing the surface environment. The Land of Wind is a nation. Transforming a nation's environment requires immense manpower and resources, and the cost is astronomical. While this world possesses extraordinary powers that can alleviate some difficulties, ninjas are ultimately human, not gods, and their specialty is destruction. Even if Hashirama Senju were to be resurrected, it would be difficult to achieve. Hashirama Senju could summon wood release from thin air, effortlessly creating a forest, but this forest relied entirely on his chakra to survive. Once Hashirama released his jutsu, it would instantly return to its original form, returning to normal. Sustainability requires abundant water and nutrients from the soil, but the Land of Wind is entirely sandy. There's no water, let alone suitable soil for plant growth. Ahem. Hokage-sama, could you please show some kindness, Shadame-sama, and offer a little assistance? Masa coughed, interrupting Uchiha, who is immersed in a system task. Uchiha, regaining his composure, looked at Masa's eager eyes, clearly asking for money. Damn, poor bastard. Kazekage, Konoha isn't rich either, you know. Konoha nearly pawned its underwear to win the First Shinobi World War. Mosa, you're not just trying to get a free ride from Konoha, are you? In the ninja world, the word alliance is meaningless. One moment they're brothers, the next they'll stab you in the back. That mustache guy even signed a non-aggression pact with Poland. Then watch me blitz Poland. Uchiha Kusunoki hates getting a free ride the most. Kazekage, let's be honest. Konoha does need an ally, but it doesn't have to be you. Besides those idiots from Kumagakure, we can win over Mist Village, Iwagakure, and Konoha. You'll have to pay a price to get Konoha's aid. Uchiha Kusunoki pounded the table, making his point clear. The time had come, and further polite talk was a waste of time. This wasn't wartime. We didn't need the Sand Village to help Konoha share the pressure. The advantage was mine. Masa felt a sense of helplessness. Konoha now had no shortage of population, wealth, talent, secret techniques, blood, and tailed beasts. The Tsunagakure family only had Sunako, so what could Konoha possibly desire? They had no bargaining chips at all. But the village was so poor, so broke they were bleeding from their pants. They couldn't count on the daimyo for anything. They were completely broke, relying entirely on themselves. What does Hokage-sama want from Tsunagakure? Since it was so clear, Masa simply let Uchiha Kusunoki make the offer. They had nothing anyway, and the few good things they had couldn't be given. I'm very interested in the Kazekage's magnetic release. No, Masa looked displeased. The Tsunagakure village only had so many good things, and Uchiha Kusunoki, you dare to ask? Magnetic release was a secret technique that had been kept secret by every Kazekage, and it was absolutely impossible for it to be revealed. What about the one tail? If Hokage-sama doesn't want to cooperate with Tsunagakure, I can leave immediately. Masa couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and shouted. The Sand Village couldn't afford what Uchiha Kusunoki wanted, and couldn't give it. Just leave. Your Sand Village only has so much Konoha would value, and you won't give me anything I want. I guess your Sans village has no intention of cooperating. Masa stood there, unable to sit or leave, feeling like he was being held hostage. He'd just said he wanted to leave out of sheer rage. The aid funds hadn't arrived yet, so how could he return empty-handed? Hokage-sama, the Sand Village is cooperating with Konoha with sincerity. I made a slip of the tongue just now, but the conditions you've proposed are too harsh. I can't accept them, and neither can the Sand Village. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled and didn't argue with Masa. He knew very well that Masa wouldn't agree to his previous request. It was merely a prelude to his later demands. A basic negotiation tactic: propose one or two incredibly bad conditions that the other party would never accept, then follow up with a few even worse ones, and the other party will easily accept them. This is a well-known negotiation tactic, but it's incredibly effective. Okay, then. I'll make some terms you'll accept. I don't want the one tail. I want its chakra, or perhaps the chakra of a ninja. The chakra battery Konoha invented requires a large amount of chakra as its energy source. Of course, Konoha will pay for all this. We'll discuss the specifics later. Konoha will give you a generous price. Konoha can't just pay you directly. Everything requires an equivalent exchange. To bind a ninja village's economy, one must first address the ninja's livelihood. The Sand Village is entirely sand, so there are only a few ninja left to exploit. Masa pondered Uchiha Kusunoki's terms. If it were just chakra, it seemed acceptable. Ninjas also needed chakra to complete missions, which was not only time-consuming but also sometimes life-threatening. If they could earn money simply by extracting chakra, it wouldn't be unacceptable. As long as the price was right, the ninja in the village would agree. I agree to this condition. As for the price, Masa was still haggling over the price. Selling chakra was a long-term business. For a ninja, as long as the chakra in a body is not drained all at once, it will not cause damage to the ninja's body. As long as you eat something and rest for a while afterwards, the body will be able to produce chakra again. If the recovery is fast, you may be able to sell chakra 4 or 5 times a day. Chapter 105 Uchiha-nan, look, the Kazakage sold out a village and still wants to thank me. Masa was haggling over the price. This was the first time he'd heard of selling chakra, but no matter what, he absolutely couldn't sell it at a loss. This was a matter of life and death for the village's economy, so he had to be cautious. He was terrified of poverty. Ever since Masa became the Kazakage of Sand Village, he'd been desperate to make every penny count. Don't worry, Kazakage. Konoha has a professional business team who will be dedicated to negotiating the price with you. It will definitely be a fair and reasonable price. This transaction will be a win-win for both of us. Uchiha Kusu spoke righteously, his words filled with conviction. Uchiha Kusu planned to hand this over to Kikuzu, who is already capable of handling the matter on his own. He was now a successful figure in Konoha's finance department, specializing in Konoha's business partnerships. Whenever Konoha had a big deal, Kikuzu would sneak into the other party's home and steal the account books, figuring out their costs, profits, and customer profile. He would then bargain furiously until the other party's scalp was numb. He often clutched a portable calculator, ticking away his price data, proving that even though his price was low, they were still making a profit, just a fraction less. Konoha also possessed advantages in technology, capital, and distribution channels. To survive and continue doing business with Konoha, they had no choice but to accept Kikuzu's prices. He was thick-skinned, ruthless, unapproachable, and averse to women. He was obsessed with money and willingly worked overtime, all the qualities of a high-quality worker. Now, with Konoha's resources at his disposal, he had already secured several large contracts. Kikuzu received a commission on every successful deal, becoming Konoha's top salesperson. It was truly terrifying. Uchiha Kusunoki entrusted this task to Kikuzu, who felt confident. While Sand Village might make a small profit, Konoha would always reap the rewards. But a win-win situation meant Konoha won twice. It made sense to record names, ages, and genders before each chakra draw, otherwise, how could they distribute the rewards? If the Sand Village in Konoha could establish a chakra trade, they could indirectly determine the number of ninja within the village, the gender ratio, and even the chakra levels within them. Alright then, Masa nodded helplessly. While it might be impossible to set a specific price for the chakra sale, adding a new source of income for the Sands Village would be a welcome development. Within the village, many ninja are crippled, their combat effectiveness greatly reduced. They're no longer capable of performing high-level missions and are forced to perform low-level D-rank tasks. Those D-rank tasks, which are nothing more than finding cats and dogs or cleaning up garbage, are easily accomplished by ordinary people. They don't require much chakra, and the pay is barely enough to keep them alive. Now that they can sell chakra directly, their income will undoubtedly increase. Once implemented, it would be a real political achievement. Kazakage, Konoha also hopes to sell its products to the Sand Village. Now that we're allies, we naturally have to have some business dealings, for example, food, pig iron, medicine, and all sorts of daily necessities. Don't worry about the prices, they'll definitely be good quality and affordable, if possible. Konoha would also like to recruit a group of villagers from your village to work in Konoha's factories. Konoha is currently short on labor, and we were originally considering recruiting refugees from the Land of Fire, but since you're an ally, we can give you priority. Uchiha Kusunoki expertly recited a long list of terms. His core purpose was simple, to firmly tie Konoha's economy to that of the Sand Village. The closer the relationship, the more dependent the Sand Village would be on Konoha. They could offer some concessions on price, giving the Sand Village a taste of the sweetness first. For example, protein blocks, they're incredibly cheap and come in huge quantities. Konoha has recently massively increased production, and further expansion wouldn't be difficult. They could be sold to the Sand Village as a staple food. Konoha also needed to find some jobs for the Sand Village. Now that Konoha was on its way to industrialization, the more slaves and horses the better. The Sand Village's horses and cattle coming to Konoha to work were considered a promotion, at least they'd have all the water they could eat. If Masa agreed to this condition, Uchiha Kusunoki was confident that within a few years, he'd completely infiltrate the Sand Village's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. They'd eat Konoha-provided food, live in Konoha's modern buildings, and even their everyday items would be Konoha-branded. The impoverished Sand Village couldn't possibly have any respectable merchants. With Konoha's capital, size, and industrial production capacity, they could easily be squeezed out. Even if all the villagers of Sand Village were to work in Konoha-run factories, it would be questionable whether Masa, the third Kazakage of Sand Village, would still hold sway. Hokage, let me think about this. Masa was a bit bewildered by Uchiha Kusunoki's speech. Was Konoha so kind as to sell so many survival supplies to the Sand Village? Family matters matter to family. Sand Village, nestled in the desert, had become afflicted with a disease of poverty. Even the biggest merchants in the ninja world were reluctant to venture there. Not only were profits low, but the risks were also life-threatening. Navigating the desert to do business was no easy feat. The raging sandstorms and harsh climate meant losing one's way meant death. Beyond that, there were also human consequences. The saying poor and barren lands breed unruly people's no joke. With a Kazakage working as a gold miner, the Sand Village's standard of living was considered upper class. The Wind Country was a land of small villages, and those were the real unruly people. Normally, the villagers were harmless. When a caravan arrived, they could even play the role of desert bandits. Even the Wind Country officials turned a blind eye, but the villagers were incredibly understanding and would pay every penny they were owed. Due to various insane reasons, the Sand Village was desperately short of essentials. Houses and furniture were practically made of sand. When a major merchant offered to come to the village and offer these precious supplies, even he, the Kazakage, would personally attend. Now that Konoha was willing to come, the Kazakage couldn't have asked for more. Not to mention that Uchiha Kusunoki was also offering to provide some jobs for the village, which was a godsend. Intelligence officials had already documented the workers' treatment at Uchiha Kusunoki's factory. 3 meals a day, adequate water, and a salary. Yet, many villagers in the Sand Village struggle to make ends meet, going hungry one day and then hungry the next. They might get a bite today, but they didn't know for sure. Konoha's price was hitting Masa's heart. It felt like a bunch of little people were yelling at her. Masa, are you fucking dumb? Promise him now. However, Masa's remaining sanity still struggled. There is no free lunch in the world. Uchiha-nan must have some ulterior motives for being so kind. Could it be that he is really doing this for the so-called ally? Stop kidding. Is it possible that such a kind-hearted person can become Hokage? The shutdown doesn't count. He is not a fool, just naive, huh? Considering it, Moshe, I really want to do something good for the villagers of Sand Village. It's not for the so-called interests of an ally. The shutdown's will of fire has always been the ninja way I pursue, and I strive to achieve peace in the ninja world. As long as the villagers in every village have enough to eat and live a good life, peace should be completely realized. I make a fortune doing business in the land of fire. Going to Sand Village to do business is poverty alleviation. I'm not thinking about making money at all. Just break even. Kazekage, you don't want the villagers of Sand Village to have a bad life, do you? Uchiha Nan's eloquent speech moved Mosa. Is there such a righteous person in the ninja world? Konoha is really a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. It has produced a resentful Hokage, the Shudame, and now there is another one. It is simply God's blessing for my Sand Village. Hokage, I surrender. Your character has conquered me. You are worthy of being the Hokage of Konoha. I would like to say thank you to you on behalf of the villagers of Sand Village. Mosa stood up and bowed to Uchiha Nan. This was already a great honor. As the Kage of the same level of ninja village, who is worse than who in terms of personal strength? Senju Tobirama is also excluded here. Mosa was willing to bow. As long as the villagers of Sand Village can live a good life, what does his bow matter? Hey? Fengying, what are you doing? The peace of the ninja world needs people like us. Let go of the past hatreds of the villages and work hard to cooperate so that the ninja villages can share what they have. Only in this way can we achieve peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Nan spoke a lot of nice words. Look, the third Kazekage sold out a village and still wants to thank us. Uchiha Nan's long speech just now was basically all nonsense, and only one sentence was true. Uchiha Nan really didn't intend to make money from the Sand Village. It was enough to break even. Even if he made a profit, it would only be a little bit. Kazekage, I have an idea. For the peace of the entire ninja world, and for the alliance between Konoha and Sand Village to last longer, I have a proposal. Are you interested in sending some children from Sand Village to study in Konoha? They will be the bridge for communication between the next generation of Konoha and Sand Village. Needless to say, Konoha's educational environment is definitely the strongest in the entire ninja world. As everyone knows, the Ninja Academy was first established in Konoha. Konoha boasts a wealth of teaching experience, facilities, and even teachers, all elite individuals I've drawn from various Konoha clans. Uchiha Kusunoki wants the hearts of the people at the bottom. He also wants the ninjas of the Sand Village. These children who come to study in Konoha are the best tools for transmitting Konoha's ideology and will to the Sand Village. Uchiha Kusunoki must persuade some of the children of high-ranking members of the Sand Village to come and study in Konoha. While they will be supervised upon their return, they will always hold a place among the village's leaders. Masa remained silent. This proposal was truly daunting. A child's mind is like a blank slate, open to scrutiny. Konoha's glamorous world is so captivating. Would sugar-coated bullets lead them to lose their minds in even defect? Of course, I understand the Kazekage has concerns about this proposal. To ensure fairness, if the Kazekage agrees, Konoha will also send some children to the Sand Village Ninja Academy, Uchiha Kusunoki stated generously. To reassure the village, he wouldn't mind sending one or two of his family members to the village to endure hardships, perhaps even further their training. Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't worried about Konoha's children rebelling. Life in the desert of Sand Village was hardship. In Sand Village, daily water intake was strictly controlled, not to mention quality of life. In Konoha, thanks to Uchiha Kusunoki's vigorous development, most households now have electricity, allowing them to enjoy the comforts of nighttime lights and hot baths at any time. Because this is an anime about everyday life, the villagers of Konoha love bathing. Every household has a bathtub, while ordinary families still have wooden ones, while the wealthy have upgraded to Konoha's signature bathtubs with steel bottoms and ceramic cladding. Living in Sand Village meant hardship. The contrast to life in Konoha was a world of difference. The children sent to the Sand Village by Uchiha Kusunoki will surely love Konoha even more, and only their time in Konoha will bring them happiness. The third Kazekage, Masa, frowned. Uchiha Kusunoki was incredibly sincere. He spoke of fairness, mutual benefit, and not wanting the Sand Village to take advantage of Konoha, but in reality, it was always the Sand Village that benefited, and Konoha that paid. A truly sincere gentleman, nothing could be more sincere. Worrying that the Sand Village children would betray Konoha because of its prosperity was truly petty. Masa couldn't even open his mouth to reject Uchiha Kusunoki's proposal because of this concern. The third Hokage before him was truly righteous, concerned solely with the future of the ninja world and offering this proposal for the long-term friendship between Konoha and Sand Village. The children of Sand Village in Konoha will become a bridge of communication between the next generation of the two ninja villages. What a profound statement, what a far-sighted consideration for the future. Mosa looked into Uchiha Kusunoki's sincere eyes and couldn't help but abandon his concerns. He immediately agreed to Uchiha Kusunoki's proposal. Hokage, I accept this proposal. That's wonderful. Uchiha Kusunoki nodded emphatically, breathing a sigh of relief. We'll finalize the list of exchange students when the time comes. For the future of both villages, I, the Uchiha clan, will send 1 or 2 of my children to study in Sunagakure as a token of our sincerity. Mosa's eyes widened, his mouth dropping open. The Hokage was so bold, daring to send Uchiha clan members to Sunagakure to study. Wasn't he worried that Sunagakure would covet the Uchiha's Sharingan? With the Hokage's sincerity towards Sunagakure, it was impossible for Sunagakure to repay his kindness or even turn against him. Mosa made up his mind that he would return all the children Uchiha Kusunoki sent back to Konoha intact and safe. Since the Hokage is so sincere, I will definitely select some high-ranking students from the Sand Village to go to Konoha to study. Mosa returned the favor. Uchiha Kusunoki was so sincere, it would be too ungenerous for him to hide it. After all, he was a Hokage on the same level as Uchiha Kusunoki. For peace in the ninja world, for the friendship between Konoha and the Sand Village, cheers, cheers. The two raised their glasses and smiled at each other, smiling like children still wet behind the ears. Chapter 106 Uchiha non, you must do NTR in person. Dead bones in the grave, the future of the Sand Village will be the Uchiha? Uchiha Kusunoki muttered to himself as he watched the retreating figure of the third Kazekage, Masa. Shinobi these days are truly naive. Every gift bestowed by fate has a price tag already hidden. Konoha paid a paltry sum, yet received the future of the entire Sand Village. This deal was a huge win. Uchiha Kusunoki hummed a little tune as he returned to his accommodations and enjoyed another bath in the hot springs. He reeked of alcohol and sweated profusely from his lunch break, and a bath was essential to refresh himself. Afterward, Uchiha Kusunoki made himself a cup of hot tea and sipped it while idly scrolling through the roulette system. Before he knew it, his accumulated lottery draws had reached 10. Today was such a happy day, so I thought I'd get something good. On such an auspicious day, there was bound to be a payout. Uchiha Kusunoki suddenly felt a strange sense of confidence, his finger moving involuntarily to the lottery button. Go for it. Go big, go home early. 10 consecutive draws. The system's large dial appeared before Uchiha non again, the needle spinning rapidly, a flash of white light. 3 shurikens, sticky rice balls, 1 kunai, electric tricycle, 1 roll of toilet paper, bloodstain, ice release, 3 boxes of amoxicillin, 1 piece of underwear, 4 kunai, a bench. Ah. Good. I won. Uchiha non was as happy as an 8-year-old. It had been so long, and finally something good had dropped. Bloodstain limit ice release, while its power wasn't very strong in the Naruto world, with only one user being the young boy Lion Bai, could be a powerful bloodstain if developed properly, even for show. Not a bad deal, this one was a good deal. Coke is room temperature horse urine, iced down. From now on, I can have iced Coke anytime I want. Uchiha non felt the new power emerging within him. Unleashing a little, a chill washed over him, and the hot tea in his hand instantly turned to ice. After a moment of elation, he carefully reviewed the rewards that had been revealed. The overall quality of the rewards this time was exceptional, as high as a 3-story building. Aside from the blood-stained ice release, the most useful items were naturally the electric tricycle and amoxicillin. The rest were merely extraneous items, not worth mentioning. Electric tricycles, commonly known as 3-wheeled vehicles, are extremely common in Rabbit Country, providing daily transportation for ordinary people and holding significant significance for Konoha. Transportation, after all, is a major issue. Currently, the vast majority of goods produced in Konoha are transported by animal power, which is inefficient and time-consuming. Uchiha non had long disliked this, but the sheer variety of scientific research tasks at Tobirama's office was so numerous that they couldn't even be written on pages, and the scope was so vast that even a top-tier scientific researcher like Senju Tobirama wasn't a god, and needed to learn and explore. Rail trains capable of transporting large quantities of cargo are still under development. Even if completed, they would require a vast amount of capital to lay the tracks and build the trains. Now, with the availability of a comparable electric tricycle, and the ability to directly provide Senju Tobirama with the necessary supplies, the development process will be significantly shortened. Perhaps Senju Tobirama will be able to apply this knowledge to accelerate the development of the train. Another valuable asset, amoxicillin, goes without saying. Its main ingredient, penicillin, is an essential drug in modern medicine and a life-saving miracle drug. In the days before mass production, a single gram was worth more than the price of gold. While the ninja world possesses medical ninjutsu, medical ninjas are extremely scarce. Until now, training is restricted to the larger clans of Konoha. It will take Konoha at least a decade to cultivate a sufficient number of qualified medical ninjas. However, medical ninjas ultimately serve the ninja community. Ordinary people are not entitled to such luxury. Therefore, penicillin is equally a miracle cure for the common people of the ninja world. Common flu and inflammation can also take the lives of ordinary people in this world. Most importantly, penicillin was incredibly profitable, boasting an unimaginably vast market across the ninja world. Uchiha had a premonition that this business would become a significant source of revenue for Konoha in the future. With penicillin in hand, Senju Tobirama's research could accelerate. Good things come in pairs, good things come in pairs. Uchiha had previously given up hope on regular lottery draws, which only yielded junk from the living quarters. But now it seemed that even the prizes from the living quarters could yield something truly useful for Konoha. Intrigued, Uchiha opened the system's task interface, intending to explore the upcoming tasks that would yield a large number of draws. He simply skipped over the morally corrupting tasks and soon locked onto a task, Blood Godfather, invite 3 or more non-Konoha blood clan members to join Konoha. Reward, 60 draws. A full 60 draws were the reward, more than enough for Uchiha to dedicate himself to completing this task. Uchiha recalled the blood-stained families of the ninja world. There were only so many, and gathering 4 to join Konoha was a real challenge. There were the Kazuna clan, the Kaguya clan, and the Mizunatsuki clan of the Hidden Mist village. Konoha's younger brothers, the Uzumaki clan. There seemed to be another, the Blood Pond clan, which also possessed a type of eye-based blood-stained boundary. However, this family was rather tragic. A girl from this family married the daimyo of the Land of Lightning as a concubine, but the daimyo died shortly after marrying her. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning's wife blamed the girl for everything and exiled the family to Hell Valley, employing none other than the Uchiha clan. What a sin. It seemed Hell Valley was right in the land of hot water. What a coincidence, Uchiha muttered to himself. He had no confidence that the families persecuted by the Uchiha clan would be willing to join Konoha. Uchiha didn't have much of an impression of the remaining wild bloodline clan in the ninja world. He had to return to Konoha to send ninjas to gather some intelligence. Any information he could find would be the best. Uchiha sat there and thought carefully. The Blood Pond clan was an option, and the Uzumaki clan was a no-brainer. Uchiha had always had his eye on the Uzumaki clan as a piece of juicy meat. There were still 2 vacancies left. Based on the known bloodline clan, the only place to start was Kirigakure. Kirigakure's third Hokage, Mizuto, probably considered the bloodline clan in the village a thorn in his side and wanted to kill them all. Uchiha could take this opportunity to sweep up all the bloodline clan in Kirigakure and bring them all into Konoha's camp. Uchiha recalled the latest intelligence from Kirigakure. He heard that the rumors about Kirigakure were getting more and more intense. Kirigakure was located overseas, isolated on all sides, and its internal policies were also high pressure and closed. Living in a closed environment often leads to ignorance. Rumors have long circulated that the blood ninja is cursed, bringing death and war. In the ninja world, where extraordinary powers exist, strange curses are not uncommon, creating fertile ground for rumors. This time, it was the third Mizukage, Mizuto, who spread the rumor, giving the war-ravaged villagers, now devastated, a perfect outlet for their grievances. Once bewitched and conspiracy theories take over, the villagers don't care whether these rotten rumors are true or not, simply venting their anger. Just like Naruto in later life, the rumor of a demon fox reincarnation could spread throughout Konoha, and even be believed by the entire village, demonstrating just how ignorant the villagers of the ninja village can sometimes be. They didn't even care whether the rumors were true or not, they just wanted a punching bag, and a weak and helpless Naruto wasn't the right person for it. This is all Danzo's fault, ha ha ha. Just a conspiracy theory from the author, just treat it as a joke, don't worry, Mizuto was fanning the flames behind the scenes, and now the villagers of Kirigakure were showing signs of collectively ostracizing the Bloodstain clan. This manifested itself in secret eye-rolling, spitting, and even charging a markup when the Bloodstain clan's children came to buy things. The attitudes of the ordinary Kirigakure ninja towards the Bloodstain clan also changed, and they began to ostracize them. There was a natural opposition between Bloodstain ninja and ordinary ninja. Whether it was talent, physical strength, or chakra capacity, Bloodstain ninja were generally superior. In the ninja village, Bloodstain ninja naturally received more training resources, which was understandable. The strong deserved more resources. But now things were different. Mizuto was born ordinary, and there were no inherent Bloodstain boundaries. The previous Mizukage still relied on the Bloodline clan, leading to a long-standing grudge against Mizuto from the Kirigakure. To maintain his position as Mizukage, Mizuto relied on the common ninja, allocating resources previously reserved for the Bloodline clan to them and wooing them wherever possible. Mizuto and the common ninja shared common origins and interests, and rumors spread throughout the Kirigakure. The common ninjas voted with their feet, making the truth of the rumors irrelevant. 6 sons only ate a bowl of noodles, but so what? Only tangible benefits mattered. Uchiha Kusunoki carefully reviewed his thoughts. He saw great potential in gaining control of the Kirigakure, but the fire wasn't burning brightly enough yet. He needed more fuel. The Hyuga clan. Uchiha Kusunoki considered the Hyuga clan, who had always maintained a close relationship with the Kaguya clan of the Kirigakure. Although the two clans resided in different ninja villages, they maintained a good relationship. During the Lunar New Year, both clans exchanged gifts to celebrate the new year. It would be best if the Hyuga clan intervened. Uchiha Kusunoki immediately summoned a member of the Hyuga branch clan who had accompanied him, including Hyuga Yashin. He was Hyuga Takuma's younger brother. Hokage-sama, what are your commands? Hyuga Yashin knelt before Uchiha Kusunoki, his back straight and straight. He looked clearly trained in a strict family, and his tone was respectful. Uchiha Kusunoki, however, reclined leisurely on the tatami. This wasn't a public place, so there was no need for such formality. Relax, Yashin. This is private, there's no need to be so formal. Hokage-sama, this is my proper etiquette, Hyuga Yashin said seriously. In the Hyuga clan, there was a clear hierarchy, and branch clans were required to always show respect to the main clan. The most direct way to demonstrate this was through courtesy. Stand properly, sit properly. Even the slightest carelessness is forbidden, or you'll be reprimanded. Those who refuse to change will inevitably be treated like caged birds. Daring to defy the dignity of the main family is truly abhorrent. They must be taught a lesson. Uchiha Kusunoki curled his lips. Every member of the Hyuga branch clan he'd met seemed to be like this, disciplined like wooden figures. Although Uchiha Kusunoki disliked this caged bird family system, it had been remarkably successful to date, ensuring its continued existence for 1,000 years, a feat even in Naruto's time. Of Konoha's 3 blood-stained clans, only the Hyuga remained, becoming the undisputed leader of the blood-stained clans. Regardless of how exploitative this caged bird system may be, let's just say it worked. Whether this caged bird system will work in the future will depend on the wisdom of future generations. Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Hinata Yejin, who knelt with meticulous care in a straight posture, and sighed softly. God helps those who help themselves, he thought. Trust in the wisdom of future generations. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't want to get involved in the Hyuga clan's affairs, nor did he bother to. These were their internal affairs, and even as Hokage, he had no right to comment. Uchiha Kusunoki and the Hyuga clan were now inseparable. Hinata Takuma dreamed of having Hinata Asuka in his bed, so why would he cause unpleasantness with the Hyuga clan? Yejin, your clan has close ties with the Kaguya clan, and I have a mission for you. The new Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village has had some unpleasantness with the Bloodline clan, and it's escalating. If the Hidden Mist Village doesn't welcome the Bloodline clan, Konoha can open its doors to them. Uchiha Kusunoki's words were clear, and Hinata Yejin understood what he meant. He was trying to pry into the Hidden Mist Village. Hokage-sama, do you want me to go to the Hidden Mist Village residence and secretly invite the Kaguya clan to join Konoha? Hinata replied, his tone somewhat brisk, his emotions fluctuating. If the Kaguya clan joined Konoha, their influence in Konoha would greatly increase. If the Kaguya clan defected to Konoha, they would be unfamiliar with the area and would undoubtedly need to seek an ally. The Hyuga clan, already friendly with the Kaguya clan, was the perfect choice. The alliance of two powerful bloodline clans in Konoha would have a far greater impact than simply adding one and equaling two. No, I want the third Mizukage to know that the Kaguya clan wishes to join Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled. Taking the initiative to win over the Kaguya clan was not his style. He had to make the Kaguya clan contact him. Yes, you need to sneak in secretly, but you must avoid being discovered by Mizuto. When you communicate with the Kaguya clan, be careful with your words. You must show Konoha's tolerance for the bloodline clan, the bloodline clan's prosperity in Konoha, and Konoha's thirst for talent. Most importantly, the Mizukage must be fully aware of your conversation. Chapter 107, Brother Mizukage won't be angry if you scold him like that? Hokage-sama, this isn't a good idea, huh? Hinata Yezhon hesitated. The Hyuga clan and the Kaguya clan had a good relationship. He wasn't just pushing the Kaguya clan into trouble. He'd heard that the Sandai Mizukage had a strained relationship with the village's bloodline families. Adding fuel to the fire at this moment would be a cruel move. Yezhon, I understand what you mean, but we need to open up. While this will make the Kaguya clan's situation in the Hidden Mist village more difficult, if they could just embrace a democratic and free Konoha, wouldn't all the difficulties be resolved? You're well aware of how much the Hyuga clan has benefited since I took over Konoha? Hinata Yezhon nodded. Uchiha Kusunoki had indeed brought Konoha to unprecedented heights. The Kaguya clan would undoubtedly thrive in Konoha far better than in the Hidden Mist village. The temporary setbacks in exchange for the clan's long-term prosperity were definitely worth it. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Hinata Yezhon stopped objecting and prepared to leave. Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't right. This was his room. Then you should prepare well this afternoon. We'll leave tonight. A secret rendezvous at night would be fun. The Mizukage would definitely. Ha 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 ha. Hinata Yezhon's mouth twitched. Hokage-sama truly had a sense of humor. Then, Uchiha patted Hinata Yezhon's shoulder and left his room, intending to return to his room for a nap. After drinking alcohol and taking a bath at noon, he felt quite sleepy. At night, Uchiha and Hinata Yezhon arrived near the Hidden Mist village headquarters. Have a safe trip, Yezhon. Be sure to express your meaning subtly, not too bluntly. At crucial moments, use a sarcastic tone. Uchiha, worried before leaving, gave Hinata Yezhon some special instructions. Hokage-sama, what is green tea? Hinata Yezhon was puzzled. He had never heard of the term before. The so-called green tea is a bad woman. It's a bit complicated to explain, so it's easier to understand with an example. Suppose you have a girlfriend, and you have a quarrel with her, and suddenly a girl with bad intentions appears next to you and says these things. Don't say that, brother. I've tried my best. Sister, you won't be angry if you say that, will you? Do you understand? Hinata Yezhon seemed to understand, and nodded blankly. Is this green tea? How can she be a bad woman? She is obviously a sensible and good sister. No matter. Since the Hokage has ordered so, just do it. Hinata Yezhon sneaked into the accommodation of the Hidden Mist village, and passed by the Mizukage's room on purpose. She was so bold, sure that the Mizukage would find out. If he couldn't find out, it only meant that the Hidden Mist village was doomed. Hyuga clan. Mizuto saw the characteristic white eyes and immediately recognized Hinata Yezhon's identity, but did not alert her. Konoha's Hyuga clan arrived at the Hidden Mist village's headquarters so late at night. There must be something fishy going on. Mizuto quietly followed Hinata Yezhon and watched him stealthily approach Kaguya Asanehora's room. After looking around, he knocked on the door and entered. The Kaguya and Hyuga clans were on good terms, a fact well known among the Hidden Mist village's higher-ups. If Hinata Yezhon wanted to catch up with Kaguya Asanehora, he could have done so openly during the day. But arriving so late at night meant something shady. Mizuto immediately sensed a conspiracy and quietly approached the door. Yezhon, why are you here so late? I'm here to catch up. As if by magic, Hinata Yezhon produced a pot of local sake, its mellow flavor and delicious taste. Between men, the best way to start a conversation and build rapport is naturally through drinking. Although Kaguya Benedhora was surprised by Hinata Yezhon's sudden visit, the Kaguya and Hyuga clans had a close relationship, so he simply assumed that Hinata Yezhon had come to meet him for a drink and catch up, and didn't take it seriously. He asked a waiter to buy some snacks. After 3 rounds of drinks, the table was littered with peanut shells, and the two of them chatted casually, slightly tipsy. Hinata Yezhon unknowingly steered the conversation towards the family's development within the village. Benedhora, The Hyuga clan has thrived in Konoha over the past 20 years, especially since the third Hokage took office. The family has been thriving. So impressive, don't believe me? Do you know how much the Hyuga clan made 6 months ago by doing business with the Hokage? A whopping 1.5 billion. How much? 1.5 billion. Kaguya Benedhora's voice suddenly grew louder, and he suddenly became much more sober. The Hyuga clan has become prosperous. That's 1.5 billion. It's nothing, just a small amount of money. The Hokage takes special care of the bloodline families of Konoha. He always includes us in his business dealings. This year, the Hyuga clan's dividends exceeded 1.5 billion, and next year will surely be even more. Only by following the right village and the right cage can a clan grow and prosper. Hinata Yezhon sighed, his voice pointed. Kaguya Beneshra looked at Hinata Yezhon with envy. The Hyuga clan had truly transformed themselves into wealthy landlords. The ninja village system had only been established for a little over 20 years, but was the gap between the Hyuga clan and the Kaguya clan already so great? The two clans were apparently similar during the warring states period of the ninja world. Now the Hyuga clan wouldn't even care about 1.5 billion ryo. Just a small fortune, just a small fortune. So envious. Looking at the high-spirited Hyuga Yezhon, he recalled the injustice the Kaguya clan had suffered in Kirigakure. Not only had their funds been withheld, but the funds allocated to the Kaguya clan by Kirigakure this year were a fraction of what Hyuga Yezhon had called small money. Recently, they had been wrongly accused. A rumor had somehow spread within the village, blaming the bloodline family, claiming they were cursed and that wherever a bloodline ninja appeared, death and war would follow. What bullshit. Wherever there were ninjas, there would be death and war, and why were they talking about bloodline ninjas? Disgusting. The bloodline families of Kirigakure united to complain to the Mizukage, demanding that the village rumors be stopped. This unhealthy trend had seriously damaged the bloodline family's reputation within the village. The bloodline family shed blood and rendered meritorious service to the Hidden Mist village. If rumors continue to spread, even the employers who issued the missions might be unwilling to allow the bloodline ninjas to carry out their duties. Those nobles and merchants are extremely cautious about their lives. Yet, all they've received is a perfunctory response from the Mizukage, who claims they'll investigate and deal with the situation. It's been dragged on until now, and the rumors have only intensified. This damned Mizukage must be behind this. Kaguya Kahara, his mind racing with alcohol, slammed the table. That beast, the Mizukage, isn't human. Fuck him, what the hell, a mere ninja, how dare he show off in front of the bloodline family? Kaguya Kahara, under the influence of alcohol, berated Mizuto uncontrollably. Mizuto, eavesdropping from the corner of the room, had a sullen expression. Never before in his life had anyone dared to humiliate him like this. He clenched his fists, wanting to throw open the door and teach this reckless Kaguya Kahara a lesson. But Mizuto held back. He had to be patient for now. He couldn't act rashly until he understood the Hyuga clan members' intentions. Hanedhora, stop cursing. If the Mizukage knew, wouldn't he be mad? The Mizukage has tried so hard, you can't. Hinata tried to persuade him with kind words, acting like a green tea girl, but the Kaguya clan was straightforward, and now the Kaguya Hanedhora's anger had been aroused. Hinata really couldn't persuade him at all. Really? You don't know what that bastard Mizukage has done. You'd be cursing him too. Not only did he cut the funds originally meant for the bloodline families and divert them to those ordinary ninjas, he's also brazenly spreading rumors throughout the Hidden Mist village, slandering us bloodline families as disasters that will bring death and war. Now everyone in the Hidden Mist village is ostracizing us bloodline ninjas, while we bloodline ninjas are fighting for the Hidden Mist village. That beast Mizuto doesn't even know where to pee or play in the sand? That's outrageous. Hinata sipped calmly, listening to Kaguya Katahara's complaints. Katahara-kun, Mizuto is the cage of your Hidden Mist village after all. You should stay out of his way, that will only worsen things between you two. Hinata truly displayed her true green tea nature. She seemed to be speaking up for the Mizukage, but in reality, she was adding fuel to the fire, carrying out Uchiha Kusunoki's orders perfectly. Really? You are talking without any pain in your waist. The Hyuga clan is lucky to have met a ninja from a bloodline family. He is not only generous but also lavish. Unlike that bastard Mizuto, he only knows how to pick on us from the bloodline family. We from the bloodline family will not let him go. Sooner or later, Bonhara drank a glass of wine and said viciously, "Hey, It seems that your bloodline family is really not popular in the Hidden Mist village, unlike in Konoha, where Lord Hokage favors the bloodline family. Hinata Yuzhan continued what Bones said. Kaguya Bones seemed to understand something after listening, as if she knew why Hinata Yuzhan came today, and said in a joking tone, if the Kaguya clan can't make ends meet in the Hidden Mist village one day, they may have to defect to Konoha to survive. At that time, they will need your Hyuga clan to take care of them. Don't forget each other when you become rich. Hinata Yuzhan pretended to be frightened, and waved his hands and said, Benedhura, you can't say this casually. Your Mizukage will be sad if he knows. Mizukage, another green tea speech, which made Kaguya Bones confused. Could it be that she had misunderstood what Hinata Yuzhan meant? HMPH, we, the Bloodline Clan, won't tolerate that bastard Mizuto. If he keeps this up, we, the Bloodline Clan, will fall out with him sooner or later. If we fail, the Kaguya Clan might actually defect to your Konoha. We, the Bloodline Clan, will tear Mizuto to pieces. Kaguya Beneshura had drunk several cups in a row, and now his words were a bit lisp, with no control over his mouth, daring to say anything. Hinata really felt that the time was about right. Just as Kaguya Beneshura was passionately cursing the Mizukage, he secretly opened his Byakugan and saw Mizuto hiding outside the door and eavesdropping. Who? Come out. Hinata flung the door open with lightning speed. Mizuto was so engrossed in eavesdropping, his mind so confused by his anger, that he was caught off guard and had no time to escape. Mizukage, Kaguya Kahara, startled by Hinata's genuine exclamation, leaped from her stool, her eyes etched with fear as she gazed out the door. She saw the Mizukage glaring at her with a scowl. How could that bastard Mizuto still have this nasty habit of eavesdropping? Did he just arrive, or had he been here all along? If he had been, well, Kaguya Kohara couldn't guarantee she'd survive the night. Just a while ago, he'd lashed out at Mizuto, hurling all sorts of outrageous treason. He'd torn the Mizukage to pieces, instigated a coup within the Bloodline family, and defected from Konoha. HMPH, Mizukage, do you even take me seriously? You were so happy just now scolding me, you wanted to tear me to pieces. Come on. Seeing he could no longer hide his anger, the Mizukage launched a direct attack. After all, it wasn't his fault. This damned Kaguya ninja had said so many outrageous things. He could kill him now, no problem. As long as they can exaggerate the situation and even implicate the Bloodline family behind him, there will be another chance to weaken these damn Bloodline families. This time, you gave yourself this opportunity, so don't blame yourself for being ruthless. The Mizukage showed a gloomy look, staring at Kaguya Benedhura with a look of death. Mizukage-sama, Benedhura was drunk just now, and what he said was just a joke. Please don't take it to heart. Hinata Yuzhan symbolically defended Kaguya Benedhura. The Mizukage looked at Hinata Yuzhan. This guy is actually a loyal person. When Benedhura scolded him just now, he stood up and defended him. After all, Konoha's Bloodline families are less troublesome. They all know the hard work and helplessness of the cage. They are nothing like the Bloodline families in the Hidden Mist village, who are full of traitors. Are you kidding, Hanhara? Are you kidding? What should I call someone like you? Calling you a beast isn't too much? Kaguya Hanhara's face was itched with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth. It felt good to act cool for a moment, but she was going to be a mess afterwards. Mizuto, that bastard, was really mean. Huh? Speak up, are you a beast? Mizuto returned Kaguya Hanhara's insult verbatim. Seeing Kaguya Hanhara's expression droop like a deflated ball, he felt a surge of relief. Did you enjoy your scolding just now? Keep it up now, Mizuto, don't go too far. Kaguya Hanhara clenched her hands into fists, trying desperately to suppress her anger. Being humiliated in front of his friends was like being thrown to the ground, his dignity completely shattered. Am I going too far? Do you, the ninjas of the Bloodline families, take me, the Mizukage, seriously? HMPH, you Bloodline families are clearly plotting rebellion. Plotting against my position as Mizukage. You're using your evil powers to take my place and live it up. The Mizukage angrily pointed at Kaguya and cursed. Hinata stood aside like a minion. This show was truly exhilarating. I have to choose a mentor soon. I'm so tired I don't want to read the literature. Chapter 108 Killing people and destroying their hearts? How scary. This is too much? Kaguya Kahara, lashed out by Mizuto's lashing out, his expression contorted, his face flushed crimson, his back teeth creaking as he struggled to contain his rage. Mizuto, don't go too far. The Kaguya clan were known for their impulsive nature, fighting like madmen, a similar temperament to the Uchiha clan. The Kaguya were, however, a bit bolder, rushing headfirst into action without hesitation. While the coup ultimately failed, resulting in the extinction of their own clan, the bloodline family's integrity remained, preferring to die standing rather than live on their knees. Now, under Mizuto's pointed finger and beating, coupled with the alcohol, his already unruly nature had become even less concerned with Mizuto's status. What's your Mizukage? In a real fight, he wouldn't be afraid of Mizuto. It would just be death, and Mizuto wouldn't even think of returning to the Hidden Mist village unscathed. A bloodline family never bows. You're so proud, so high and mighty, it's our bloodline family that holds up the Hidden Mist village. Who do you think you are to speak ill of the bloodline families of the Hidden Mist village? You, Mizukage, we, the bloodline family, recognize you as the Mizukage. Otherwise, you're nothing. You're doing those little things behind our backs, and you think we don't know? Do you think we're fools? You're the one who spread those rumors in the village. Kaguya suddenly erupted, pouring out all the pent-up resentment in her heart, leaving Mizuto's face flushed. He had never expected Kaguya to be so bold. Cursing him behind his back was one thing, but now she's going all out. Good, very good, Mizuto chuckled in anger. These bloodline families were truly the bane of the village. They didn't take him, the Mizukage, seriously at all. He, the Mizukage, actually wanted their recognition. It seems you really want to betray the Hidden Mist village. It's you who betrayed the Hidden Mist village. Slandering the bloodline family is an unforgivable crime. Even the first Mizukage wouldn't have the guts to say such words. Who do you think you are? You want to destroy the Hidden Mist village? Kaguya and Mizuto were at loggerheads. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed powerful chakra bursts. Bones sprouted from Kaguya's body, and the bone spurs on her hands glowed coldly. No fighting, absolutely no fighting. You can't fight against your own family, Mizukage, calm down. I believe the Hidden Mist bloodline family just had a minor conflict with you. Why go to such lengths? Hinata, seeing the moment was right, began shouting, even using chakra, so loudly that everyone in the Hidden Mist village accommodation could hear. Shut up, Mizuto's face was bruised. He had been so focused on that jerk Kaguya that he had forgotten Hinata was right there with him. Kaguya Benedhora hasn't made a move yet. If he did, Kaguya Benedhora would be dead. He'd be a traitor, fighting the Mizukage of Kirigakure to the death. He wouldn't be able to shake off the charge of treason, and he could even use the opportunity to suppress those damned bloodline clan. Stop it, don't fight. The bloodline clan is the pillar of the ninja village, but Mizuto wasn't Uchiha, so he had no right to order Hinata around. Yeshin yelled as he retreated to Kaguya Benedhora's side, placing a hand on him, signaling him not to act rashly. Mizuto's face was bruised. It seemed Hinata was determined to bring everyone from Kirigakure over. Should he attack? If he did it himself, the situation would be completely different. There was also a member of Konoha's Hyuga clan right in front of him. If he attacked him, Konoha would have a tough time explaining himself. Mizuto hesitated for a moment, and as he hesitated, all the Kirigakure ninjas staying nearby were drawn to him. Words like fight, Mizukage, and internal strife simply conjured up a flood of emotions. People love to eat melons, and when this melon is linked to their future, it's impossible not to. What's wrong? What happened? Fight. Who wants to fight the Mizukage? The ninjas were incredibly fast. Their quarters weren't far apart, but in just a minute or two, Kaguya's residence was surrounded by Kirigakure ninjas. Mizukage, please don't fight. Kaguya was just a little drunk and spoke out of turn. How can you attack her just because of drunken ramblings? Hinata, seeing that everyone was almost there, immediately started shouting, quickly dismissing the incident as drunken ramblings. Before arriving, Uchiha Kusunoki and Hinata had run through numerous simulations, considering every possible scenario. Mizuto's mind was still a blur, and Hinata's attack caught him completely off guard. Hinata's words truly had an impact. The bloodline families of the Hidden Mist village immediately sided with Kaguya Benedhora. Although many of the bloodline families within the village were treacherous, they stood united in their fight against the Mizukage. Just because someone was drunk and rambling, the Mizukage dared to brazenly attack the Kaguya clan's leaders. What was their future? Things were getting out of control. Even Mizuto, no matter how clueless he was, realized he was being set up. Mizukage-sama, shouldn't you explain yourself? You don't have the authority to attack a bloodline ninja within the village at will, even if you're the Mizukage. Hazuki Tezuki stepped forward and began to question Mizuto. He showed no respect for the Mizukage. In the Hidden Mist village, the Hazuki clan was probably the most resentful of Mizuto, the third Mizukage, especially the Hazuki clan's new leader. The second Mizukage was from the Hazuki clan, and he had always been highly regarded by Hazuki Jinjutsu. Explain, HMPH, Mizuto sneered. The Hazuki clan was as arrogant as ever, showing no respect for him at all. Just because he deliberately instigated rebellion and intended to harm me, isn't that enough? Mizuto's face darkened. He had fallen for it today, tricked by Konoha's Hokage. But he couldn't retreat even a little bit. If he did, he would be on the brink of collapse, with the ordinary ninjas watching. As the Mizukage, if he had directly surrendered to the Hazuki clan, what right did he have to continue serving as Mizukage? Where's the evidence? Hazuki Taijutsu pressed. In the Hidden Mist village, you, Mizuto, don't have absolute control. Just saying it's a deliberate rebellion is a deliberate rebellion. Mizuto was about to say something, but was choked. Evidence? Where would he get it? Could he even repeat what Kaguya Katahara had said? Mizukage-sama, it seems you have no evidence. Mizukage-sama, you have such great authority. You've only been Mizukage for a few days, and you're already blatantly framing village ninjas. Doesn't that mean you can kill people in the village at will? Hazuki Tezuki's tone was so sarcastic that it made Mizukage furious. Traitors, all of them are traitors. Hyuga Katahara just said she'd tear me into pieces. How could I, the Mizukage, lie to you? Puff. A certain bloodline ninja laughed in the crowd, standing out against the silence. Sorry. I just thought of something happy, and it's definitely not directed at you, Mizukage-sama. A voice came, making Mizukage's fingers tremble with anger. He tried hard to remain calm. Although he wanted to tear that laughing blood-stained ninja into pieces, if he did it now, his position as Mizukage would be over. HMPH, Kaguya Benethora, you have the guts to say it, but don't you have the guts to admit what you said? Are you still a man? Mizuto pointed at Kaguya Benethora, attempting a final struggle, hoping that Kaguya Benethora was an idiot and would admit what he had just said. Kaguya Benethora was a little torn. Admitting it at this time was obviously unwise, but if he denied it outright, he would lose face. Alice. Benethora was drunk and didn't make some of his words clear. We were just talking about the rumors about the bloodstained family in the Hidden Mist village, and he was going to tear that bastard who spread the rumors into pieces. Hinata Yezhan's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Kaguya Benethora was still hesitating at this time, so he quickly spoke up. He couldn't let Kaguya Benethora make any mistakes at this time. Hanethora, aren't you right? Yes, I'm going to tear that guy who spread the rumors into pieces. That bastard is a beast, a piece of shit, not a human. How dare he spread such rumors about the bloodline family? Kaguya Hanethora reacted immediately, following Hinata's lead and hurling curses at the rumormonger. In Kaguya Hanethora's eyes, Mizuto was the one spreading the rumors. Mizuto's face was swollen, as if he'd eaten a pile of stinky dog shit. He was the one spreading the rumors. That bastard. Kaguya Hanethora started cursing again, and Mizuto couldn't refute him. Mizuto-sama, am I right? Isn't that guy who spread the rumors a beast, a piece of shit, a bastard, a murderous, heartbreaking blow? So terrifying. Yes, Mizuto's words stabbed out with difficulty, his throat thick with feces. It was over, completely over. The situation was completely out of control, completely beyond his control. Mizuto felt bitter. What should he do? He wanted to calm down. Mizuto desperately wanted to flee the scene. The longer he dragged on, the worse it would be for him. HMPH, shouldn't Mizukage-sama give an explanation? You've arbitrarily framed village ninjas and allowed rumors against the bloodline family to spread unchecked. These events make us doubt your ability to serve as the third Mizukage of Kirigakure. Hazuki Tezuki seized the opportunity to pursue, hoping to weaken Mizuto's power. Within Kirigakure, Mizuto had used his position as Mizukage to severely suppress the bloodline family, leaving them with no recourse. Now, finally, he had the chance, and he must strike back fiercely. HMPH, Kaguya Katahara, you know what you just said. You're lucky this time. Mizuto clearly had no intention of giving in. He couldn't afford to give in. If his supporters were to become uneasy, the team would be difficult to lead. As for the rumors in the village, I'll deal with them. Mizuto swept away, unwilling to spend even a moment in this troubled place. His plans had all failed. He'd provoke Kaguya Kohara into a fight with him, solidifying her guilt against the village. He'd then publicize her treasonous claims and, along the way, punish the village's bloodline families. But now it had become a farce aimed at him. Continuing to engage in these treachery with the bloodline families would only backfire, making his situation even more difficult. As long as there's green, there's firewood to burn. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. Those who achieve great things are also magnanimous. I'll slowly deal with these bloodline families when I return to the village. As long as I, Mizuto, remain the Mizukage, the bloodline families of the Hidden Mist village will be powerless. The advantage lies with me. After Mizuto left, the ordinary ninjas of the Hidden Mist village also left. With the Mizukage, the leader, gone, what were they still doing here? Waiting to see the bloodline families roll their eyes? Soon, only the bloodline clan ninjas remained. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, filling the air with joy. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. The arrogant Mizuto had finally met his end. Leveraging his position as Mizukage, he was oppressing the bloodline clan, suffocating them, not only withholding their funds but also fabricating rumors about them. Finally, he'd gotten his revenge. Hinata, nestled in the crowd, breathed a sigh of relief. His mission was finally complete. The conflict between the bloodline clan and the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village was already a deep one, but after today's incident, it had escalated into raging fire. Even after being ridiculed to such an extent, the Mizukage could still endure it. He was a true hero. A silent dog bites harder. Now that the bloodline clan was laughing so happily, they would have a tough time. But all this had nothing to do with him. Hinata waved goodbye to Kaguya Katahara and quietly departed from this troubled area. The matter was done, and he left, hiding his identity and name. Later, he would be credited with a coup d'etat within the Kirigakure's bloodline families. This minor farce had officially come to an end, leaving a significant impact. Uchiha Kusunoki clapped his hands in delight from behind the scenes. Hinata Yushin had completed his mission exceptionally well, more smoothly than he had imagined. The Sand Village, the Kumagakure, and the Iwagakure villages remained on the sidelines, watching the commotion unfold within the Kirigakure. Naturally, they were delighted to see the Mizukage and the bloodline families feuding within Kirigakure. A fight would be the best. Instead of strengthening themselves, it would weaken others. Would the Kirigakure's internal strife and weakening their own strength actually strengthen them? The Kirigakure's bloodline families rejoiced as if it were New Year's Eve. Today's counterattack was the start of their counterattack. From now on, they would be attacking and defending against aliens. Who the hell do you think you are, Mizuto, to point fingers at the bloodline families? When Mizuto returned to his room, a series of crackling sounds echoed from within. It was clear he wasn't going to be able to sleep tonight. Naturally, it wasn't just him, the third Mizukage, Mizuto, who couldn't sleep tonight. So was the Ukage of the Hidden Mist village. He was about to go to sleep when the Ukage burst in with a report, a near conflict within the Hidden Mist village. Frightened, he bolted from his bed. A fight? Would the Hidden Mist village survive? The Ukage nervously double-checked the information, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Good thing there hadn't been a fight. But he certainly wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully tonight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 The Second Hokage returned to his loyal Konoha. Early in the morning, Uchiha Kusunoki, neatly dressed and draped in the Hokage's sacred robes, emerged from his room. After months of preparation, the 5-Cage Summit was finally to be held today. The grand conference hall was filled with the elite ninja villages attending, elegantly dressed and behaving like gentlemen. Arguing was a distinctly unheard of thing. The world was a makeshift one, and the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages were ruthless executioners. After a year or two of schooling, they weren't already out on missions, knife-wielding. They could barely be called semi-literate, as they could read, and calling them illiterate was inappropriate. They even had a mortal feud, so it was a relief that they hadn't come to blows. Hokage, the Kazakage, Masa, greeted Uchiha Kusunoki and approached him, walking side by side. Uchiha Kusunoki was the future financial backer of the Sands village and could not be neglected. He must be carefully served. That day, after Masi returned and recounted the alliance agreement he had struck with Uchiha Kusunoki, the entire Sand Village delegation's legs shook with excitement. A wealthy man had fallen from the sky, and it was imperative to embrace him. Perhaps it was Uchiha Kusunoki's performance that was truly remarkable. Masa praised Uchiha Kusunoki to the skies in front of the Sand Village's leaders, praising him as a noble man, a pure man, a man of virtue, one who transcended vulgarity, and one who benefited the people of the ninja world. Even if Uchiha Kusunoki had designs on Sand Village, they couldn't refuse his offer, as Sand Village was so impoverished. Uchiha Kusunoki nodded in greeting and continued walking. Not far away stood a grand hotel, the most luxurious place in all of Yun Village. Yun had booked the hotel for the day, using the largest private room for a meeting of the 5 great benefactors. His minions waited downstairs, enjoying a meal. Soon, all the troops arrived, forming a massive crowd at the hotel entrance, giving the impression of a gang war on the verge of a confrontation. Ukage personally took charge of maintaining order, placing his henchmen in separate private rooms downstairs. Uchiha Kusunoki and his companions moved upstairs. The 5 benefactors took their seats, and Masa smiled. He was here to mess around. He'd already secured all the aid he needed, all that remained was a proper peace agreement. The 3rd Reikage, Ai, and the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, exchanged a glance. They formed an offensive and defensive alliance, forming a united front against the growing power of Konoha. Mizuto stared at Uchiha Kusunoki with a dark gaze. Yesterday, he'd been severely tricked by Uchiha Kusunoki, his reputation rubbed against him by the village's bloodline clans, and the little prestige he'd built up was completely shattered. At every crucial moment, the Hinitas were always there to disrupt the situation. If it were a coincidence, and if Uchiha Kusunoki wasn't manipulating things behind the scenes, Mizuto would never believe it. The war was over. There were no winners in the First Shinobi World War, only losers. Every ninja village suffered heavy losses, and it would take years to recover, including Konoha. Konoha was now wealthy, very wealthy. The only drawback was the heavy casualties. The various ninja clans needed time to produce new blood, and the ninja schools needed time to train ninjas. So this meeting was very simple. They took out the peace agreement prepared by the first generation, kept the important contents unchanged, modified the date, and signed it. Peace agreements were not a big deal for the rough-and-tumble ninja world, they fought on. However, Uchiha Kusunoki took the matter very seriously. As a time traveler from Rabbit Country, he was conditioned to believe in a legitimate cause. This new agreement, once signed, would undoubtedly be useful in the future. For 5 years, the 5 great ninja villages were forbidden from attacking each other and were obligated to maintain peace in the ninja world. Those who violated this obligation would be dealt with by the entire ninja world. Thus, the 5 cage talks following the First Shinobi World War officially concluded, known as the Umira Agreement. After the meeting, the 5 benefactors separated themselves from the room. Uchiha Kusunoki and Masa privately signed a series of agreements, forming an alliance, and walked side by side. The 3rd Kage and Inoki walked together, deeply dissatisfied with the outcome of the Shinobi World War. One had been advancing triumphantly, achieving numerous victories, only to fall short at the last moment, suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of the Hidden Mist Village, ultimately ending the war in disgrace. The other had fought Konoha to the bitter end, a war of attrition that left the village deeply in debt, forcing them to negotiate peace with Konoha. The 2 villages, ambitiously aiming for a comeback, joined forces 5 years later for another showdown with Konoha. As for Mizuto, he left the room alone. The Hidden Mist Village had suffered the least losses in the Shinobi World War, remaining on the defensive, intending to make a final move and strike a decisive blow. Unfortunately, after the sudden death of the Nidaime, the village was plagued by conflict. Mizuto had no time to address the ongoing issues on the mainland, focused solely on rectifying internal affairs, completely subjugating the village's bloodline families, and securing his position as Mizukage. After the meeting, there was a lunch break. Ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages feasted in their respective rooms. Mosa, accompanied by close associates from the Sand Village, came to toast. Uchiha Kusunoki only recognized one person, Grandma Chiyo, or Aunt Chiyo would be more appropriate. She was 10 years older than Uchiha Kusunoki, married, her husband had died, and she was a widow, still charming and with a child. There was no one to take over. The 2 groups met in a harmonious atmosphere. At the table, Uchiha Kusunoki displayed her sociability, boasting about the future of Konoha and the Sand Village, her promises expertly crafted. During the meal, Mosa earnestly asked Uchiha Kusunoki for advice on the future direction of the Sand Village. Simply seeking external support was ultimately not the right path. Relying on others was better than relying on oneself. Planting trees is the only way to resist the wind and sand. There's no other way. You're all too familiar with the situation in the Sand Village. The Wind Country is located in a desolate desert with scarce water and no vegetation. To be frank, it's not suitable for human habitation. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed and expressed his opinion. I know, but this is our home. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table became subdued. The faces of the Sand Village ninjas were gloomy. Uchiha Kusunoki's words were harsh. But they were the truth. If the Sand Village needs it, Konoha has a professional scientific research team in Konoha Village who can research super drought-resistant plants for the Sand Village. The Sand Village only needs to pay the research costs. Uchiha Kusunoki, for his own golden mission, didn't even bother earning any extra research funds from the Sand Village. He was actually using Senju Tobirama's precious labor for free. The Sand Village has actually considered this. Not only will it cost a fortune, but we might not see any results for a year or two. A year or two? 20 years would be great, Uchiha added. 20 years is flattering the Sand Village. They themselves are so poor they can barely afford to eat. How could they possibly afford to transform the environment? This would require the entire Wind Country, a massive undertaking to be completed with all its might. Even if the Sand Village were willing to make the effort, the Wind Country daimyo would probably have to consider it for a long time. A project of this magnitude, once started, would be an endless drain on money, and it couldn't be stopped. If it did, the entire nation would tighten its belt and endure 20 years of hardship. This truly required a daimyo with unwavering resolve. 20 years. Moshe fell silent. That's an awful long time. The Sand Village could produce 2, maybe even 3, generations. Heaven moves with vigor, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. How many nations could truly embody the concept of self-improvement? The Sand Village would need 2, maybe even 3 generations to carry this heavy burden forward. Kazakage, do you know when is the best time to plant a tree? Uchiha asked, noticing Mosa's hesitation. Mosa shook his head. He'd never planted a tree before. His skills either focused on killing people or panning for gold in the desert. One was 10 years ago, the other is now. The wind and sand will continue to erode the Wind Kingdom's remaining oasis until it becomes a complete desert, no longer suitable for human survival. 20 years? That's a long time, but maybe my son's child will see it. Chiao's eyes gleamed. She'd lived in the stammed desert for half her life. Even her son lived in the stammed environment. Was her grandson going to have to live in this awful place too? Hokage, Chiao will accompany you to Konoha with a delegation to witness the prosperity of Konoha under your rule, and to finalize the cooperation between Konoha and the Sand Village. Masa didn't want to continue the heavy topic. He would consider Uchiha Kusunoki's suggestion. This matter was of great importance. After returning to the village, he would discuss this matter with the daimyo of the Land of Wind. The Sand Village alone couldn't achieve this, it would require the daimyo's help. Masa didn't have time to go to Konoha. He had a lot of things to deal with in the Sand Village, and he still needed to mine for gold in the desert. After the banquet, Uchiha Kusunoki returned to his accommodations, took a comfortable bath, and lay on the tatami. With the 5-cage summit finally resolved, it was time to gather information about the Bloodline family, the Blood Pond clan. The latest information on the Blood Pond clan lay on the table. When the Uchiha clan utterly defeated the Blood Pond, their entire clan was exiled. Their fighting strength was utterly decimated, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. The Uchiha clan warned the remaining members that from then on, they would live in Hell Valley to atone for their sins. If they dared even a single step outside, the Uchiha clan would utterly annihilate them. Driven to Hell Valley, the Blood Pond clan lived up to its name, a hellish landscape. The ground was filled with magma, and the air was perpetually filled with acrid sulfur-like fumes. Living in such a place was a living hell. The enmity was too great. Uchiha felt a pang of anxiety, but for the mission, he still had to go to Hell Valley. Upon waking, he instructed Hinata Yejin to wait there, and after gathering some food, he headed for Hell Valley. Hell Valley, ahem, the smell here is truly pungent. As Uchiha reached Hell Valley, a strong, pungent odor assaulted his nostrils, causing him to cough repeatedly. The place was deserted, with sparse weeds growing on the ground. He could vaguely see bones scattered across the ground, whether they were animal or human. Great. That's great. After walking for over half an hour, Uchiha finally heard human voices. They were two girls, one large and one small, thin and frail, looking malnourished. They excitedly picked up the dead bird from the ground. The older girl bit into the wound on the bird's body, greedily sucking the fresh blood. Compared to the scalding, poisonous water here, blood was the best source of hydration. Sister, I want some too, the younger sister beside him eagerly pried at her, her eyes filled with desire. The older sister reluctantly released her mouth, leaving the remaining blood to her younger sister. Uchiha watched this scene with a shudder of awe. These two young girls were so fierce. Hello, Uchiha stepped forward to greet them. The two sisters instantly became alert. The elder sister shielded her younger sister, looking at him warily. In this hellish place, she had never met a stranger except the members of the Blood Pond clan. Don't be nervous, I'm a good person, Uchiha approached, offering water and rice balls. A moment later, he successfully captured the two sisters. Delicious. Delicious, the water is so sweet. The sisters devoured the food Uchiha had brought them, devouring every scrap of it. Uchiha patiently waited for them to finish their food and asked for their surnames. As expected, they were members of the Blood Pond clan. Take me to see your clan leader. Uchiha easily won over the two little girls. Having never tasted proper food in their lives, they simply couldn't resist the allure of rice balls. After a while, Uchiha arrived at the clan land of the Blood Pond clan. It was called a clan land, but it was just a field of weeds. There was not even a decent house. It was all built with stones. At a glance, there were only a few dozen people left in the entire Blood Pond clan. Back then, their clan was also a powerful ninja clan in the ninja world. Uchiha went straight to the current clan leader of the Blood Pond clan, Blood Pond Tone, revealed his identity, and then expressed his purpose. The Blood Pond clan had suffered enough. The Uchiha clan, representing Konoha, could accept the Blood Pond clan and take them to Konoha to live a happy life again. Uchiha originally thought that it would take some time to talk, but he did not expect that Blood Pond Tone would agree so decisively. Fearing that Uchiha would go back on his word and would not have any problem being a dog for the Uchiha clan. The Blood Pond clan had been reduced to a mere few dozen members, all malnourished and destitute of proper food. They survived by drinking boiling water, catching passing birds, and the mere weeds on the ground. Their strength was negligible. How could such an environment produce a capable ninja? Chakra is a combination of spiritual and physical strength. Furthermore, the Uchiha's actions were incredibly brutal, and the Blood Pond clan's ninjutsu had been nearly extinct, with only a few techniques passed down orally. This hellish environment was truly intimidating. Even the family's sworn enemies were irreconcilable, as they simply sought escape from this hell. The process was incredibly smooth. Uchiha Kusunoki took command of the Blood Pond clan with incredible ease. After reuniting with the Konoha delegation, they set out on their journey back to the village. Not long after, the great Second Hokage returned to his loyal home, Konoha. Chapter 110 Uzumaki Mido. I have finally waited for this day, Uchiha, you finally came to me for help. Home, Uchiha Kusunoki gazed at the nearby Konoha village, his mood brightening. He'd been on a long journey, experiencing the customs and people of the hot spring village. While the hot springs were wonderful and the scenery was lovely, it wasn't as comfortable as home. There were no large beds in Hot Spring Village, and no lovely sisters on them. This time, Uchiha Kusunoki returned not only with the Konoha delegation, but also with the Sand Village delegation led by Chiyo, and the Blood Pond clan, whom Uchiha Kusunoki had brought back from Hell Valley. At the gates of Konoha Village, Narashikeon led a welcoming procession, awaiting Uchiha Kusunoki's return early in the morning. The return of Konoha's great boss demanded considerable pomp and circumstance, and Narashikeon thoughtfully prepared a grand welcome for Uchiha Kusunoki. Salutes, red carpets, banners, flags, everything was there. Chiyo stepped on the red carpet, surrounded by the clatter of firecrackers, her eyes gleaming with envy. Konoha is truly wealthy, spending its money on such useless extravagance. Narashikeon approached with a warm greeting. Uchiha Kusunoki had already sent someone to inform him that the Sand Village delegation was coming to Konoha today, and they must present Konoha at its best. Everyone, don't just stand here. Let's go into the village together, there are so many people, The ground is so smooth. Is that a light? I think there are lights outside the village too, built all the way out. Wow, that house is huge. The air here is so sweet. Ever since entering Konoha, the group had been filled with exclamations of admiration. The Sand Village ninjas were like country folk entering the city, their worldviews convulsed, and they marveled at everything about Konoha. As for the Blood Pond clan, even more so, even just moving to Sand Village was considered an improvement in their living conditions, let alone in Konoha. Walking along the wide, clean cement road, lined with green belts and dotted with flowers and plants, the view stretched to the horizon, revealing modern, two-story houses with clean white walls and elegant windows and doors. The Sand Village ninjas gazed around them. Is this where Konoha's ninjas usually live? No windy sand, no choking sand, no frequent sandstorms. Even the ground was spotless, not a speck of trash. Envy, wonder, curiosity, and all sorts of other whispers filled the air, causing the Konoha ninjas mingling in the group to straighten their backs. Is this too much to envy? Is the standard of living in the Sand Village really that low? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm glad I was born in Konoha. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at a busy downtown area. The ninjas responsible for security had already cleared a path for Uchiha Kusunoki to return to the village. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, the villagers spontaneously cheered Uchiha Kusunoki's arrival from both sides of the road. Uchiha Kusunoki relished the cheers, raising his arms in greeting. Then, another thunderous roar echoed in response. Chiyo followed behind Uchiha Kusunoki, listening to the shouts. The scene before her shocked her, and she felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Uchiha Kusunoki had only been Hokage for a year, yet he had amassed such prestige. What had he accomplished in that time? Chiyo suppressed her emotions, observing the villagers' expressions. Their faces flushed with fervor and loyalty. It was a scene Chiyo had never witnessed before. Konoha was invincible. The thought suddenly flashed through Chiyo's mind. Konoha had been invincible even when the first Hokage was around. The four great ninja villages, in awe of the first Hokage's unrivaled power, had remained docile for years. Only after Hashirama's death did they reveal their ambitions. But things were different now. Konoha no longer needed Hashirama Senju's power. Konoha remained invincible, a fact unfathomable to those who hadn't witnessed this moment. Uchiha Kusunoki had completely changed Konoha. Perhaps this alliance with Konoha was the most correct decision the Sand Village had ever made. Chiyo walked down the road, her eyes gazing around, lost in thought. What had Uchiha Kusunoki done to bring Konoha to this point? It couldn't be explained simply by saying, Konoha was lucky, it had the best land, business. Chiyo recalled Uchiha Kusunoki's words at the dinner table. We must vigorously develop commerce to improve the village's economic foundation. These obscure phrases, these technical terms, this was a move Chiyo, an old-school ninja, couldn't comprehend. She had never considered the idea of a ninja engaging in business, and she couldn't quite distinguish right from wrong. But what was happening before her eyes made her realize that her own beliefs about right and wrong no longer mattered, because the answer was right before her eyes. The Konoha model was the right one. If it could improve the Sand Village's strength and ensure a better life for its inhabitants, they would emulate it completely. Chiyo pondered whether replicating Konoha's model could be applied to the Sand Village, but after a moment's reflection, she realized it was simply not feasible. Sand Village was so poor that all it had left was sand. Trying to emulate Konoha's business model was a pipe dream. What kind of good person would risk their life crossing the desert to do business in the Sand Village? Even the roads beneath their feet were beyond the envy of the Sand Village. The swirling sand would drive up the cost of road maintenance. The Sand Village wanted to change their current situation, but they couldn't even find a way to do it. Did they really have to spend 20 years slowly planting trees? That was too slow. Before she knew it, Chiyo had reached the Hokage building. The Konoha delegation had disbanded, each returning to their own homes. After such a long business trip, it was time to go home. Nara Shikeon arranged for the Blood Pond clan and the Sand Village delegation to stay in Konoha's guest house for a while. As a new ninja clan to join Konoha, allocating land and building housing for them would take time. Only the current Blood Pond clan leader accompanied Uchiha Kusunobu to the Hokage building to discuss the Blood Pond clan's development in Konoha. Uchiha Kusunobu sat back in his chair after a long absence and offered him a cold cola. Chiyo and Blood Pond Tone were assigned separate rooms, sitting somewhat awkwardly on the sofa. The Hokage building had long been renovated by Uchiha Kusunobu. Don't be afraid to spend money, just build everything you want, and make sure it's as comfortable as possible. Uchiha Kusunoki was known for his willingness to spend lavishly, and the staff working there naturally approved, as they were the ones benefiting from the Hokage's services. Chihayo and Tajino Ike, one from the countryside and the other from hell, suddenly arrived at this luxurious office, cautious and afraid to move. Tajino, what do you, the Tajino Ike clan, want from Konoha? Let's put the past behind us. We must always look forward. Uchiha looked at the reserved Tajino and spoke casually. With proper training, the Tajino Ike clan could definitely gain a place in Konoha. Their bloodline was powerful, allowing them to mass-produce human bombs, which would be extremely useful in war, capable of causing large-scale mass damage. The Tajino Ike clan's individual combat capabilities were also formidable. During the Unflammable Turn, Chino, the Tajino Ike clan's orphan, was able to briefly fight Sasuke with her bloodline. It was just their bad luck that they encountered the Uchiha. Uchiha wanted to place the new territory of the Blood Pond clan near the Uchiha clan. This would make it easier for the Uchiha clan to monitor and supervise them. Ahem. It would also make it easier for them to care for the Blood Pond clan and rebuild the relationship between the two clans. A new family of dojutsu techniques was worthy of Nan's attention. Nan thought so, but he still needed to consult with Blood Pond Tone. A forced marriage wouldn't be a happy one, especially since the two clans were feuding. Everything is at the Hokage's command. Blood Pond Tone didn't have much else to think about. He was completely absorbed in the prospect of a bright future. Living in Konoha, a paradise, was all he needed. Since that's the case, I'll place you near the Uchiha clan, making it easier for the Uchiha clan to look after you. The Blood Pond clan children will start attending ninja school in a few days. Uchiha offered a long list of plans for the Blood Pond clan, to which Blood Pond Tone nodded. Uchiha Kusunoki was pleased with this. As for whether or not Blood Pond Tone truly cared about the hatred between the two clans, Uchiha Kusunoki was unconcerned. Uchiha Kusunoki was confident he could erase the grievances between the Blood Pond and the Uchiha clans. The Rabbit Nation of his previous life had many strategies to draw upon. Through education and brainwashing, through favors, and through intermarriage, the Uchiha clan, with its current dominance in Konoha, could easily absorb the Blood Pond, now reduced to a few dozen members. Perhaps in a few decades, the Blood Pond and the Uchiha clan would merge into one. The Blood Pond's Blood Dragon Eye and the Uchiha's Sharingan combined to create a single eye technique, a matter of curiosity. After Uchiha Kusunoki had explained everything, he had Blood Pond Tone brought to the guest house. He also requested that the Ministry of Finance allocate funds to the Blood Pond clan, allowing them to establish a firm foothold in Konoha and afford to explore the area for a while. After dealing with the Blood Pond clan, Uchiha Kusunoki arrived at Chihayo's office. Hokage-sama, Chihayo immediately stood up from the sofa upon seeing Uchiha Kusunoki enter. The waiting had felt like an eternity, her mind relentlessly contemplating how to extract some valuables from Konoha. After a few pleasantries, the two quickly got down to business, negotiating a chakra trade. The central concern of this deal was naturally the one-tailed beast, Shukaku. To Uchiha Kusunoki's amazement, the Sand Village had actually managed to seal the one-tail within its Jinchuriki. Without the Uzumaki clan's physique and powerful sealing techniques, successfully sealing a tailed beast within a ninja would be incredibly difficult. Chihayo briefly and crudely sketched the process, simply stating that after extensive experimentation, a monk named Bunfuku successfully contained Shukaku and became the one-tailed Jinchuriki. However, Uchiha Kusunoki could tell from Chihaku's expression that many lives must have been lost in the process. Hokage-sama, the seal around the one-tail is fragile. Trading its chakra is easy to say, but practically speaking, Chihayo voiced her concerns. If the seal destabilizes during the chakra extraction process, and the one-tail escapes, that would be a disaster. The one-tail is a tailed beast. Once it escapes and causes damage, it's not something that can be remedied by selling chakra a few times. The Sand Village has experienced the tragedy of a tailed beast going wild. It's a scene of pure hell. To prevent the one-tail from sneaking out while he's asleep, Bunfuku hasn't slept much since the day he became the one-tail's Jinchuriki. A day or two without sleep can drive a person insane, and decades without sleep can lead to a mental breakdown. Later, Garo went insane, even resorting to murder to soothe his inner restlessness. Of course, this was also due to Gaara's vengeful father. Being a one-tailed Jinchuriki in the Sands village was a tragedy. The village lacked a mature tailed beast sealing technique. Unless a Jinchuriki could telepathically connect with a one-tail and actively keep the tailed beast contained within, that was a non-starter. The tailed beasts were all incredibly volatile these days, and they wouldn't listen to you unless you beaten them to the ground. Even Naruto, known for his persuasive skills, had to first use the Rasengan against the nine-tail before it finally opened its heart to Naruto with patience and equality. Uchiha Kusunoki understood Chihiro's concerns, but he had no solution. He knew very little about sealing techniques, and the sealing book of Senju Tobirama contained only a few fragments. The Uzumaki clan hadn't been exterminated yet, so Konoha naturally had no way of accepting their sealing techniques. Their advanced sealing techniques were all proprietary to the Uzumaki clan. After some consideration, Uchiha Kusunoki decided to seek the help of Mito Uzumaki. So, Uchiha Non came to the Senju clan's territory and found Uzumaki Mito. When she heard that Uchiha Non wanted to ask her for something, Uzumaki Mito was so happy that she almost jumped for joy. This day has finally come. Uchiha Non finally asked her for help. Uzumaki Mito put on a lot of pretense, hoping that Uchiha Non would say a few nice words to make her happy. Since she met Uchiha Non, she had never taken advantage of him and only suffered losses. However, Uchiha Non was a man of integrity and would not let Uzumaki Mito get ahead. Isn't he an expert in sealing techniques? Could it be that Uchiha Non couldn't find anyone else besides Uzumaki Mito? Isn't Uzumaki Yotsuki a human? She has been learning the sealing techniques to deal with the tailed beasts since she was a child. And there is also Uzumaki Reed. Although Uzumaki Reed has returned to the Uzumaki clan, as long as Uchiha Non says hello, he will immediately come to Konoha to solve the problem for Uchiha Non. HMPH, if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. What about Yangayu? I'll let Yangayu live with me from now on. It just so happens that I have been bothering her recently. First of all, I would like to thank the Dark Star Emperor for the reward of 2,000 coins. I wish you happiness every day and get rich soon. Of course, the same goes for other readers. The monthly tickets have doubled. Can you give some to the author? Chapter 111 Nine Tails, Shukaku's chakra must be squeezed out ruthlessly, and the tailed beasts should share the joys and sorrows. Impossible, Uzumaki Mito shouted. Finally, a member of the Uzumaki clan had arrived. After spending so much time together, Mito had long since treated Uzumaki Yotsuki like her own granddaughter. Uchiha Minami was actually still planning to take advantage of Yotsuki. As long as Yotsuki moved in with Uchiha Minami, Mito was certain that Uchiha Minami would coax her into bed in a matter of days. Was Uchiha Minami just trying to use this opportunity to attack Yotsuki? The more Mito thought about it, the more likely this was. Perhaps it was that shameless old man, Uzumaki Rei, who had given Uchiha Minami the idea. A man like Uchiha Kusunoki, with no moral integrity, who would be surrounded by a multitude of women in the future, was simply not a good match for Haratsuki. She needed a man as honest and kind as Hashirama, preferably one without any strange men around. If Haratsuki truly fell for that lecherous bastard Uchiha Kusunoki, that would be fine, but Uzumaki Mito couldn't accept sacrificing Uzumaki Haratsuki's beauty for the benefit of the Uzumaki clan. But how could the sweet and sensible Haratsuki fall for a jerk like Uchiha Kusunoki? HMPH, don't even think about taking advantage of Haratsuki, I'll take care of that. Uzumaki Mito had no intention of giving Uchiha Kusunoki any chance of getting close to Uzumaki Haratsuki. Who knew that one day, Uchiha Kusunoki would take advantage of the situation and the two of them would become a fait accompli. It would be best if he could find an outstanding boy for Yangayu before he closed his eyes and watch her get married, so that Uzumaki Mito could close her eyes with peace of mind and go to see that dead man Hashirama. HMPH, there's no need to trouble Lord Mito. I think Yangayu will be happy to do me this favor, Uchiha Non said sarcastically. If Uzumaki Mito dared to show off in front of him, he must take it back. Okay, you bastard, you're really after Yangayu, I'm telling you, Uchiha Non, I can't possibly agree to this. Uchiha Non sneered at Mito's boastful threat, then slowly said, Tisk, so what? I'm the Hokage, I'm the boss of Konoha. Mito, you have no respect for me at all. I'm asking you for help because I think highly of you. You don't even want to call me Hokage-sama. I can only find someone who's willing to help me and respectfully call me Hokage-sama. Mito Uzumaki wanted to say something more, but a sob stopped him. Uchiha Non was absolutely right. Uchiha Non was now Hokage. Although his character was awful and his morals were lacking, Mito Uzumaki had to admit that he was an exceptionally good Hokage, even better than Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju. But that didn't stop Mito from despising him. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. For Yangayu's happiness for the rest of her life, I'll endure it. Mito Uzumaki mentally steeled herself, forcing herself to punch Uchiha Kusunoki's now arrogant face. After taking a few deep breaths, she slowly said, "Hokage-sama, I just slipped up. I'm willing to serve you at my service." Mito Uzumaki choked out the words and turned her head away, feeling incredibly ashamed. HMPH, this Hokage is magnanimous. I'll let it go this time. Relieved, Uchiha Kusunoki smiled smugly, but didn't push any further. It was enough for Mito to yield. Going too far could be a problem if Mito really went berserk. Let's go. We're counting the time. The Nine Tails chakra can be drained once more. Let's get this over with. Although Mito Uzumaki usually tied the Nine Tails up like a dumpling, Uchiha Kusunoki still followed whenever he drew the beast's chakra. The Nine Tails is Konoha's nuclear weapon, so no caution can be too great. A moment later, Uchiha Kusunoki, accompanied by Mito Uzumaki and Aunt Chiyo, arrived at Konoha's massive power plant. The plant had been significantly expanded, and Tobirama had been busy upgrading and improving its facilities. Hokage-sama, the surrounding ninjas saluted Uchiha Kusunoki and then opened the gate. Chiyo, following Uchiha Kusunoki and Mito Uzumaki, looked astonished, awestruck by Konoha's massive power plant. The Sand Village also had its own power generation equipment, but compared to Konoha's, its equipment was not only outdated but also negligible in scale. Konoha's power generation in a single day could equal that of Sand Village in over a decade. Currently, the impoverished Sand Village couldn't afford such a luxury as large-scale electric lighting. A single sandstorm would render all the village's outdoor lights useless. With such a large area, the construction of machinery and equipment, and the R&D costs, Chiyo didn't dare to think about how much money Konoha had invested in this power plant. She didn't want to think about it either. She was afraid that even if all the financial funds of the Sand Village were thrown into it, they wouldn't be able to do it. What happened to Konoha? How did they become so rich? Did they rob the daimyo? Aunt Chiyo was full of doubts, but she knew better than to ask. This was Konoha's secret and it would be pointless to ask. This is Konoha's power plant, responsible for supplying the entire Konoha power system. In the future, this power plant will radiate to the entire Fire Country. Power base stations and telephone poles will be planted all over the Fire Country. Power plants of this scale will also be everywhere in the Fire Country, but this is only the first step in Konoha's Sea of Stars. It's not a big deal to let Konoha and the Fire Country enjoy the convenience of electricity. I want all this to benefit the entire ninja world. What I pursue is the unity of the ninja world. The first generation's goal is the will of fire. Fight for the future of the ninja world all his life. While introducing the basic uses of the power plant, Uchiha skillfully drew a blueprint for the future, and he kept mentioning the will of fire. Uchiha casual speeches with his dreams in mind became more and more proficient. Everything he did now was to prove that he was not talking empty words, but was really working towards this direction. Chiyo was given a big sip of chicken soup, and her whole body was awakened. What was the matter with this idea of wanting to devote herself to Konoha and help Konoha accomplish this great cause? She was obviously a ninja from the Sand Village. But the momentum revealed in Uchiha words, the personal charm revealed inadvertently, and Uchiha encouraging words, made Chiyo really unable to avoid the brilliance displayed by Uchiha. Even Uzumaki Mito forgot her past stereotypes about Uchiha at this moment. She even saw the shadow of Hashirama in Uchiha, and they slowly overlapped. At the beginning, Hashirama also described the beautiful future with the people around him in such a vigorous way, encouraging everyone to follow him and move towards the goal. It feels so similar. For a moment, Uzumaki Mito was in a trance. It seemed that Uzumaki Yotsuki marrying Uchiha was a good choice. Hokage-sama, you truly have the ninja world at heart, Chiyo exclaimed heartfeltly. It seemed Kazekage-sama was right, Konoha had indeed seen the emergence of a formidable third Hokage. Alright, here it is. Uchiha Kusunoki stood before a circular building. Uchiha Kusunoki and Uzumaki Mito entered the room with ease, while Chiyo followed silently, taking in everything. However, Chiyo didn't understand the machinery before her. The technology involved was incredibly advanced. Uzumaki Mito skillfully walked over to the operating table, a powerful Nine Tails chakra erupting from her body, even a tailed beast coat appearing on her surface. Uchiha Kusunoki placed a hand on Miro's shoulder. His pupils, mixed with chakra, penetrated the nine-tails sealed space to prevent any accidents. Safety comes from carefulness, while accidents arise from carelessness. There was no room for error. Again, Mito, you stinking pretty bastard, fuck you. The Kyuubi, sealed within Mito Uzumaki's body, was lashing out with curses. Every time its chakra was drained, it would howl for ages, always with the same few words. It seemed like the Kyuubi's curse vocabulary had been updated for ages. Let him curse, he'd already had his chakra drained, he should at least give the victim a chance to vent. After all, it was Mito Uzumaki who was being scolded, not him. Uchiha Kusunoki felt it was pointless. And you, Uchiha Kusunoki, you're no good either, you're all beasts. Fuck. Uchiha Kusunoki frowned, and ordered Mito Uzumaki to bind the Kyuubi's mouth with a chain. Then the world fell silent. Chiyo, watching from the side, observed all this curiously, but she couldn't comprehend Konoha's advanced technology. All she saw was an extraction device. The real core component lay in the basement of the room, connected to it. After Senju Tobirama constructed them in the laboratory, they were brought to the power plant and assembled by Konoha's Jonin. Each one was inscribed with a sort of suppression. A long wait ensued. The nine-tails chakra was immense, and extracting it took a long time. Uchiha Kusashi, bored, pondered how to successfully extract the chakra of the one-tails, Shukaku. The sand village lacked Konoha's unique advantages. Senju Tobirama could build a separate device to extract the tailed beast's chakra, but adding a self-destruct mechanism would easily resolve the technical secrecy issue. The main obstacle remained the sand village. Their sealing techniques were backward, not as powerful as those of the Uzumaki clan, and Fubuku was far less formidable than Uzumaki Mito, who could easily lash the nine-tails with his diamond-sealed chains. Facing the negative effects of becoming the one-tails Jinchuriki, Fubuku had to endure, unable to sleep for decades. Could the nine-tails find a solution? Uchiha Nan's mind was quick, and he shifted his gaze to the nine-tails. The nine-tails had always been at odds with the one-tails, Shukaku. In the long years before the tailed beasts were captured by humans, the nine-tails and Shukaku must have fought frequently. Perhaps the nine-tails might have a solution. Kuroma, I have a favor to ask of you, Uchiha Nan smiled. Asking for help from a human, or a tailed beast, at least one should be kind. A gentle smile might even move the nine-tails, making it forgive past grudges and help. Oh. And the nine-tails' mouth was still bound. Uchiha Nan quickly told Uzumaki Mito to remove the chains. Kuroma, get out, none of you Uchiha are good. How dare you call me by my name, ungrateful. As soon as the nine-tails' mouth was released, the fox's mouth erupted as if smeared with feces, and it erupted in rage. It was a no-brainer. Uchiha Kusunoki, that unscrupulous bastard, definitely needed his help. This time, no matter what he said, he wouldn't believe a word he said. Kurama, don't be so mad. Didn't your parents tell you foxes have to be polite? Fuck you, get out of here, fuck. The Kyuubi continued to curse. Uchiha Kusunoki had no choice but to have Uzumaki Mito tie the Kyuubi's mouth shut once again, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get it to listen. Kurama, I have a small favor to ask you for. You know, Konoha's need for electricity is increasing. Your tailed beast's chakra replenishes automatically after consumption, so it won't harm you. At most, you'll be a little weaker for a while. I don't understand why you're so irritable, you really don't have any dedication at all. Uchiha Kusunoki casually chatted with the Kyuubi, and his simple words broke the Kyuubi's defenses. I dedicate my life to you, Uchiha Nan, you're completely devoid of conscience. Open your eyes, old six paths. This is how your descendants treat the tailed beasts. But the nine-tails' mouth was already bound, and Uchiha Nan could only watch as its body trembled, its fox eyes as sharp as bells, fixed on him. Tailed beast chakra is such a high-quality energy source, naturally, more is better. That's why Konoha has turned to the Sand Village, which also has a tailed beast, but the Sand Village's tailed beast has an even more violent temper than you, and probably won't cooperate with extraction. The Sand Village's sealing techniques and the strength of their Jinchuriki aren't very strong. I wonder if you have any solutions? What? The nine-tails understood the meaning of Uchiha Nan's words. This beast was about to extend his claws to the other tailed beasts. Uchiha Nan, what kind of tailed beast do you think I am? The nine-tails? Are you a fox who betrayed his fellow tailed beasts? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shukaku may not have as much chakra as you, And he only has one tail, but even a small fly is still meat. If you help me, don't worry about my promise. I will never break it. The chakra of the tailed beasts is indeed beneficial to the future peaceful development of the ninja world. All this is for the sake of the ninja world, without any selfish motives. The spirit of the six-path sage in heaven would be happy too. Hiss. Hiss. He sucked the chakra of that stinky tanuki. This. It would be too painful for the ninja world to have only one tailed beast, and its chakra would be severely drained. Fellow tailed beasts, even if we can't share happiness, we can share hardships. For the future of the ninja world and peace, ahem, Shukaku, you should also have a spirit of dedication like me. The Nine Tails' change of mind was unusually rapid. He insisted on sharing the joys and sorrows of a tailed beast. Chapter 112, Konoha can't even cheat Uzumaki Mito. This contract is a huge profit. As the most powerful of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails considers itself the big brother. If the big brother is suffering, what's wrong with the little brother suffering with him? Since Uchiha wants to squeeze Shukaku's chakra, the Nine Tails must help out. Seeing the Nine Tails winking at him frantically, Uchiha asked Uzumaki Mito to loosen the chains and give the Nine Tails a chance to speak. HMPH. Uchiha, I hope you'll keep your word on the deal we made, this time, since you're draining that damned raccoon Shukaku's chakra for the future of the ninja world, I can tell you some ways to suppress Shukaku. I'm not seeking revenge on Shukaku. I simply want to contribute to the future of the ninja world. I've already contributed my chakra to it, so how can Shukaku stay out of it? The Nine Tails was spouting nonsense, trying to justify its actions of harming its fellow tailed beasts. Uchiha was naturally filled with contempt and praise for such shameless behavior. Kuroma, tough, is it tough? We'll talk about it later. I want to do something for the ninja world right now. The Nine Tails fox wore a cunning smile. Oh, it felt so good to make Shukaku suffer the same fate as itself. Soon, the Nine Tails had revealed Shukaku's weaknesses, the precautions to take after sealing the One Tails, and how to prevent the One Tails chakra from invading the Jinchuuriki. He had sold the One Tails out completely. Uchiha nodded repeatedly, giving the Nine Tails a thumbs up. Kurama, so tall and strong, as expected of the leader of the tailed beasts, the strongest with 9 tails, Uchiha praised Kurama, who narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying the flattery immensely. Damn these two beasts. Uzumaki Mito spat softly, internally despising the man and the fox. They were clearly plotting to harm the tailed beasts, trying to drain their chakra, yet they came up with such a high-sounding excuse. In an instant, the slight fondness Uzumaki Mito had just felt for Uchiha vanished completely. Uchiha was truly a beastly bastard. He must not entrust a child, Yangayu, to Uchiha. Otherwise, Yangayu would definitely be sold out by Uchiha, and would have to count his money. Humph. Mito Uzumaki watched the man and the fox colluding in cahoots, feeling a strange irritation within him. He couldn't handle Uchiha, and he certainly couldn't handle you, the Nine Tails. Watch me squeeze the juice out of it. Hiss, Mito, you bastard. Can you slow down a little? The Nine Tails felt its chakra drain suddenly accelerate, and a feeling of weakness and powerlessness suddenly washed over it. HMPH, Mito Uzumaki snorted coldly, and immediately bound the Nine Tails' mouth with a chain. Mito, I have to criticize you. The Nine Tails is a dedicated comrade of Konoha. Can't you be a little gentler in the way you extract chakra? The Nine Tails is a good friend of Konoha. You can't treat your friends like that. Uchiha took the opportunity to speak up for the Nine Tails, trying to tamp down its already low favorability. While it might not be very effective, it was just a matter of talking. It wouldn't hurt to try. The Nine Tails nodded repeatedly, glaring at Mito Uzumaki. Hey, you two are standing together again? Uzumaki Mito had no time to deal with these two shameless men and foxes. She focused on frantically draining the Nine Tails chakra. Time passed quickly, and Uzumaki Mito's mission to drain the Nine Tails chakra was complete. The Nine Tails' body shrank, its spirit weakened, and its fur lost its luster, but the Nine Tails was still happy. From then on, it was finally not the only tailed beast to suffer this unfortunate mess. It was great to have Shukaku to keep it company. Chiyo, you just saw it. This is the entire process of extracting the tailed beast's chakra. It's simple and crude, but it requires the Jinchuuriki to have absolute control over the tailed beast, which I guess will be difficult for you Tsunagakure, but don't worry about that. Mito-sama should have a solution. Uchiha looked at Uzumaki Mito, who nodded confidently. After the Nine Tails revelations, she now had a good idea for a sealing technique specifically for restraining the One Tails. However, the art of sealing should not be passed on lightly. Uzumaki Mito had no intention of passing the sealing technique on to the Sand Village. He intended to seal it in a scroll, or perhaps set up a sealing ritual in the room where the tailed beast's chakra were being extracted, which would also be effective. Uzumaki Mito shared his idea, and Uchiha Kusunoki had no objection, nor did Chiao. Originally, Chiao hadn't intended to obtain a sealing technique specifically designed to seal Shukaku from Konoha. Although Konoha and the Sand Village were allies, their relationship wasn't close enough to allow the village's core technology to be leaked. Konoha wasn't selfless enough to aid the enemy. Chiao was already quite satisfied with her current gains. A room to suppress Shukaku was a good thing, at least it would allow Fubuku to sleep peacefully. Hokage-sama, how should I calculate my labor fee? Uzumaki Mito rubbed her fingers together and, in a very mercenary manner, asked Uchiha Kusunoki for her payment. Give a penny for the effort, he had taught her. Don't expect to take advantage of your labor for free. In the past, Uchiha Minami had always taken advantage of him, and now he finally had the chance to collect some profit. Hayatsuki's talent is good, but at her current level, she's not capable of developing a sealing technique as easily as I am. Uzumaki Mito sealed Uchiha Minami's escape route in advance, preventing her from using this matter to threaten her again. Alright, Uchiha Minami waved his hand. He wasn't unreasonable, he naturally had to give someone a little bit of a bonus when asking them for a favor. 3 million taels, Uzumaki Mito quoted a sky-high price, causing Uchiha Minami's mouth to twitch. Uzumaki Mito was really ruthless. But knowledge is priceless, and mastering core technology is truly impressive. Before Uchiha Minami could react, Chiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. For a poor girl from the Sands Village like her, this figure was simply astronomical. However, Chiao quickly realized her gaffe, but still steeled herself and said, Mito-sama, could you please offer a discount on the price? Chiao, tactfully, didn't intend for Uchiha Kusunoki to pay. A room with a seal capable of suppressing Shukaku held great significance for the Sands Village. From then on, the village could largely avoid the dangers of Bunfuku falling asleep and the One Tail taking advantage of the situation and wreaking havoc on the village. Perhaps only Konoha possessed this technology in the entire ninja world. Purchasing it depended on Konoha's favor, and even money wasn't enough. If the two villages hadn't formed an alliance, the Sand Village wouldn't have been able to hire Uzumaki Mito. 3 million ryo was indeed a huge sum for the Sand Village, and with money being a necessity these days, any savings were appreciated. Uzumaki Mito turned her head away. A discount was out of the question. She'd been badly ripped off by Uchiha Kusunoki, and she wouldn't budge a cent. How about this? Konoha will cover the cost first, and then use a portion of the One Tail chakra sales fees to repay the debt. Uchiha Kusunoki stepped forward at the opportune moment, offering a reasonable proposal. Okay, Chiao nodded. This plan was already a good one. But how much was the cost of extracting the tailed beast's chakra? Chiao felt it was time to ask, Hokage-sama, how much does it cost to extract the tailed beast's chakra? 1 million ryo, Uzumaki Mito answered first. She knew perfectly well how cheap that price was, but the contract had already been signed, and backing out was impossible. Following Uchiha Kusunoki's development needs, Tobirama combined ninjutsu with technology to invent a host of useful everyday tools, lights, water heaters, electric heaters, and electric fans. In less than a year, the villagers of Konoha were no longer dependent on electricity. The power plant was already showing initial profits, practically printing money, with electricity derived almost entirely from the conversion of tailed beast chakra. The demand for electricity in Konoha surged. If coal were used instead, the cost would skyrocket, far from the initial hundreds of millions of ryo, potentially several times higher. Once a ninja accepted a contract and signed their name, according to ninja rules, the contracts would only end if they died. The deal was done. Even if it reached a high-level meeting, no one would side with them. The various clans were shareholders in the power plant, and they were the ones paying the bills. Even a fool could see that if the contract was rescinded, Uzumaki Mito would demand exorbitant prices. The extra costs would be paid by the ninja clans. Uzumaki Mito was in the wrong, and he lacked the courage to stand against the Konoha clans. He could only regret his decision over and over again. How could he sign for a mere few million ryo? People always take pleasure in others' misfortunes. When they're unlucky enough to fall into someone else's trap, they want to trick others into suffering the same fate. I didn't even make any money from this deal, and you, a mere sand village, still think you can? Don't dream. Mito Uzumaki immediately announced her reward to Chiyo, 1 million ryo for each draw of the Nine Tails chakra. Really, Chiyo was tempted. One draw of the tailed beast's chakra was equivalent to an S-rank mission. It sounded like a good deal. Besides, that was the price Konoha was paying Mito Uzumaki. Chiyo knew Miro's status in Konoha, the widow of the Second Hokage, and Konoha couldn't afford to cheat Mito. It had to be a very high price. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can show you the contract. Mito Uzumaki pulled the signed contract, which she regretted, from her sleeve. She looked at it every day. Mito, have you forgotten the shame of buying and selling chakra contracts? Sooner or later, she, Mito Uzumaki, would get her revenge. Chiyo took the paper contract and read it. Sure enough, it promised Mito Uzumaki 1 million ryo for each draw of tailed beast chakra. The contract had deep wrinkles down the middle, evidently indicating that Mito often examined it. It seems the price must be very high, otherwise Mito-sama wouldn't be so obsessed with it. The creases are truly, Chiyo said casually, already convinced. In a split second, Mito's face darkened. Chiyo, you're just asking for the wrong thing. That's right, it's a very high price, isn't that right, Hokage? Mito's expression quickly returned to normal, unwilling to let Chiyo see the flaw. She evaded the question while snarling at Uchiha Kusunoki. Ha, the price is indeed very high. After all, if it were lower, Mito-sama wouldn't have signed it voluntarily, Uchiha Kusunoki immediately retorted, emphasizing the word voluntarily, causing Miro's face to change. Chiyo, still immersed in the joy of making money, didn't notice the two men's back and forth. Mito-sama, you're more experienced. How often can we draw chakra from the tailed beasts? As long as the tailed beasts are well, we can draw at least 4 times a year, and at most 6 or 7 times, Chiyo did a quick mental calculation. It would only take about 6 months to pay off the debt, and the rest would be profit. Every year, the Sand Village would earn an additional 5 million ryo, a significant sum for the impoverished Sand Village. Then it's settled, Chiyo nodded in satisfaction. In just one day, she had achieved such a significant negotiation result. Not only did she get a house that could suppress Shukaku for free, but she also generated approximately 5 million ryo in annual revenue for the Sand Village. Ha. So cool. Chiyo, since you have made up your mind, I will send an Anbu ninja to deliver the contract to your residence in a while. After you sign, let the Anbu ninja send it back. Uchiha Non remained calm. Since Chiyo took the initiative to stretch out her head for him to chop off, he had no choice but to do this deal. Then it's a deal, Hokage-sama. Chiyo couldn't help but smile, a hint of cunning in her smile. She had her own plans. The Nine Tails possessed significantly more chakra than the One Tails, many times more. The contract stipulated a fee based on the number of encounters, not chakra capacity. Hokage-sama and Uzumaki Miro seemed to have overlooked this loophole, meaning the Sand Village would surely reap the benefits. While Hokage-sama has always considered the entire ninja world, and the Sand Village's alliance with Konoha is a significant advantage for the village is far too impoverished. They must seize every opportunity to strengthen themselves. Chiyo silently apologized to Uchiha Kusunoki. The three of them were satisfied, feeling they had gotten a good deal and that they all had a bright future ahead of them. They left the Konoha power plant together, chatting and laughing. Having spent an entire afternoon at the power plant, Uchiha Kusunoki should have been off work by now. As for asking Uchiha Kusunoki to work overtime to discuss the remaining cooperation agreement with Chiyo, that was certainly out of the question. Overtime? That's out of the question. Better to go home early and see Kid Ling. It seems like I haven't seen Tobirama in ages. He should be working diligently in the basement, doing my research for me. Chapter 113 Konoha, Uchiha Madara, the king returns. In the evening, the setting sun slowly sank into the horizon, tinting the sky with a gentle orange-red. Konoha. I really miss it so much. Uchiha Madara, am back. Uchiha Madara stood on a high ground, gazing at the nearby Konoha village, and couldn't help but sigh. Ever since faking his own death and escaping from his battle with Hashirama, Uchiha Madara had never returned to Konoha. obsessed with opening his Rinnegan and implementing his Moon Eye project. Konoha's third Hokage, my junior Uchiha, I hope you won't let me down. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals and performed a transformation jutsu. After dressing up, he slowly walked towards Konoha village. This time, he had returned specifically to investigate Uchiha Non, seeking an opportunity to show him the true nature of the ninja world and convince him to join the Moon Eye project. Is Konoha developing so well now? I haven't even entered Konoha yet. Uchiha Madara walked along the hard cement road. Although the sun hadn't yet completely set, the streetlights on both sides were already on. Vendors hawked simple fare like rice balls and tea on both sides of the road. Food was a bit more expensive once you entered Konoha village. Stores and street vendors all charged a fee. Outside the village, it was still a lawless area, so saving a bit of money meant the food was cheaper. Workers getting off the late shift at sweatshops frequented this place. They got tired of protein bars all the time and needed a change of pace. These street vendors were cheap, generous, and filling. It was a delight. Konoha had become so prosperous, had they even built roads outside the village? And the lights were so bright. The hawking of the street vendors attracted a group of workers getting off the late shift. They paid for their dinner and squatted in groups by the roadside, tucking into their meals under the streetlights, chatting and bragging. Madara Uchiha surveyed the scene, a wave of emotion welling up within him. Any ordinary person arriving in Konoha for the first time would be astonished by this sight. He couldn't help but slow his pace. Perhaps because he was old, he now relished the tranquility and harmony of the atmosphere. Is this my statue? Approaching Konoha's gate, two massive stone sculptures stood on either side, guarding the gate like gate gods. Madara was curious. He knew his place in Konoha well, he'd undoubtedly been labeled a traitor by Senju Tobirama. Of course, he had indeed defected, bearing the title of traitor. Why would his statue be placed at the gate, like Hashirama's? A tribute to Uchiha Madara, the uncrowned Hokage of Konoha, the statue's base was inscribed with red characters. Uchiha Madara's heart surged upon reading them. As the founder of Konoha, Uchiha Madara had ceded the title of first Hokage to Hashirama Senju. According to their plan, he, Uchiha Madara, would become Konoha's second Hokage. However, due to the influence of a sinister villain, Uchiha Madara was denied the title of second Hokage. This was the catalyst for Madara's determination to follow the instructions on the stone tablet and open his Rinnegan, fulfilling the Moon Eye project. That day, Uchiha Madara suffered betrayal. The Senju clan refused to accept him, and suspicion and jealousy still lingered between people. Despite this, Uchiha Madara still harbored a faint desire to become Hokage of Konoha. The Uncrowned Shadow. The Uncrowned Shadow sounds pretty good. Uchiha Madara murmured, instantly guessing who had orchestrated all this. No one else in Konoha could justify his reputation and place his statue at the gates of Konoha village except Uchiha Non. It was truly intriguing. Uchiha Madara grew increasingly curious about Uchiha Non. Before even entering the village, he had a premonition that his return to Konoha would yield something interesting. Stop, what's your name, age, gender, and where are you from? The ninja guarding the gates of Konoha stopped Uchiha Madara as he attempted to enter. Hey, Ranji, be nice and don't scare me. Don't bother with him, this is a routine inspection. There have been so many merchants coming to Konoha lately, and there's a new rule requiring everyone entering and leaving Konoha to register here. The ninja standing next to Ranji was much more conciliatory. After explaining Konoha's new regulations to Uchiha Madara, the ninja guarding the main gate led him into a room adjacent to the main gate. The room contained a genjutsu specially designed by Konoha, specifically designed to identify malicious spies from other ninja villages. Even weaker Jonin would be caught in it. Madara Hashira, 56 years old, coming to Konoha on business, Uchiha Madara naturally noticed the genjutsu, but it had little effect on him. He casually revealed his false identity and passed the inspection smoothly. Mr. Madara, welcome to Konoha. This is a poster promoting immigration to Konoha. Buy a new house in Konoha. It comes fully furnished, with lights, a water heater, and plenty of food, drinks, and entertainment nearby. As long as you buy a house and live in Konoha, you'll get a Konoha resident ID card. If you want to open a shop and do business in Konoha, here's the current policy. This is a map of Konoha. It shows Konoha's busiest commercial streets. The entertainment center is brightly lit even at night. Following Uchiha Kusunoki's instructions, the duty ninja informed merchants visiting Konoha of the new policies, encouraging merchants from all over the ninja world to settle and invest in Konoha. He also handed Uchiha Madara a map of Konoha, welcoming merchants visiting Konoha to shop there. Okay, I understand. Uchiha Madara watched the duty ninja, like a salesman, tirelessly promoting Konoha's new policies, noting which shops were worth investing in and which commercial streets were the most fun. I'm a bit behind the times. Putting away the several promotional posters on the table, Uchiha Madara hadn't been back to Konoha in ages. The current Konoha was so different from what he'd imagined. He decided to follow the map given by the duty ninja. On the map, a ninja wearing a Konoha green vest uttered a series of bold, long, and eye-catching red words. When you come to Konoha, you have to go shopping. Let's go check this place out first. Heeding the advice, he ate a full meal. Since Konoha was promoting this commercial street so heavily, it must be. Soon, Uchiha Madara entered Konoha and strolled through the streets. The streetlights, the passing pedestrians, the chirping of insects, and the cool evening breeze made Uchiha, a lonely old man who had spent years in a dark underground cave, feel incredibly happy. This kind of life is quite nice. Why hide in an underground cave to open the Rinnegan? I'm Uchiha Madara. Hashirama is dead. Even though I'm old now, and my eyes are still draining my life force, so what? No one in the entire ninja world can stand up to me. Even if I were to buy a new house in Konoha and live there, what difference would there be between trying to open the Rinnegan there and in a cave underground? As soon as this thought arose, it lingered in Uchiha Madara's mind like a spell, taking root and sprouting. Uchiha Madara was enjoying his old man's stroll. Not far behind him, a dark creature followed his steps. What's wrong with this guy, Uchiha Madara? Lately, he just watched a movie. How could you be so lonely? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the cave underground and open the Rinnegan? And now he's even come to Konoha? What a sin. Black Zetsu was filled with sorrow. The opportunity he had been planning for 1,000 years finally made progress. The Uchiha clan had a member, Madara Uchiha, who could wield the Rinnegan and even believe the stories he'd left on the stone tablet. He was the perfect tool God had sent to Black Zetsu. But Alice, that tool had recently developed new ideas and become restless, even daring to make a public appearance and head for his old home, Konoha. What if he was discovered? Would he just rip through Konoha and overturn the entire ninja world? Black Zetsu internally complained about Madara Uchiha, but his legs remained practically following him, fearing something might happen to him. So many people, Madara followed the light until he reached the commercial street marked on the map. This was Konoha's busiest street. The Fire Nation's wealthy merchants, nobles, and even Konoha's ninja clans had invested heavily in the street, making it the most active free market in the entire ninja world. The nobles who moved to Konoha loved to spend their money on this street. They loved spending money on all sorts of luxury goods. Konoha had specially designed luxury goods specifically for them. For example, bags and perfumes were all emblazoned with the Konoha logo, and the prices skyrocketed. To enter Konoha's luxury stores, one had to possess Konoha's signature black card, a symbol of status and wealth. Aside from the first batch of black cards issued to nobles, all others were obtained through a referral system. 2 black card holders had to recommend one, and after Konoha's approval, one could obtain one. This status-enhancing purchasing method precisely targeted these wealthy nobles who had nowhere to spend their money. This also attracted a large number of wealthy ninja merchants to open shops here, making a significant contribution to Konoha's GDP. Uchiha Madara wandered the streets, his companions streaming by like a tide. The bustling commerce dazzled this veteran, a survivor from the Warring States period, and he wandered around like a curious child. His heart, long desolate, was nourished by the popularity of Konoha, temporarily forgetting the obsession with the Moonai project. A prosperous world was the ideal world that Uchiha Madara, the old man, had always pursued, and it was right before his eyes. I'm a little hungry, Uchiha Madara said after wandering for a while, his stomach growling. Even he was still a human being, and needed the necessities of life. Candied haws, stinky tofu, mom, I want roasted sweet potatoes, fragrant and sweet. Following his instinct, Uchiha Madara arrived at the snack street. The street was filled with tempting delicacies, a forbidden place for those who run to lose weight, a place they couldn't touch at all. Considering his own teeth, Uchiha Madara thought for a moment and chose something he could easily chew, roasted sweet potatoes. He approached the roasted sweet potato stall. The owner wasn't an adult, but a small, shrewd boy, who had a stool and was buried in his homework. Kid, I want 2 roasted sweet potatoes, Uchiha Madara, who had been hiding in his cave for years, had last spoken to a child about 10 years ago. His words still stumbled, but a smile played on his lips, trying to keep his expression as gentle as possible. He, Uchiha Madara, had always been gentle with children. Okay, Grandpa. Seeing a customer coming to him, the little boy immediately put down his pen and expertly pulled 2 roasted sweet potatoes from the stove. After Uchiha Madara paid, the boy saw him standing there eating the sweet potatoes and thoughtfully offered him a stool. Then he returned to his writing. Sweet, Uchiha Madara sat on the small stool, peeling the sweet potato, revealing the yellow flesh. He bit into it, its soft, sweet flesh. Watching the crowds of people passing by, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Hashirama, such a life. Uchiha Madara's old habit resurfaced, lost in his daily memories, mumbling to himself. Grandpa, if you're thirsty, there's water here, free. The little boy pointed to the tea bowls on the stall. Free boiled water was served here. Thoughtful, humane service was key to attracting more customers. What's your name, kid? Sosuke. Ito Sosuke. Uchiha Madara's thoughts were interrupted. He slowly stood up, walked over to Sosuke, and looked at his workbook. Chakra is the body. Are you a student at the ninja school? Uchiha Madara piqued his interest and studied the child carefully. The faint chakra fluctuations, the obscure movement, the manipulation. Uchiha Madara, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, saw Ito Sosuke's talent at a glance, a future weakling Jinan, a small fry who could be killed on the battlefield with a simple shuriken. A flicker of sadness flashed through Uchiha Madara's heart, as if he'd witnessed a passing of a life. The ninja world was still so cruel. Well, I just started school in Konoha this year. My mother and I were lucky enough to escape to Konoha. She works in a factory and even took out a loan to buy a house there. Hokage-sama is a very kind man. He gave us jobs and the opportunity to go to school. I can pay for the house if I work hard for 20 years. After school tonight, I'll have time to come here and help my mother sell sweet potatoes. Uchiha Madara revealed Ito Sosuke's family background and work in a few words. Good boy. Uchiha Madara smiled. My teacher said I have very little talent and can only become a Jinan. As long as I graduate from the ninja school and become a Jinan, Konoha will arrange a job for me. I can work in the engineering team. I can make a lot of money by removing dust from the engineering team, much more than my mother makes in the factory. My teacher at school said that in the future, Konoha will open factories all over the ninja world and will need a lot of new multi-talented people. But I still need to go to the new school opened by the Hokage to study. The Hokage said that technology is the primary productive force. Only by mastering knowledge can we change our destiny and change the entire ninja world. In order to engage in production, ninjas need to learn more about physics and chemistry in addition to ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara was confused for a moment as he listened to the words of the little brother Ito Sosuke. Is this all the ninja school teaches now? If they don't teach how to kill people, how can they do that? Dear readers, happy National Day, I want your votes. Chapter 114 Uchiha non, Susanoo Buddha, I fight Uchiha Madara? Is this what teachers at the ninja school teach now? Uchiha Madara was a little confused. In the years since he left Konoha, had Konoha changed the textbooks at the ninja school? Productivity, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. What are these words? How come he had never heard of them before? Even shuriken throwing is not taught. Don't teachers at ninja school teach you the techniques of ninja fighting against enemies? How will you carry out mercenary missions in the future? This ninja world is very dangerous, with renegade ninjas and wandering samurai. When I was young, I was already using shuriken when I was your age. Uchiha Madara wanted to curse. What a disgrace. They don't teach this, they don't teach that. Can the students taught by this ninja school still be called ninjas? Could it be that they just teach a method of refining chakra? Wow, that's amazing. Grandpa was a powerful ninja. Uchiha Madara began to ramble on about his exploits in his youth. Ito Sosuke listened with rapt interest. He too wanted to become a powerful ninja, one day capable of protecting Konoha, but his talent was too poor. The Ninja Academy now implemented a ninja stream system, selecting those with poor talent, no ninjutsu talent, low combat awareness, and low chakra capacity, those who could only become minor Jinan. They were then given a few years to refine their chakra and learn theoretical knowledge, such as simple math, physics, chemistry, and, most importantly, ideology and politics. As for ninjutsu, learning the basic 3-body techniques, clone technique, transformation technique, and substitute technique, was sufficient, plus an advanced version, shadow clone technique, which allowed for physical form. After graduation, at worst, they could find work as laborers on construction sites or skilled workers in factories. These people would be the foundation of Konoha's future expansion and development, poised to transition into lower-level management positions at any moment. All of them were literate, resolute, and possessed extensive grassroots experience. In the future, Konoha would inevitably face a war with the insects of the Land of Fire. Overthrowing the old world couldn't rely solely on Konoha's few powerful ninja. These feeble genin would undoubtedly play a role no less significant than Konoha's jonin. They comprised the vast majority of Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, forming the foundation of the ninja world. A single spark could start a prairie fire. As for the shuriken used by ninjas for fighting and killing, what was the point of learning them for these genin, who could only become genin? It would be better for Senju Tobirama to focus on developing firearms and equipping low-level combatants en masse. Guns were more practical. They couldn't defeat high-level combatants, specifically Chunin, but Jinan was still capable. HMPH, of course. I was a Jonin back in the day, and I don't even take him seriously. It's that Hashirama, cough cough cough, Ito Sosuke's eyes sparkled. Uchiha Madara somehow seemed to enjoy the flattery of a child, his words growing more animated, skipping over names that shouldn't be mentioned. Uchiha Madara himself was a legend. A casual recount of his life was enough to scare a child like Ito Sosuke. What a shame about my talent. When I enrolled, the Ninja Academy already screened students' talents. Only those with talent were eligible for professional ninja training. Every young man dreams of being a hero, but life is cruel. Not every genin can become Might Guy. A little crestfallen, Ito Sosuke explained the current Ninja Academy system to Uchiha Madara's questions. Uchiha Madara listened, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. A veteran from the Warring States period, a true old man, he couldn't fathom the meaning of Uchiha Nan's actions. Wasting precious resources to train a bunch of mediocre genin is simply not worth the effort. Wasting precious resources to train genin, Konoha's third Hokage, Uchiha Madara trailed off, but the implication was clear. The third Hokage, Uchiha Kusunoki, was a complete idiot in this regard. Grandpa, the Hokage said that the ninja world needs a revolution. Every ninja in Konoha will be assigned a different revolutionary mission based on their abilities, but there's no distinction between large and small. Ito Sosuke's face showed a look of dissatisfaction. Clearly, Madara's words had irritated his pride, and he quoted a line from Uchiha Kusunoki's little red book to retaliate. Interesting. Revolution, Uchiha Madara savored the words. The word revolution was new to him, but he grasped the meaning. Revolution? Whose lives? The lives of the ninja? Before arriving in Konoha, Madara had already heard rumors that Uchiha Kusunoki had awakened his main Gekyo Sharingan. The epic battle in which Uchiha Kusunoki ascended to the third Hokage of Konoha was undoubtedly well known. What intriguing things was the third Hokage up to? Was he attempting to overthrow the entire ninja world? Would it be proper for an Uchiha with a main Gekyo Sharingan to not make something significant? Madara knew all too well the darkness that awakening the main Gekyo Sharingan entailed, a factor that fueled his confidence in his ability to convince Uchiha Kusunoki to join the Moon Eye project. Feeling extreme pain, the Uchiha found it difficult to resist the allure of building a perfect world. Perhaps Uchiha Kusunoki himself was plotting something. It was unknown whether he had even seen the stone tablet. Madara's thoughts raced, eager to take this opportunity to learn more about Uchiha Kusunoki. What else did your third Hokage say? Hokage-sama said that contradictions are universal and a fundamental driving force behind the development of things. The greatest contradiction in the ninja world is the underdeveloped productive forces that cannot satisfy the people's needs. The new generation of ninja cannot be limited to the old school ninja. Ito Sosuke took out the textbook issued by the school. It was wrapped in a red cover, and the 4 golden characters "Will of Fire" on it were particularly eye-catching. He loved this book. Although many of the theories were too profound to understand at present, this did not stop Ito Sosuke from accepting the theories in this little red booklet as truth. Grandpa, this book was written by the third Hokage himself. Can I see it? Uchiha Madara took Ito Sosuke's little red booklet and eagerly turned to the first page. If he wanted to convince Uchiha Kusunoki, he must thoroughly understand Uchiha Kusunoki's thoughts, then find the flaws and loopholes in his ideas, and ultimately penetrate his worldview. Now is the best time to reshape Uchiha Kusunoki's thoughts. The future of the ninja world rests on you. I'll forge ahead. The road may be winding, But the future is bright. Peace in the ninja world is a long-term goal. We may not achieve it in 50 or 100 years. Or perhaps it's an eternal topic, but we don't need to worry about it. The human desire for a better life is endless. The most important thing is the path to develop productivity. A ninja from the old days, Uchiha Madara sat on a stool, eating a roasted sweet potato, his body and mind unknowingly drawn to the small red booklet before him. Chiyo, how is Konoha's grand restaurant? Is the food delicious? It's absolutely delicious. As soon as Uchiha got off work, he took Chiyo straight to Konoha's most luxurious restaurant. The free meals were truly amazing. Consumerism was rampant in Konoha, and the hotel culture had been corrupted by those aristocrats, who were constantly spending money to show off their wealth and ostentation. The hotel owner, naturally, obliged, imitating Uchiha Kusunoki's signature VIP system. Only VIPs were allowed in the top-floor private rooms. Each dish's price was tacked on with a zero. The taste, aside from the question of quality, was too low to be considered by the nobles. As the Hokage of Konoha, the head of a powerful bloodline family, and Konoha's hidden tycoon, Uchiha Kusunoki felt a pang of guilt even for dining in the private rooms. He'd grown wealthy too quickly, and his elegance hadn't caught up, so he was as frugal as before. Hosting Chiyo, a high-ranking foreign guest from the Sand Village, naturally demanded a lavish meal in the private rooms. But it didn't matter, Konoha was footing the bill this time, and it wouldn't be enough for him to spend his own money. Humph! These hotel profiteers were raising prices, and Uchiha Kusunoki had a good way to deal with them: taxes. He'd make so much money, and eventually, some of it would have to go to Konoha. Chiyo was slightly tipsy, her steps slow and shaky. The bill Uchiha Kusunoki had just paid had nearly frightened her to death. If it hadn't been him paying today, Chiyo felt she would have run away and never set foot in this hotel again. After settling the bill, the hotel owner personally greeted Chiyo and respectfully handed her a black card. Someone who could be accompanied by the Hokage himself must be a prominent figure in the ninja world, so how could they possibly be short of money? Chiyo took the card with a smile, mumbling, next time, definitely, Alice. It was delicious, but I regretted my lack of funds. This was my first time eating here, and probably my last. This is Konoha's bustling night market, still ablaze with lights. I'm afraid it won't die down until midnight. A large hotel is naturally located in a bustling area, with a bustling scene of traffic right outside. Uchiha Kusunoki kindly introduced Chiyo. This is truly remarkable, Chiyo mumbled as she walked, her eyes darting around. Neon lights illuminated the night sky of Konoha. The streets were bustling with people, the cries of vendors and the laughter of customers. The shops were beautifully decorated, their glass walls gleaming brightly under the lights. Even Chiyo, a Junin from the Sand Village, felt a little embarrassed. The things sold here must be very expensive. She couldn't afford them. Thinking of the exorbitant restaurant bills, Chiyo decisively gave up the idea of going in. But women always love to shop. Chiyo walked along the street, constantly looking around, always thinking about buying something, but she only regretted her lack of money. When would she see such a scene in the Sand Village again? Chiyo thought of the nights in the Sand Village. At night, it was pitch black. From time to time, a dry, cold wind blew outside, picking up fine sand that slapped against the wooden door, making a creaking sound, as if some creature was lingering outside. It's true that powerful desert beasts occasionally appear and attack the village. After all, this is the world of ninjas, possessing extraordinary powers. When Otsutsuki Hagoromo first roamed the ninja world, he eliminated many evil monsters that harmed humanity. Desert nights are always cold, silent, and fraught with danger. Surviving in such an extreme environment is a struggle, and even ninjas must band together to form communities like the Sand Village. This is the difference between heaven and hell, perhaps? Chiyo sighed inwardly. The gap between Konoha and the Sand Village was truly vast. Chiyo lamented the passing of time, reminiscing about the village's bleak past. Uchiha Kusunoki's attention was drawn to a ding-dong sound in her head. Ding-dong, long-term mission, a prodigal son returns, help Uchiha Madara see through the lies, truly repent of his mistakes, and return to Konoha? Ahem. What kind of a mission is this? I'm not Hashirama Senju. I don't have the strength to defeat Uchiha Madara. If I don't give him a beating first, how can I reason with him? Uchiha understood the Uchiha clan's nature all too well. Your reason is directly proportional to your strength. If you can't defeat me, It means your reason is inferior to mine. Everything you say is wrong. If everything you say is right, you'll definitely defeat me. It's a very simple and unpretentious value. Fists are reason, and force is justice. What worries Uchiha most is that Uchiha Madara might have already arrived in Konoha. After so much exploration, Uchiha has long realized that the system doesn't issue quests casually. It usually only issues quests when you encounter special people and trigger specific plot preconditions, though sometimes, of course, it issues some ridiculous and unethical quests. For example, upon crossing over, he was given the quest to become Hokage. After becoming Hokage, he was given a series of quests to develop Konoha. And then, when he met Mesa last time, the system also issued a quest to improve the environment of Sand Village. This was truly a hellish experience. The more Uchiha thought about it, the more terrified he became. If he faced Uchiha Madara at this time, he would surely be killed instantly, even though he was old and already blind in one eye. But against him, what difference would one eye make? Uchiha Shisu could activate Susanoo with a single eye, let alone Uchiha Madara. He could activate the full form of Susanoo with a single eye, and Uchiha didn't even find it strange. Who called him Uchiha Madara? This master had brought the Uchiha tradition to unprecedented heights. In thousands of years of history, perhaps only the ancestor Indra could rival Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara even had a tattoo of his lover, Hashirama Senju, on his chest, their bond of love complete. He shouted, "For the future of the ninja world, Hashirama, I can't win, I absolutely can't win." Uchiha thought for a moment and felt that he could just click surrender. There was no hope of winning at all. It's okay, it's okay. These are just my own guesses and fantasies. Uchiha comforted himself in his heart. During this period of time, Uchiha Madara must still be in the dark underground cave trying to open the Samsara Eye. How could he just run to Konoha casually? The butterfly effect can't be so disappointing. I went fishing yesterday afternoon, but nothing came up all afternoon. I was so tired at night, tired physically and mentally. I had no mood to write. I got up early in the morning to write, so miserable. By the way, I would like to continue to thank the Dark Star Emperor for the 500-point reward. I will still be working hard on the front line of writing during the National Day. Please subscribe. Chapter 115 Senju Tobirama, Uchiha. Why would I be prejudiced against the Uchiha clan? I can't think about it anymore. Thinking about such terrifying things so late at night might just give me nightmares. Uchiha Kusunoki had traveled alone to the world of Naruto, a world with a high mortality rate. He started out with both his parents dead, and began carrying out missions at the age of 6 or 7. A few months into his mission, he saw his first bloodshed. In the middle of battle, his face was suddenly splashed with warm blood. The dying man's eyes finally lost their luster. That moment of resentment and despair filled Uchiha Kusunoki. He still can't forget that scene. Even if the current situation is bad, it's far better than when he first traveled here. He should make the best of it. Distracted by the system mission, Uchiha Kusunoki lost interest in wandering the streets with Chiyo. After bidding her farewell, he headed straight back to the Uchiha clan. Tobirama, your dear Sandame Hokage is back. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kusunoki immediately went to the basement laboratory to visit Senju Tobirama. He wanted to learn about his recent experiments, such as the Hashirama cell experiments that Uchiha Kusunoki had always been interested in. Since Uchiha Madara might be coming to Konoha, Uchiha Kusunoki must prepare early, strengthening himself as much as possible to be prepared for an emergency. If a fight breaks out, he'll still have a chance to escape. Ahem, it's a strategic maneuver. Hokage-sama. Ahem. Upon entering the laboratory, Orochimaru greeted him with a deadly expression. He truly looked dead. His face was sullen, and he had frighteningly dark circles under his eyes, yet his spirit was incredibly excited. Frankensteins are probably like this. They'd work tirelessly for scientific research, forgetting to eat or sleep, toiling like animals. Uchiha Kusunoki was incredibly pleased to have such a subordinate. He was afraid that Orochimaru, through such hard work, would die young before he could even reach maturity. That would be a complete loss. Orochimaru, haven't you been eating well again lately? You've been pulling all-nighters. Go to bed on time, Uchiha Kusunoki grumbled like an old woman. Don't worry, Hokage. The Nidame-sama prepared a special nutrient solution for me that can completely replace my daily meals. Eating was such a waste of time. Now, A simple injection will do the trick. I've been sleeping well lately, 4 hours a day. I've calculated that 4 hours of sleep is more than enough for my nerve cells to rest. Any more is just a waste of time. I should focus my precious time on experiments, Orochimaru said, a hint of pride on his face. This time, he was thoroughly prepared. Last time, because he wasn't active and eating and often stayed up all night to conduct experiments with Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Mina forced him to go home and rest. During the Lunar New Year holiday, Uchiha Mina didn't let Orochimaru set foot in the lab. Orochimaru was so worried. Not being allowed to conduct experiments, not being allowed to make progress, made him feel extremely uncomfortable at home. During the Lunar New Year holiday, I'm still followed by that idiot Jiraiya, constantly asking myself where I've been. I've been accepted as a disciple by the Second Hokage, learning from him. How could I possibly tell anyone about that? Smug face, Jiraiya keeps raving about Tsunade all the time, and when they meet, he can't even say a single honest word. Guess Jiraiya is never going to be able to woot Tsunade, so what's the point? Experiments are more fun. Good, good, good. You're amazing, Orochimaru. You're a natural. Uchiha Non was instantly stunned, raising his index finger at Orochimaru repeatedly, a clear, innocent smile on his face. Ip Man laughs, forget it, Orochimaru. Just be sensible. Go play somewhere else. I need to discuss something with the Second Hokage. Orochimaru had already prepared so thoroughly, squeezing his time to the limit and keeping his preparations so thorough. If I kept nagging, I'd really come off as a fussy old woman. Let Orochimaru wander. Even if I intervened and changed his life's trajectory, who could say for sure about things like world-correcting power? Perhaps Orochimaru would still live to see Boruto, just like in the original story. Oh, Orochimaru obediently walked to a corner of the lab, leaving Uchiha Kusunoki and Senju Tobirama a private space for a conversation. Tobirama, have you missed me lately? Uchiha Kusunoki patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder, who was hard at work. Senju Tobirama looked up at Uchiha Kusunoki, spat on the ground, and then moved his lips slightly. Gun, Uchiha Kusunoki, who understood lip reading, immediately understood what Senju Tobirama meant. Oh my. After all this time, they've grown so distant. Haven't I treated Senju Tobirama like a beast of burden, even making a movie about him? Given the relationship between Uchiha Kusunoki and Senju Tobirama, wasn't this to be expected? Tobirama, I think you're disrespecting me again. You don't want to. Stop, 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 Hokage-sama, let's talk. Senju Tobirama saw that Uchiha Non was trying to stir up trouble again and quickly interrupted the spell. He knew that confronting such a shameless bastard would end badly. That's more like it. Uchiha Non nodded in satisfaction and pulled out an electric tricycle and 3 boxes of amoxicillin from the system warehouse. Here are some gifts for you. Please work hard these days. Make sure these 2 items are mass-produced as quickly as possible. Senju Tobirama carefully examined the electric tricycle. Its unpretentious design was specifically designed for cargo transport. After a few tinkerings, he found it quite interesting. Some of the technology within it was indeed worth studying, and it would be very helpful for the train research that Uchiha Non had been urging. What is this? Senju Tobirama looked at the 3 boxes of amoxicillin on the table. The words on the boxes were strange, some familiar, some unfamiliar. A special medicine. The ingredients in it can effectively kill bacteria. It has extraordinary effects on bacterial infections and inflammation. Tobirama, you should be well aware of the importance of this medicine to the entire ninja world. It's not an exaggeration to call it a miracle cure. Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement. In war, numerous low-level ninja died from complications such as bacterial infections, inflammation, and abscesses caused by injuries. Konoha's medical ninjas were pitifully rare, and medical ninjutsu remained firmly in the hands of the clans. Learning them came at a price. Funding, time, and resources made it impossible to cultivate a large-scale medical ninja corps. Sometimes, they could only watch injured ninjas die. It was all but unavoidable. If even the ninja suffered, let alone the insignificant civilians, they were like grass. Where did you get this good stuff, and this car? Senju Tobirama speculated on the origins of the items before him. It was clearly impossible for Uchiha Kusunoki to invent them. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled, of course, having drawn from his system. Don't tell me, I'll take care of it. Seeing Uchiha Kusunoki's smug smile, Senju Tobirama knew the jerk before him wouldn't tell him the truth. After all, it was for Konoha's benefit. Senju Tobirama didn't bother to care about the truth. Anything else? If not, stay out of my way and interrupt my work. Senju Tobirama unceremoniously ordered Uchiha Kusunoki to leave, eager for him to hurry up. He was deeply upset after being ripped off at the movie last time. Of course there's something else. How is the progress on Hashirama's cells? Prisoners in the Konoha dungeon are dying one after another. It's time you showed some results. Uchiha Kusunoki's expression turned serious. With his life and property at stake, there was no room for sloppiness. Everything is going smoothly. The preparation of the Hashirama cell solution has reached the final stage. Now we just need the cooperation of the Uchiha clan members in the experiment. Senju Tobirama spoke as he walked to a wall and pressed a button. The wall opened, revealing a hidden laboratory. Hashirama's remains were immersed in a jar of green solution, the most precious treasure in this underground laboratory, a treasure that could not be matched by selling the entire laboratory. The remaining jars held test subjects, their appearance is bizarre and human, with distorted expressions and bodies resembling tree trunks. Their deaths were worthy, but they contributed to peace in the ninja world. Their death was greater than their life. The latest Hashirama cell solution is my most valuable research achievement of late. Senju Tobirama picked up a bottle of solution from the lab bench and stared at it with fascination. The light green bottle reflected the lab lights, making it appear particularly dazzling. Can it be injected now? Uchiha Kusunoki's expression shone with anticipation. With this injection, he might even achieve a complete sage body and would release. Yes, but there are risks. Ordinary ninja still have a high mortality rate. For testing purposes, the captive ninja you sent have all died. The mortality rate for Uchiha clan ninja should be much lower, but the dosage will still be needed. Senju Tobirama enthusiastically explained the principles and the next steps in the experiment. Out of respect, Uchiha Kusunoki listened patiently. Good things take time. At least there's a glimmer of hope. Just wait a little longer, Uchiha Non consoled himself. Now I need the Uchiha clan's cooperation with the experiment. Without your experimental data, it's incredibly difficult to create the Hashirama cell solution I envision. I'm afraid even if I multiply the number of captive ninjas I need, it wouldn't be enough. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Non, feeling a surge of impatience. He knew all too well how profoundly the Hashirama cell solution would transform the ninja world. Shinobi with average talent would become what people call geniuses, while those without ninja talent would be reborn, gaining the opportunity to cultivate chakra. Top-tier ninja would see even greater advancements. While achieving all this still seemed a long way off, the most crucial step was nearly achieved. The rest simply required gradual progress. Producing a qualified Hashirama cell solution on a large scale was a significant challenge. The cost of cultivating Hashirama cells, the Uchiha clan cells, the eye power, and the auxiliary ingredients required to prepare the Hashirama cell solution, all combined made the price prohibitively high. But Senju Tobirama believed there was always a way to resolve all of this. The future of the ninja world would ultimately belong to Konoha, and that bastard Uchiha Kusunoki had gotten away with it. He'd done all the dirty work, while Uchiha Kusunoki had taken all the glory and honor. So infuriating. Uchiha Kusunoki paused, then slowly spoke. I need your assurances about safety and convenience. Tobirama, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just your prejudice against Uchiha. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't finish, but his point was clear. If Senju Tobirama wanted to take revenge, it would be easy for him to kill a few Uchiha. Who do you think I am? I'm Konoha's second Hokage. How could I harm my fellow villagers? Senju Tobirama's face darkened, and he wanted to punch Uchiha Kusunoki. He hadn't expected Uchiha Kusunoki to distrust him in this regard. Hadn't he just driven out Uchiha Madara, established the Uchiha security corps to guard against the Uchiha, and invented a few ninjutsu to deal with them? Besides all that, what else had he done to offend the Uchiha clan? Okay, I believe you. I'm the head of the Uchiha clan, and my clan's lives are at stake. Excessive concern leads to chaos. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Non laughed it off. He'd only asked casually. Although Senju Tobirama deeply loathed the Uchiha clan, he probably hadn't stooped to such a level. But there's one thing I need to warn you about. Hashirama's cells are dangerous, extremely dangerous. Even now, I don't fully understand the underlying principles. There's a dimension involved that I can't comprehend yet. Honestly, I even doubt that my brother and I were born from the same parents. Can your body still be considered human? Senju Tobirama's tone was filled with regret. The gap between people was greater than the gap between pigs. Even if your Uchiha clan and Hashirama cells are naturally compatible, given their inherent dangers, I can only do my best to minimize the risks. If unforeseen circumstances arise, resulting in casualties, you must understand, this is a grand and extremely risky experiment. Uchiha clan casualties are perhaps inevitable. Don't get angry with me then, Senju Tobirama spoke passionately, giving Uchiha Nan a heads up. If the experiment went awry and killed a few Uchiha clan members, Nan might lash out at him endlessly. I understand, Nan nodded. Accidents in experiments were sometimes unavoidable. If casualties did occur within the Uchiha clan, Nan would mourn them in silence and bury them with honor. I'll take care of your wife and children. Don't worry. Nan will take good care of his family. Write me the personnel requirements later, and I'll arrange for them to be sent over in a few days. Uchiha Nan agreed to Senju Tobirama's request, and Senju Tobirama was visibly pleased. Achieving further breakthroughs in his experiments was one of the few things that could make him happy. Tobirama, I'm here today because of an extremely important matter. It concerns the safety of Konoha and, indeed, the entire ninja world. Uchiha Nan thought for a moment and decided to confide in Senju Tobirama some of the ninja world's deepest secrets. Uchiha Madara was putting too much pressure on him, and if he didn't vent, the pressure would weigh on him too much. Of all the people in Konoha, only Senju Tobirama was the most suitable person to confide in, and the one who could offer him advice. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Uchiha Nan, Senju Tobirama, don't you want to unify the ninja world? Uchiha Kusunoki spoke solemnly, and the words Konoha and the entire ninja world made Senju Tobirama's heart tremble. Was Uchiha Kusunoki going mad? Everything in Konoha was stable and improving right now. As long as he and Uchiha Kusunoki worked together, within 10 years, even if the other 4 ninja villages joined forces to attack Konoha, they would no longer be a match for Konoha. It wouldn't be like the frustrating First Shinobi World War. Uchiha Madara had inexplicably left Konoha when everything was thriving, and returned with the 9 tails to fight his elder brother to the death. He must have been crazy. What happened? Senju Tobirama's tone became cautious. With Uchiha Madara, a criminal with a past, standing in the way, he felt he had to speak softly so as not to provoke Uchiha Kusunoki. Uchiha Kusunoki's prestige in Konoha was now terrifyingly high. Even his presence wouldn't be enough to suppress him. What if Uchiha Kusunoki went insane and led Konoha into the abyss? Everything would be ruined. Perhaps the Uchiha spirit has returned? Senju Tobirama frowned. The Uchiha spirit? Uchiha Kusunoki, why have you become such a riddle? Can't you just speak your mind? What's there to fear from the Uchiha spirit? I'm still the spirit of the Senju. Perhaps Uchiha Madara isn't dead. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Kusunoki finished speaking, and Senju Tobirama, like a frightened rabbit, screamed out impossibility. I was the one who disposed of Uchiha Madara's body. I was the one who used his corpse to research the secrets of the Sharingan. I was the one who buried his body in the mountains behind Konoha. Senju Tobirama excitedly revealed his hidden secret. It seemed that the shadow cast by Uchiha Madara on Senju Tobirama was truly profound. After Uchiha Izuna's death, Uchiha Madara had likely attempted to kill Senju Tobirama more than once, hoping to avenge his brother, but he failed every time. Tobirama, calm down. I'm not as nervous as you are. You're already dead. Why are you so excited? Aren't you afraid of Uchiha Madara? How could that be possible? Would I be afraid of Uchiha Madara? You're just talking nonsense. I personally examined Uchiha Madara's body and buried him in the mountains. I remember every detail clearly. Senju Tobirama denied it immediately. How could he be afraid of Uchiha Madara? Even if there was even a little bit, now that everyone was dead, what was there for him to fear? Could Uchiha Madara let him die again? Hell, Tobirama is wrong about this matter. Back then, Uchiha Madara was sure that you would not dispose of his corpse and would secretly use Uchiha Madara's corpse to study the Sharingan, so he dared to fake his death without any hesitation. What do you mean, Uchiha Madara faked his death? You don't think I can't even tell the living from the dead? Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, thinking that Uchiha Nan wanted to use this dead ghost Uchiha Madara to make fun of him tonight. He is really a born evil Uchiha brat. Tobirama, you hate that you don't have the Sharingan, You still underestimate the power of the Sharingan, Uchiha Non smiled contemptuously. This is the setting that the old thief Kishimoto added to the Uchiha clan in the later period. What do you, an old man who appeared so early, know about it? Hiss. Why does this sound so familiar? I remembered that Uchiha Izuna said the same thing. Huh? What about the Sharingan? Brother defeated Uchiha Madara. And I killed Uchiha Izuna. Without exception, they are both owners of the main Decay Sharingan. The Sharingan is not as powerful as you boast. Senju Tobirama immediately hit back at Uchiha Non. Every Uchiha had an almost morbid worship of the Sharingan. Tisk. Doesn't the Sharingan greatly improve insight and dynamic vision, can copy ninjutsu, taijutsu, and greatly enhance illusion? Opening the main Decay Sharingan can also awaken two powerful eye techniques, and even use Susanoo to attack in the form of a giant. Apart from these benefits, what is the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan? Tobirama, you are not an Uchiha, you will not understand the power of the Sharingan, especially the main Decay Sharingan. When it is used, it is simply, Uchiha Non glanced at Senju Tobirama with disdain. It was obvious that this old man called the Sharingan rubbish because he didn't need it. If he really installed a pair of main Decay Sharingan in his eyes, he would use it more diligently than anyone else. Let me tell you, the main Decay Sharingan can cast the technique in the eyes with a time difference, and it will be triggered automatically at a special time. So what? Can you, the Uchiha clan, possess a technique that can bring people back to life? Senju Tobirama showed disdain. It was unbelievable that the main Decay Sharingan actually had this ability, but he couldn't show it even if he was envious. Yes, our Uchiha clan really has it. What? Senju Tobirama showed a surprised expression. The Uchiha clan actually had this technique? That is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Over a long period of time, there was an unprecedented civil war within the Uchiha clan. At that time, the Uchiha clan developed a miracle technique called Izanagi. Izanagi is a forbidden technique that can change destiny. It can turn things that are unfavorable to the caster into dreams within a certain period of time. However, the cost of the technique is very high, and it requires sacrificing the vision of one eye. In the past, the Uchiha clan was obsessed with this forbidden technique, and ambitious people emerged one after another. You should understand the style of the Uchiha clan. In short, there was a lot of fighting within the family. Uchiha Non didn't want to say much in this regard. Every member of the Uchiha clan was a stubborn fighter. Unless you use force to subdue him, he will not be quiet and obey your control. An Izanagi is a technique to cause chaos. An Uchiha who has learned Izanagi has a maximum of 3 lives. The victory or defeat of masters can be decided in a few breaths. The Uchiha directly has 2 more lives. You think you have killed me, but I can appear in the back and stab you in the next second. As a result, the Uchiha clan members who learned Izanagi all have the virtue of God is first and I am second. What happened later? Senju Tobirama listened with great interest. This was an absolute secret of the Uchiha clan and a scandal within the family. Outsiders had no chance of knowing it. Later, an Uchiha developed another forbidden technique, Izanami, which saved the Uchiha clan from civil strife. The function of the forbidden technique of Izanami is... Why don't you say anything? Go on. Senju Tobirama's face was full of curiosity. He was very interested in the secret forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. He would first understand it, then study it, and finally find a technique to crack it. And then find a chance to pass it on to the Senju clan. Tobirama, you are so curious. You don't want to crack this forbidden technique and invent a corresponding ninjutsu to restrain the Uchiha. Uchiha Non stared at Senju Tobirama and saw through his little thoughts at once. He was really a dog that never changes its nature. He was still thinking of backstabbing the Uchiha clan. No way. Ha ha ha. No way. I'm just curious. Senju Tobirama pretended to be innocent and waved his hands repeatedly. Then Uchiha Non looked at Senju Tobirama and said, since then, the 2 forbidden techniques of Izanami and Izanagi have been completely sealed by the Uchiha clan. Only the clan leaders of all generations can know them. The clan leader of the Uchiha clan at that time was Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Izuna learns this forbidden technique, you will be the one who dies. Uchiha Non laughed sinisterly. Senju Tobirama was always proud of killing Uchiha Izuna who had the main Decay Sharingan alone. Most of the settings of the old villain Kishimoto were plot-based kills. Uchiha Izuna didn't even have the chance to use the main Decay Sharingan before he died. It was too hasty. I wonder what Senju Tobirama is thinking now. There are no ifs in this world. I am the one who survived on the battlefield. Uchiha Izuna is a loser in front of me. Senju Tobirama saw it very straightforwardly. There are not so many ifs on the battlefield. Winning means life, losing means death. Senju Tobirama, survived, so he is the winner. But Izanagi of the Uchiha clan is really incredible. He can distort reality, turn falsehood into truth, and even reverse life and death. Wait a minute. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Uchiha Madara is really not dead? He is now somewhere in the ninja world, secretly watching Konoha. It's bad, it's bad. Something big is going to happen to Konoha. According to you, Uchiha Madara is really not dead, it's over. Senju Tobirama regretted it very much. Why did he leave Uchiha Madara's body behind instead of burning it? Without his elder brother, who else in Konoha can defeat Uchiha Madara? Has Uchiha Madara sneaked into Konoha? Senju Tobirama looked anxious. He was very clear about Uchiha Madara's power. If Uchiha Madara started a killing spree in Konoha, no one in the entire Konoha could stop him. It's possible, but I'm not sure. Uchiha Non was not sure whether Uchiha Madara had sneaked into Konoha at this time. It was too arbitrary to conclude that Uchiha Madara gave up trying to open the Samsara Eye and returned to Konoha just based on his own guess about the tasks issued by the system. It doesn't matter whether he sneaked into Konoha or not. Uchiha Madara's mere survival is a time bomb for Konoha, and it can blow Konoha up at any time. Uchiha Madara clearly had the opportunity to kill his eldest brother through Izanagi, but he chose to fake his death to get away. This is totally unreasonable. My eldest brother has been dead for so many years, and Uchiha Madara has not attacked Konoha. This shows that Uchiha Madara's target is not Konoha at all. What else in the huge ninja world could make Uchiha Madara plan so painstakingly? Could Uchiha Madara want to subvert the entire world? If it is Uchiha Madara, this possibility is not impossible. There is really too little information now. Senju Tobirama quickly calmed down and began to analyze Uchiha Madara's motives. His purpose is worthy of Senju Tobirama. He can analyze a general direction in such a short time. Tobirama, stop guessing. I know Uchiha Madara's goal. What? Tell me. Uchiha Madara wants complete peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Non stated Uchiha Madara's ultimate goal. It's urgent now, and you, Uchiha Non, still have the mind to joke here? You are the Second Hokage of Konoha. You are the first person responsible for Konoha's safety and future. If you don't want to be Hokage, just abdicate. I can come back. Senju Tobirama was furious and yelled at Uchiha Non. It was obvious that Senju Tobirama was really anxious. He didn't believe at all that Uchiha Madara's goal was to bring peace to the entire ninja world. If Uchiha Madara really wanted to do that, he shouldn't have left Konoha and had a life and death duel with his elder brother. Uchiha Madara died in that battle, and Senju Tobirama was not much better off. He was seriously injured and died not long after. With the death of the two Optimus Primes, the ninja world was in complete chaos. The melee turned into a war that affected the entire ninja world. In Senju Tobirama's view, Uchiha Madara must be responsible for the First Ninja World War. Calm down, I'm telling the truth. Uchiha Madara is just like Senju Tobirama. They are both pacifists who care about the ninja world. If it can bring permanent peace to the ninja world, I believe Uchiha Madara can die heroically without hesitation. The Uchiha clan is the one that understands love the most, especially the Uchiha who opened the main Gekyo Sharingan. It's just that Uchiha Madara's love is very grand, and it includes the entire ninja world. However, Senju Tobirama dismissed this. If Uchiha Madara had not broken up with his elder brother, and both died one after another after a great battle, the First Shinobi World War would not have happened at all, and so many people would not have died in the entire ninja world. So what? Could Hashirama Senju have survived forever? Tobirama, you should know very well that when Hashirama Senju was alive, the ninja world was already a powder keg, and everyone was waiting for the death of Hashirama Senju, the god of the ninja world. The First Shinobi World War would have happened sooner or later. Senju Tobirama choked. He naturally understood such a simple truth. But Senju Tobirama still couldn't understand why Uchiha Madara suddenly defected and attacked Konoha, and suddenly had a life and death battle with his eldest brother, when everything was obviously moving in a good direction. Tobirama, I know very well that Uchiha Madara's goal is for the entire ninja world. He wants to correct the mistakes that he and Senju Tobirama made in the past. Hey, what do you mean by that? Senju Tobirama looked displeased and interrupted Uchiha Non, who was still bringing the problem to his eldest brother. Senju Tobirama is responsible for the ninja world becoming like this. Tobirama, You don't agree with the first generation's bullshit one village, one country system, do you? No way, no way, Senju Tobirama, don't you want to unify the entire ninja world? Uchiha Non stared at Senju Tobirama with burning eyes. It would be fine if Senju Hashirama was a naive fool, but Uchiha Non did not believe that Senju Tobirama had no intention of unifying the ninja world. Farming is too hard. I went home and hoed the land for half a day yesterday. My head is dizzy. It is easier to write. Chapter 117 Senju Tobirama, Cause and Effect Entanglement, a 1,000-year tragedy. The Senju and Uchiha are actually a family. Unify the entire ninja world? I want it. I dream about it. Of course, Tobirama Senju wanted to unify the ninja world, but he could only dream about it, he simply didn't have the ability to realize it. The ninja world was vast, with numerous clans and factions, and thousands of years of strife and hatred. Resource allocation, reconciliation, and all sorts of other issues were a multitude of issues. The founding of Konoha alone consumed most of Tobirama Senju's energy, forcing even his most cherished scientific research to be put on hold. Then there were the daimyos of various nations who interfered with the Ninja Alliance, using coercion and inducements. Many of the ninja who joined Konoha had been subjected to coercion and inducements from the daimyos, well, more like inducements. Furthermore, there were difficulties with communication, transportation, and food. It was simply impossible for Konoha to swallow the entire ninja world in one fell swoop. But that wasn't the main reason. The most important thing was that his eldest brother, Hashirama Senju, didn't agree. Even if Konoha's power wasn't enough to manage and encompass the entire ninja world, it could still rely on its eldest brother's unrivaled military might to cripple the remaining ninja villages and maintain Konoha's absolute dominance. It was exhausting. Senju Tobirama sighed softly. In his current state, he had no scruples about the question posed by Uchiha Kusunoki. There was no need to hide his inner thoughts from him. Covering up would only lead to ridicule, so it was better to speak frankly. I do wish to unify the ninja world, but you're already the Hokage, and you should be well aware of Konoha's personnel reserves. Even if all the remaining ninja villages were to merge into Konoha, the best that Konoha could do would be a fancy name. They would still live their own lives. After all, the ninja world is simply too vast. Senju Tobirama tried to cover up for his eldest brother. Although the eldest brother is a bit of a scoundrel, he is still his biological elder brother after all. Uchiha Non has already had the intention to vindicate Uchiha Madara and secretly implicate himself. Maybe in a few years, Uchiha Non will dare to hold a meeting to criticize the eldest brother. It is really a shame that the person is dead and his reputation cannot be preserved after his death. So Senju Tobirama said some objective conditions that even Uchiha Non could not refute, to prove that Konoha could not swallow up the entire ninja world in one gulp. I know all these things. Otherwise, I would not have been developing productivity and spending money to train students in ninja schools. I have been asking you to study railways and trains, and long-distance communication equipment is to prepare for Konoha to sweep the ninja world in the future, but the fundamental problem is not here. The first generation's goal, path, and concept have big problems. The Shodaime pursued a temporary, illusory peace. Even if Konoha couldn't conquer the entire ninja world immediately, it could have nibbled away at it bit by bit. With its unparalleled military might, it could have killed all the dangerous ninja in the ninja world, or even imprisoned them all. The Nine Tails was truly awful. It was so dangerous. It was hilarious. There were simply too many better options to have avoided the First Shinobi World War, but what did the Shodaime do? They divided up the tailed beasts they had painstakingly captured, and then held some so-called five-cage summit to kowtow to them. Uchiha Non spoke a lot in one breath, and every word resonated with Senju Tobirama. Big brother, what a jerk. I had tried to persuade him not to be so naive. The ninja world was complex, and people's hearts were treacherous. Blindly placing trust in others would only hurt those around you. But Big Brother wouldn't listen. He got angry and impatient when I tried to persuade him. He stared at him with a gloomy face. That look was so scary. Senju Tobirama felt that if he said one more word, he would be knocked unconscious by Senju Hashirama. But no matter how naive Senju Hashirama was, or how stupid his behavior was, Senju Hashirama was still his elder brother. Senju Tobirama, could not follow Uchiha Non, the other Uchiha, to criticize his elder brother's ideological line. Okay, stop rambling here. No matter what, Big Brother is the first Hokage who founded Konoha village. Even if he was naive and stupid, Big Brother is dead, and the dead are the greatest. Even if he made some mistakes, you are the third Hokage of Konoha, and you have an obligation to clean up his mess. I have been cleaning up Big Brother's mess all my life, and I have wiped myself to death. You have only been cleaning it for a few years, and you are impatient, Senju Tobirama retorted unhappily, and then covered his face, signaling Uchiha not to continue to dwell on the issue of Big Brother Senju Hashirama. He admitted that Big Brother was an idiot and a jerk, and he should stop whipping his corpse after his death. We are here to talk about the issue of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara left Konoha without a word, came back with the 9 tails to attack Konoha, had a life and death duel with Big Brother, and then faked his death to escape, and has been hiding until now. This is a weird train of thought. You said that Uchiha Madara wanted to achieve peace in the ninja world, huh? Do you think I will believe it? Senju Tobirama decisively changed the subject, bringing it back to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's actions had nothing to do with peace in the ninja world. Tobirama, of course you don't understand. Without the main Decay of Sharingan, how could you possibly understand Uchiha Madara's actions? Uchiha eyes switched to Sharingan mode, his expression tinged with arrogance, as if to say, you old man have a narrow vision, and it's normal for you to not understand Uchiha's actions. Alright, stop showing off those Sharingans and just say what you mean. Senju Tobirama couldn't count how many times Uchiha had flaunted his Sharingans tonight. He was truly infuriated. The Uchiha clan has a family heirloom tablet with a story recorded on it. Back then, all the Six-Path Sage had to do was open his Rinnegan and summon the legendary Outer Path statue, and absorb the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts to allow the Outer Path statue to evolve into the complete version of the 10 tails. By absorbing the 10 tails into his body, Uchiha Madara could become the second Six-Path Sage and activate the technique called Infinite Tsukuyomi, dragging all the ninjas in the ninja world into an eternal and beautiful sleep, achieving eternal peace, and he, the second Six-Path Sage, Uchiha Madara, would guard the ninja world forever, watching over the sacred tree, and ensuring that the Infinite Tsukuyomi would be maintained. Uchiha recounted Uchiha Madara's plan, leaving Senju Tobirama stunned. This story was simply outrageous to the extreme. Uchiha, are you sure you are not kidding me? You can tell such an outrageous story. Senju Tobirama was stunned for a while before he digested Uchiha's story. Uchiha Madara could betray Konoha and break up with his elder brother Senju Hashirama for a rotten story on a broken stone, and gamble his life for it? Can this be the brain circuit of a normal person? The Uchiha who opened the main Decay of Sharingan really can't be viewed with the eyes of a normal person. It's not surprising. Do I have time to joke with a dead man like you? Then I might as well go home and talk about life, ideals, and have a deeper communication with the 2 beautiful ladies in my room in bed. Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha with disdain, and then selectively skipped these 2 sentences. He had been lonely all his life and didn't want to be laughed at by Uchiha on this matter again. According to you, Uchiha Madara needs to open his Rinnegan to summon the Outer Path demon statue. The Rinnegan is the legendary eye of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Does he have a way to open it? Senju Tobirama brought up the part of the story that Uchiha had omitted. For millennia, only the legendary Sage of the 6 Paths possessed these eyes, and no one else in the ninja world had ever been known to possess them. This involves the ultimate secret of the ninja world, one a ninja of your level is not qualified to know. Uchiha glanced at Senju Tobirama teasingly, and as expected, Senju Tobirama's face turned visibly red. A ninja of my level? I'm definitely at the top of the ninja world. Just as Senju Tobirama was about to explode, Uchiha tactfully revealed the answer. The atmosphere was too tense, and the pressure within him was immense. Only by teasing Senju Tobirama could he relieve the tension. Generally speaking, only those who have been reincarnated with Indra's chakra, who have activated the eternal main Decay of Sharingan and gained Ashura's chakra, have the opportunity to open the legendary Rinnegan. Uchiha offered a relatively reliable answer. In previous lives, various forums had rumored that simply activating the eternal main Decay of Sharingan and incorporating Hashirama's cells would allow the Rinnegan to be activated. However, in the original anime, only Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra, had activated the Rinnegan on his own initiative. No other Uchiha had attempted this path. Naruto is a story of family tragedy, no matter how you look at it. Bloodline is paramount. If you're not related to the Otsutsuki clan, you're nothing more than a nobody. Perhaps even an ordinary Uchiha, even with a main Decay Sharingan, needs to harvest the chakra of both Indra and Ashura to even have a chance at opening the Rinnegan. Or perhaps the conditions are even more stringent, requiring the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura to acquire each other's chakra for a chance to open the Rinnegan. In this world where bloodline is paramount, only by being a cheater can you rise to prominence. Indra, Ashura. Senju Tobirama was dizzy. The amount of information tonight was simply too much. Why did two more names pop up? Indra, who are Ashura, Tobirama, you are lucky. The following story involves the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Even Uchiha Madara doesn't know about it. At the beginning, the six-path sage walked in the ninja world, spreading chakra, founding the ninja sect, advocating love, understanding, and tolerance, and wanted to end the disputes in the ninja world. It was indeed very popular, and many people joined the ninja sect later. The six-path sage gave birth to two sons. The eldest son was named Indra and the second son was named Ashura. Indra was gifted and inherited the powerful eye power of the six-path sage. Later, he invented the seal and opened the door to using chakra to release ninjutsu, and the youngest son Ashura was dwarfed by his eldest brother Indra and seemed mediocre. So at that time, almost everyone in the ninja sect believed that the eldest brother Indra would inherit the mantle of the six-path sage and inherit the ninja sect, but the six-path sage had different ideas. The sage of six paths almost instinctively sensed the dangers of harnessing chakra for ninjutsu, and would obscure his original intention of spreading chakra. Chakra was meant to be a bridge of communication between people. However, under Indra's leadership, the ethos of the ninja clan changed, and the disciples became obsessed with practicing ninjutsu and strengthening themselves, which greatly displeased the sage of six paths. To select the successor to the ninja clan, the sage of six paths gave Indra and Ashura the same task. Indra ultimately completed the task with his own strength, while Ashura completed it with the power of the masses. The sage of six paths disliked Indra's pursuit of power, believing that he would lead the ninja clan astray. Instead, he chose Ashura to inherit the clan. I don't need to tell you what happened next. Indra was dissatisfied with this decision and tried to forcibly seize the inheritance of the clan. The sage of six paths passed on his power to Ashura, helping Ashura defeat Indra. The two brothers broke off completely, each founding their own family. Even after death, they continued to fight, selecting children from their respective families, imbuing them with their own chakra, and continuing their millennial-long struggle. Uchiha spoke until his mouth was dry. The story was so melodramatic, no different from the children of powerful families fighting for the family property. After listening to it, Senju Tobirama paused for a long time, then slowly said, "These two families can't be." "That's right, it's the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan." Uchiha confirmed Senju Tobirama's thoughts, which made Senju Tobirama's head feel like it was hit by a hammer. How could such a weird thing happen in this world? The Uchiha clan, who have been fighting for thousands of years and never stop, and the Senju clan are actually one family? Senju Tobirama felt that the world was too absurd for a moment. The hatred between the two families actually originated from the unfair division of the family. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama recalled the first time he met Uchiha. Maybe 1,000 years ago we were one family. Uchiha was the elder brother and Senju was the younger brother, but they had an unfair father, which led to an unfair division of the family, and the two brothers might have broken up because of this. This was what Uchiha meant when he said this. It seems that he already knew the truth. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura of this generation are none other than Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama. It is destined that they will be entangled in this life. They are as close as brothers, but in the end they will break up and fight each other. Uchiha gave Senju Tobirama time to digest it, and then revealed the hidden identities of Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, which made Senju Tobirama sigh. The relationship between his elder brother and Uchiha Madara was indeed unusual. The friendship they had forged since their youth had grown into an extraordinary fate. It turned out that it was all destined. For a moment, the look in Senju Tobirama's eyes when he looked at Uchiha changed. Family, family. Am I actually a family with these crazy Uchiha guys? Uchiha who is born evil. Try not to say this in the future. Tonight was really exciting. Senju Tobirama felt mixed emotions and even the atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. Chapter 118 Senju Tobirama, at this time, you still want to exploit me? The atmosphere became a little weird for a while. It was Uchiha who spoke first to break the silence of both sides. Tobirama, Since you already know the origin of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan for thousands of years, why don't you consider tracing your ancestors? The Uchiha clan is the descendant of the boss Indra, and you, the Senju clan, are the descendants of your younger brother Ashura. No matter what, it should be the younger brother's clan that merges into the older brother's clan. The Uchiha clan is very rich now. It is absolutely impossible for you, the Senju clan, to be treated unfairly. Senju Tobirama blushed visibly after hearing what he said. He lost control of his expression and cursed at Uchiha Non. You want my Senju clan to merge into the Uchiha clan? Bah, you are wishful thinking. You can't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth, you naturally evil Uchiha brat, I hiss. The curse was so dirty. The saliva sprayed on my face. Uchiha Non took out a tissue and wiped his face. Fortunately, he hadn't said the rest of the words yet. If I ain't Tsunade, ahem, the child I give birth to might be an Otsutsuki. But Uchiha Kusunoki doesn't like Tsunade's temper. Tsunade is also a gambler. She might lose all the family fortune that he has worked hard to save overnight. She is really not suitable to be my wife. However, if Senju Tobirama agrees to merge the Senju clan into the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kusunoki can still accept this marriage. For the sake of Konoha and for Uchiha's own lifelong event, it doesn't matter if he suffers a little loss. However, it seems that Senju Tobirama will not agree to merge the Senju clan into the Uchiha clan, and Tsunade will not be so lucky to marry him. I was just joking, Tobirama, why do you take it so seriously? You really have no sense of humor. Even if it's a joke, it's not okay. And I don't think you're joking. You wouldn't have been secretly plotting against the Senju clan, would you? Senju Tobirama stared at Uchiha Non fiercely. Now that Uchiha Nan's prestige in Konoha has surpassed his own, even his eldest brother can't compare to him. If there is news that he is going to attack the Senju clan, who can stop him? Now there is no one in the Senju clan who can deal with Uchiha Non, this shameless bastard with no moral integrity. He has been calculated by Uchiha Non to work like a slave for him every day. Just a little bit. You have to know that the source of chakra in the entire ninja world comes from the Six Paths Sage. The realm that the Six Paths Sage has reached is simply not something that people at our level can understand. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the time could not get close to it. In the final analysis, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were able to be incredibly strong, and a large part of it was because they took advantage of Indra and Ashura's chakra. But Indra and Ashura only inherited half of the ability of the Six Paths Sage. As descendants of the two of them, our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, if we combine to have a child, maybe some interesting changes will occur, and the bloodline power of the Six Paths Sage will appear. Uchiha Non expressed his thoughts. It had always been in Uchiha Nan's plan to match the children of the Senju clan with the Uchiha clan for marriage, but the relationship between the two clans was only average now. In order to break the deadlock in the marriage between the two clans, he, as the clan leader, could only take the lead. The best candidate was naturally Tsunade. Their statuses were a perfect match, and it held great symbolic significance. However, there were numerous obstacles. Age was one issue, and he would have to shamelessly pursue Tsunade. Most importantly, if he did so, Uzumaki Mito would truly be able to step on the Nine Tails and hunt him down. Furthermore, the fact that the third Hokage position was stolen by Uchiha Kusunoki midterm remained a thorn in his side, and it would take years to dilute. The more successful he became as Hokage, the less resistance the Senju clan would face. He was already seeing some success. Perhaps in a few years, he wouldn't have to lead the charge, and the two clans would have the opportunity for a marriage. Recreating the bloodline of the Six Paths Sage sounds interesting. But you, kid, don't even think about taking over the Senju clan. I won't listen to your instigation. Senju Tobirama briefly considered the idea, but then rejected it. A marriage would be the beginning of a fusion between the two clans. Truly the inherently evil Uchiha, actually trying to annex the Senju clan in this way. I'm telling you, Uchiha Non, don't even think about it. My Senju clan will never marry the Uchiha clan. You definitely have no good intentions. Cut it out, you old stubborn guy. The Shodaime founded Konoha just to eliminate the hatred between the ninja clans. As long as the productivity is gradually improved, it's only a matter of time before the clan power collapses. By then, let alone the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan intermarrying, they will even intermarry with ordinary people. The couple is so affectionate, and you still want to break them up, eh? The third Hokage of Konoha will resolutely resist backward clan power like yours and hold high the banner of the Shodaime's will of fire. You old Senju ghost who is born evil, you are just making excuses, humph, Lao Dang, you're a dead man, why do you care about the affairs of the living? Uchiha Kusunoki and Senju Tobirama faced off, but their debate ultimately ended with Senju Tobirama's defeat. How could a stubborn clan power withstand the surging tide of the times? There's no need to wait until Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. By the time of Shippuden, the main force of the Senju clan had dwindled, and the remaining insignificant number of elderly, weak, women, and children were insufficient to maintain the Senju clan's name. They had begun marrying ordinary people, abandoning the Senju surname. If the Senju clan could intermarry with ordinary people, they could naturally intermarry with the Uchiha clan, creating more Otsutsuki, a boon for Konoha as a whole. Alright, you're constantly veering off topic. Let's just let this run its course. The most crucial issue right now is Uchiha Madara. If you were to suddenly attack Konoha, there's no way Konoha would survive, let alone an alliance between the two clans. Uchiha Non was too lazy to continue arguing with Senju Tobirama on this issue. He was a deadbeat, spending 24 hours a day in an underground lab, doing his own liver experiments, so he had no chance to object. HMPH, I hope you don't do anything tricky, or I'll go on strike. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, tactfully skipping the topic. The most important thing now was to resolve the Uchiha Madara issue. Uchiha Madara had already awakened his main Gekyo Sharingan. He must have understood the methods on the stone tablet before Konoha was founded. Initially, however, Uchiha Madara shared the same ideals as the Sadaime. However, after Konoha was established, he saw that the other ninja villages were only superficially subservient to Konoha, remaining obedient due to the Sadaime and Uchiha Madara's immense power. Additionally, a certain sinister individual has been secretly ostracizing Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan. This has caused Uchiha Madara to completely lose his faith, believing that the path he and the Sadaime have always followed is the wrong path. Uchiha Non analyzed Uchiha Madara's mental journey. The words "a certain sinister individual" struck a chord with someone sensitive. Who are you calling a sinister individual? Senju Tobirama howled like a dog struck by a rock. I will scold anyone who makes a sound. Senju Tobirama, you must take this responsibility. Putting aside the facts, don't you have any fault at all? Facing Uchiha Nan's aggressiveness, Senju Tobirama remained silent. Was he wrong? It seemed that he had a little bit, but for the sake of the overall situation, he should be patient and not argue with Uchiha Non about these trivial matters. So, Senju Tobirama, now you should understand why Uchiha Madara suddenly left Konoha. The path that Uchiha Madara had believed in for the first half of his life was ultimately unworkable and a failure. In order to realize his childhood dream, Uchiha Madara gave up a lot. Later, Uchiha Madara even gave up revenge on you. But you killed Uchiha Madara's favorite brother, Uchiha Izuna. When Uchiha Madara defected to Konoha, he could have killed you first. With all hope gone, Uchiha Madara could only find a new way to achieve peace in the ninja world forever. Senju Tobirama didn't say anything. He actually felt a faint sense of guilt in his heart. He had a clear conscience about killing Uchiha Izuna. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, and people fight for life and death. Everyone just accepts their fate. It's just that Uchiha Madara gave up revenge and chose to reconcile with the Senju clan and work together to create Konoha. He has been targeting Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan. This matter cannot be denied after all. If he didn't have the big brother of Konoha now, Uchiha Madara, would it be? It's a pity that there is no regret medicine for Senju Tobirama in the world. Uchiha Madara fought with a Sadaime-sama, and he should have obtained the Sadaime cells and chakra. I'm afraid Uchiha Madara is now determined to open the Rinnegan, and then summon the Outer Path Demon statue to collect the 9-tailed beasts, become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and perform the infinite Tsukuyomi technique. Whether Uchiha Madara appears in Konoha now or not, we will have to face Uchiha Madara sooner or later. Tobirama, do you have any ideas? Uchiha Non threw the difficult problem to Senju Tobirama. Originally, in his plan, when Uchiha Madara was about to die of old age and open the Rinnegan, he should have completed 1 or 2 tasks with gold rewards. Anything he could draw would be enough to compete with a dying Uchiha Madara. Not to mention a sure win, he could definitely guarantee not to lose. Now if Uchiha Madara rushed to Konoha at this time, he would have no way to deal with it. He could not beat him. If Senju Tobirama was in his prime, maybe there would be a little chance. Combining the long list of information given by Uchiha Non tonight, Senju Tobirama thought for a long time and said, based on my understanding of Uchiha Madara, If Uchiha Madara really opened the Rinnegan, he would definitely control the hundreds of meters high Susanoo to attack Konoha and seize the Nine Tails. Nothing's happened in Konoha yet, and the Nine Tails in my sister-in-law's body is still safe and sound. This means Uchiha Madara hasn't opened his Rinnegan yet, so we still have time to respond, but according to you, Uchiha Madara has already infiltrated Konoha. That doesn't make sense. He always likes to do everything all at once, at his peak. It's really hard to understand, yet. Who could possibly understand that? Uchiha Madara, you old bastard, why did you run back to Konoha instead of just trying to open your Rinnegan? It can't be for yourself, can it? Uchiha non roared inwardly after hearing this. The butterfly effect wouldn't play tricks on him like that. But we must prepare for the worst. If Uchiha Madara really wants to retrieve the Nine Tails prematurely, Konoha must stop him. That's easy for you to say. You'll fight Uchiha Madara, or should I? Uchiha non waved his hand. A head-on confrontation was a slim hope. Let Big Brother deal with him. You can summon me through Impure World Reincarnation, so why can't you also summon Big Brother through Impure World Reincarnation? Don't you understand the power of a reincarnated ninja? Your current body is already at its limit. According to my estimation, you can only exert about 2 times the strength of your pre-birth body. If the reincarnated body is supplemented with the right Hashirama cells, it could increase the reincarnated ninja's power. With luck, it might even reach 1/3 of its pre-birth strength, Uchiha Kusunoki said unhappily. He had already considered this method. The power a reincarnated ninja can exert is directly proportional to the quality of the sacrifice. His own reincarnation was already the final version of the original story, upgraded from the original story. According to the original story, the best sacrifice is naturally a white Zetsu created entirely from Hashirama cells, the cells of the divine tree. A reincarnated ninja can even exert nearly their full strength in life. At this point, the remaining white Zetsu from Kaguya Otsutsuki's era are unknown, hidden away by black Zetsu. And aren't the divine tree cells the cells of the outer path demon statue? That's even more out of the question. Hashirama cells can enhance the strength of the reincarnated ninja. Senju Tobirama was keenly aware of this information. Uchiha non had never told him before. How many secrets did this bastard hide? Some of the secrets revealed by Uchiha non today were unknown even to Uchiha Madara. Where did Uchiha non gather this information from? Yes, I was thinking of telling you later, but I was afraid that you would add something you shouldn't add to the reincarnated body without authorization and break free from my restraint on your body. Now that we are going to deal with Uchiha Madara, I'll tell you this information in advance. However, I have a seal specifically for the reincarnated ninja that has been strengthened by Hashirama cells. Don't even think about those little thoughts in your heart. I will personally watch you add Hashirama cells to your body, and by the way, add another layer of control. Fuck you. You're still thinking about dealing with me at this time. Senju Tobirama was furious and cursed at Uchiha non. As I should. You're Senju Tobirama. I have to be extremely careful when dealing with you. Even the slightest mistake could allow you to take advantage of me. By the way, with your body strengthened with Hashirama cells, the number of clones you can cast with a multiple shadow clone technique should increase significantly. You have to work faster. You can't slack off just because Uchiha Madara might be coming. Go to hell. You black-hearted beast. Facing Uchiha Nan's beastly remarks, Senju Tobirama rushed over with his fangs bared. Go fuck Uchiha Madara. I have to beat Uchiha Nan up first today. Chapter 119 Senju Tobirama, all the Riddlers deserve to die? Again, Uchiha Nan sighed slightly, and quickly formed seals with his hands. In just a moment, he seized control of Senju Tobirama's body. After so many times, Senju Tobirama really has no memory at all. You want to fight me, Uchiha Nan? Can you do it? You could have done it in the past, cough cough, but the past is the past, and this is now. What else can you do besides playing dirty? Come out and fight me in single combat. If you have the guts, fight me in single combat. I'll chop off your dog head with a flying thunder god slash. Senju Tobirama couldn't move his body, but he was still shouting. Facing Senju Tobirama's impotent rage, Uchiha Nan smiled slightly, and directly controlled Senju Tobirama to shut his mouth. Tobirama, why are you so excited? You don't know what kind of person I am. If you are still angry over such a small matter, how can I discuss the big matter of Uchiha Madara with you with confidence? The overall situation is more important. Those who are capable should do more work. You are going to die anyway, So you should work harder for Konoha? Uchiha Non persuaded Senju Tobirama patiently. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Nan's shameless appearance and was furious, but he had no use for someone under his roof. Uchiha Non had completely grasped Senju Tobirama, and kept a close eye on the control of impure world reincarnation. He would not let Senju Tobirama take advantage of any loopholes, and threatened the safety of Konoha and the future all day long. It was poor Tobirama, and he fed Senju Tobirama chicken soup. He asked Senju Tobirama to work hard on scientific research. Unless Senju Tobirama regains the autonomy of his body one day, such days will last forever. It's so cool. After about a few minutes, Uchiha Non saw that Senju Tobirama had almost calmed down, so he released Senju Tobirama's restraints. Uchiha Non, you're awesome, but you have to remember, you are the boss today. It's impossible for you to be the boss forever. Thank you for the reminder. I will always remember that you have to speed up the progress of the experiment. The development of Konoha can't stop at all. I know. Senju Tobirama compromised again. For the sake of Konoha, he would endure it a little longer. Anyway, he loves scientific research so much. Then let's continue to talk about Uchiha Madara. Compared to the little internal conflicts between the two of us, they are essentially for Konoha. Konoha occupies a large space in my heart. And Uchiha Madara is the enemy that we must face together. Internal strife now is not a wise choice, Tisk. It was you who acted like a beast first. One day I will be free again. Senju Tobirama secretly swore in his heart and nodded calmly on the surface. It is almost impossible to rely on force to defeat Uchiha Madara, but we still have to prepare early. On the one hand, we have to improve my own strength. The progress of Hashirama's cell experiment must be accelerated so that when I go to confront Uchiha Madara, I can hold on for a few more seconds and will not be killed by Uchiha Madara in 3 moves. By then, we have to summon the Shot-Aim if necessary. Even if we can't beat Uchiha Madara, let the Shot-Aim knock Uchiha Madara down. Maybe Uchiha Madara will be merciful and leave some seeds for Konoha? Uchiha Non said it as if he was making arrangements for his funeral, which made Senju Tobirama's heart tremble. Things have calmed to this point. And it seems unreasonable for him not to work hard on the experiment. I understand. Don't worry. I'm not the type to be confused on such a matter of right and wrong. I'll fully cooperate with you. Seeing Senju Tobirama's understanding, Uchiha Non nodded in satisfaction. He had to exaggerate the situation. He knew that Senju Tobirama might appear submissive but actually be putting in no effort. After all, Senju Tobirama mastered the core technology. Tobirama, can you use your Flying Thunder God Jutsu? I actually quite like it. Uchiha Non considered learning Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God Jutsu. At the very least, mastering it would allow him to escape. As the saying goes, there's life, there's hope. He couldn't possibly fight Uchiha Madara to death. He had to run. Uchiha Madara had only awakened his Rinnegan when he was on the brink of death, and it had cost him nearly the entire rest of his life. The price was certainly high. Time is on one side. HMPH, I have left all the training methods of Flying Thunder God Jutsu in the Book of Seals. Do I need to teach you? Senju Tobirama showed a complacent look, and looked at Uchiha Non with contempt. I have given you the training method, but you still can't learn it. For this step, I followed your method and tried to feel the Flying Thunder God mark you left in the Book of Seals. I didn't feel anything. That only means that you don't have the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. As long as you get started, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu is equivalent to learning it. You don't have the talent, but it's not your fault. After all, only a ninja like me can invent it. People with mediocre talents can only. Senju Tobirama stood at the commanding heights of talent and pointed at Uchiha Non. He finally found a chance to ridicule Uchiha Non. Alright, forget about teaching me. Pretend I didn't ask. It's not that I won't teach you. Even if I teach you personally, you don't have talent. Interesting. Senju Tobirama suddenly felt a lot of the resentment he was feeling dissipate. It was rare for him to see Uchiha Non looking so frustrated. Non rolled his eyes, displeased with Senju Tobirama's smug look. He knew he would eventually extract the Flying Thunder God Jutsu from the turntable system, and then he would definitely give Senju Tobirama a good slap in the face. After this brief interlude, Senju Tobirama and Non continued discussing Uchiha Madara. They made several contingency plans for a sudden attack on Konoha. Non decided the most effective way was to throw out Senju Hashirama first, having him draw him away while shouting about his challenge to duel and talking trash. Madara, you lost last time, so why are you still thinking of attacking Konoha while I'm away? Then I really underestimate you." With these words from Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly be eager to follow him. His best friend's ridicule was a real blow to him, especially since he didn't consider himself defeated back then. "We must give Konoha some time to escape. I will conduct targeted drills during this time." The two quickly agreed on this point. Uchiha Madara must not be allowed to attack Konoha. A few waves of Susanoo, hundreds of meters high, could easily crush Konoha. Uchiha Madara's power is truly unstoppable. Big fists are a blessing. Uchiha non-sighed slightly, making Senju Tobirama emo. Senju Tobirama believed his intelligence was unmatched. That if given time, he could develop countless powerful ninjutsu. But facing Uchiha Madara's sheer might, his pride was useless. "Uchiha-nan, do you think we have a chance to convince Uchiha Madara to give up the Moon Eye project and let everyone in the ninja world fall into a beautiful dream? This approach is really ridiculous. What's the difference between this and asking people in the ninja world to commit suicide? No matter how bad the reality is, it is always better than a beautiful dream." Senju Tobirama thought that since he couldn't beat him, it would be better to let his eldest brother talk to Uchiha Madara. Maybe Uchiha Madara would change his mind, and we could work together to kill the other 4 major ninja villages and the daimyo. Konoha would give unified orders, allocate resources, and vigorously develop productivity. No matter how bad the reality is, it should be better than a false dream. "Tobirama, sometimes I even think your innocence is cute. As ninjas, although we are fighting all our lives and may die one day, you have to know that there are differences between ninjas. Take you and me, for example. We were born in the top bloodline families in the ninja world. Our own talents, the ninjutsu we are exposed to, and the resources we enjoy are all things that ordinary ninjas can't even imagine in their dreams. The things that are within our reach are things they will never even see in their lifetime. A considerable number of ninjas are civilians. They became ninjas by chance. When they were young, they suffered from hunger and were looked down upon. They learned a few skills, and in the end, when they met ninjas like us, they were just trash who could be solved by a shuriken. Even this is considered lucky. With talent, qualifications, and luck to become a ninja, at least they can make a living. Those civilians who are really struggling at the bottom worry about their next meal every day, and they encounter things like cannibalism and years of disaster. In just 1 year, I have gained prestige in Konoha that even you can't reach. Isn't it just that I gave these people who are really struggling at the bottom a bowl of rice and a job? Even if I force them to work 12 hours a day." Uchiha directly broke Senju Tobirama's delusion. In this ninja world, the majority of people are in dire straits. Compared to suffering in reality, they would rather sink into a beautiful dream. Only those who are high and mighty like them can enjoy the beauty of reality. If the entire ninja world knows what Uchiha Madara has done, he's probably the one everyone wants. Senju Tobirama fell silent again. What Uchiha Kusunoki said was too realistic, leaving no room for argument. This ninja world was truly cruel. After a long pause, Senju Tobirama finally spoke. "Are we just going to watch Uchiha Madara's plot succeed? I still can't accept Uchiha Madara's actions. People can't truly empathize with each other." In Senju Tobirama's view, Uchiha Madara was taking the entire ninja world with him to commit suicide. Whether the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi could bring sweet dreams remained uncertain. The Six-Path Sage left this rotten story. Perhaps he had ulterior motives. Of course, I won't accept it either. Huh? The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't finish his words, but his sarcasm was already thick with it. The true purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi was simply to absorb the chakra of the entire ninja world and use it to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki through Uchiha Madara's body. All those poor souls caught in a sweet dream will inevitably transform into white Zetsu. What do you mean? What's wrong with infinite Tsukuyomi? Senju Tobirama keenly sensed the emotion in Uchiha Kusunoki's words. There must be a conspiracy behind this story. Infinite Tsukuyomi can make people fall into a sweet dream, but the real consequences, tisk tisk tisk, honestly, if Uchiha Madara knew the truth behind this, wouldn't he go crazy? But if I tell it now, Uchiha Madara won't believe it. Uchiha Kusunoki fully demonstrated his Riddler's characteristics, always speaking half-truths. The consequences of revealing the whole truth to Uchiha Madara now were unpredictable. After casting infinite Tsukuyomi, humans hanging from a tree would eventually die. Whether or not they transformed into white Zetsu didn't affect the effect of the technique. This technique truly trapped people in a sweet dream. This was exactly what Uchiha Madara wanted. The only way Uchiha Madara could break through his defenses was if he was deceived by Black Zetsu. In the original novel, he was directly beaten to death by Black Tiger's heart-piercing attack, his body completely controlled until he was devoured and transformed into Kaguya Otsutsuki. Now, telling Uchiha Madara whether he could truly awaken was truly a mystery. Uchiha was unsure. He had no evidence to prove what he said was true, so he might as well hold off. Why the hell are you leaving your words unsaid? Say it all. What's the real purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi? What do you mean by the truth you're spouting? Senju Tobirama watched as Uchiha, halfway through his sentence, began to sigh to himself, his entire body exploding. Such explosive information is being hidden, and you're either not saying it or you should just say it all, Senju Tobirama yelled, wanting Uchiha to tell him the whole truth. Want to know? Hey, I won't tell you, you just laughed at me. Uchiha revealed a smug expression, which made Senju Tobirama furious. His face flushed red and he said, you can't be like this. Are you a black heart? Speak the fuck up. Uchiha stood there in silence, watching Senju Tobirama jump up and down, feeling extremely refreshed. No wonder some people like to be riddlers, the feeling is really enjoyable. Please, Uchiha, just reveal a little bit, just a little bit, and I will definitely help you with the experiment. I feel like ants are crawling inside me, it's so uncomfortable. As a top scientific researcher, Senju Tobirama was already curious about everything in this world, not to mention that the truth that Uchiha said touched upon the ultimate secret of the ninja world. Half of it was attacking Senju Tobirama's G-spot. After a while, Senju Tobirama's tone relaxed, his words laced with flattery. He had a premonition that the truth Uchiha was revealing touched upon the ultimate secret of the entire ninja world. He'd only just heard half of it, and if Uchiha didn't tell him, Senju Tobirama felt he'd be driven mad by curiosity. Telling you is pointless. You can't convince Uchiha Madara. I'll tell you the truth when the time is right. That's enough for today. I'm going home. I have 2 beautiful women waiting for me at home. Just work diligently in the lab. You're not working for me, you're working for Konoha? Uchiha patted his butt and left. Senju Tobirama tried to argue, but he was completely controlled by Uchiha. Orochimaru, remember to take good care of yourself. I'm leaving now, okay, Hokage-sama. Uchiha said goodbye to Orochimaru as he left, and only released Senju Tobirama's grip once Uchiha had left the lab. Uchiha, you're not a human being, the Riddle Master deserves death. Senju Tobirama, now free, swore in the lab, but the lab's soundproofing was excellent, not a single sound escaped. I fell, shattering my computer screen and iPad screen protector. My heart was broken. Chapter 120 Uchiha Madara, what does a world with highly developed productivity look like? Home, Uchiha hummed as he headed towards his home. Home was always his safe haven. A good man should take care of his family. In life, career and family are the only truest things. Director Wen was right. Konoha's numerous problems had Uchiha overwhelmed him, but the moment he saw the door, his anxiety and restlessness faded. Bang! Uchiha opened the door. Feng and Ling were sitting on the sofa, just as he usually did at home. The floor was spotlessly clean, and fresh fruit was placed on the coffee table. A good wife and mother. Uchiha, you're finally back. Manji had been lying on his back, eyes closed, enjoying Feng's daily belly rub. Hearing the door open, he immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Then he quickly climbed to his feet and leaped lightly. Yes, the fat cat pounced into Uchiha-nan's arms. Manji, I feel like you've gained weight while I've been away. No way, it's just your imagination. Uchiha felt Manji's weight. Ever since he became Hokage, he hadn't sent Manji out on missions. He'd just been lying around at home, basking in the sun, eating and sleeping, the same old cycle. Before, he'd seen Manji every day when he came home, never noticing how much he'd gained. Now, upon returning from his business trip, he immediately noticed that Manji was taking on the appearance of Garfield. Well, I could probably afford it myself. Okay, Feng and Ling will be home with you every day. Uchiha stroked Manji's tail. A cat's tail was always so smooth. Master, welcome home. Feng and Ling approached Uchiha, one on each side, grabbing his arms with air coughs. Well, I'm back. Uchiha patted their heads lovingly. After a while of cuddling, the 3 of them headed for the bathroom, then to their own room. Even a hero can't resist a beautiful woman. Today it's 1 against 2. Uchiha battled in his room, staying awake all night. Uchiha Madara also stayed awake tonight. Crouching alone on the streets of Konoha, he diligently read the new version of The Will of Fire written by Uchiha Nan and Senju Tobirama by the light of a street lamp. This new version of The Will of Fire is the culmination of Uchiha Nan's previous life's reddest ideology, worldview, and methodology, revised by the master of thick black studies, Senju Tobirama Shiryo, to achieve localization for the ninja world. It analyzes the origins of the entire ninja world's tragedy from a perspective never before considered by Uchiha Madara. Low productivity, a distorted political structure, and the significance of the ninja's existence profoundly impacted Uchiha Madara's knowledge-starved mind. Learning without reflection leads to confusion, and reflection without learning leads to peril. Thinking too much but reading too little leads to extremes, a common problem throughout the ninja world. After all, killing people doesn't require much reading. Uchiha, for example, are known for their extremes, such as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi. Why must a daimyo be so high and mighty? Why must ninjas be tools, carrying out tasks issued by the nobles for a living? Can't they live differently? What if productivity truly reached its peak, a world of highly developed productivity, well-educated ninjas, no longer clinging to mercenary tasks, could engage in productive work like ordinary people? Perhaps the ninja world would develop into a world of distribution based on need, where everyone could obtain what they desired. Would the material and spiritual world become extremely fulfilling? Is such a world truly possible? Would the ninja world still be plagued by the constant wars of the present? Uchiha Madara read the new version of The Will of Fire, his mind following Uchiha Nan's thoughts step by step. Time slipped by unnoticed. Daybreak had already begun, and the sun was peeked through the sky. Uchiha Madara was completely oblivious, still crouching in the corner, his eyes fixed on the words in the book. "Excuse me, sir, would you like to have breakfast? You are so pitiful, homeless man. I have some hot rice balls. I can give you 2 for free." The vendors walking on the streets got up early to prepare for the day's work. In the morning, they saw Uchiha Madara. He had half white hair and one eye was still gray. He was obviously blind. He was holding the Hokage's book in his hand. He must have fled to Konoha. How pitiful. Please help if you can. We in Konoha value benevolence and righteousness. Huh? Rice balls, thank you. Uchiha Madara looked at the rice balls in his hand, and then looked at the vendor who had gone far away. Then he realized that it was daybreak. He had been reading a book all night. He couldn't remember the last time he was so absorbed in reading. This book is interesting. Was it really written by that junior Uchiha Nan? Uchiha Madara seemed to be in another world for a moment. His mind was much more open. Things that he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. He felt enlightened. The world could be viewed in this way. Develop productivity, develop education, change production relations, overthrow the mountains that weigh on ordinary people and ninjas, end the source of tragedy, material scarcity, and a brand new path. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara felt a headache. The confusion should be due to staying up late. After all, he is still a little old. Now it's difficult. My heart is actually a little shaken. Uchiha Madara took a bite of the hot rice ball, breathing in the fresh air of Konoha, and the gradually bustling streets in front of him were gradually enriched. Uchiha Madara's empty heart stayed alone in the dark underground cave, thinking about random things and reminiscing about the past, which would definitely make him depressed. I originally wanted to find loopholes in Uchiha Nan's thinking logic, defeat Uchiha Nan's heart, and make him recognize the darkness of the ninja world. But the worldview, methodology, and the future path of Konoha mentioned in this book are really impeccable. Such a future, even I am curious. Uchiha Madara was no fool. He could see the drastic changes in Konoha. According to the intelligence he gathered, Uchiha Kusunoki had only been Hokage for a year, yet he had already brought Konoha to this point. Given 10, 20 years, could humanity truly end its bloody wars through highly developed productivity, improved education, and improved institutions? For a moment, Uchiha Madara felt that his invincible Mangekyou Sharingan couldn't see so far into the future. Hashirama's tattered theories and compromising attitude, however, could foresee Konoha's future at a glance. If I had read this book 10 years ago, I probably would not have left Konoha. This path is indeed worth my while to try. But now Uchiha Madara has a complicated heart. He sacrificed too much for the Moon Eye project and abandoned his childhood beliefs. Naive and ridiculous beliefs. The only people he has to worry about are his own clansmen. I even gave up my Hashirama. The sunk cost is too high. Uchiha Madara really can't accept the emergence of a smooth road at this time. But the appeal of the Moon Eye Project is indeed decreasing. Because Uchiha Madara has not sacrificed everything for the Moon Eye Project. Uchiha Non was trapped by his own fixed thinking. At this point, Uchiha Madara wasn't even teetering on the brink of death, nor had he yet to awaken a crucial Rinnegan. The chakra, vitality, and eye power the Rinnegan required were like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring Uchiha Madara's every ounce of it, yet he still looked hungry. Even the invincible Uchiha Madara, despite his confidence, would always find moments of self-doubt in the darkness of the underground caves, questioning his own ability to succeed. 10 years had passed, and still no sign of progress? Even when Uchiha Madara finally opened his Rinnegan, he was holding on for dear life, his unyielding spirit simmering against Hashirama, finally holding it back. At that point, no matter how beautifully Uchiha Non presented his theories, they couldn't move Madara's heart. There was no turning back for Madara. He was about to die of old age, having staked everything on the Moon Eye Project. Even if there were pitfalls ahead, Madara would plunge headfirst into them. But now, time is on Uchiha Kusunoki's side. Uchiha Madara is still young, just over 50. If he could just stop activating the Rinnegan, he might even outlive Inoki. Danzo is still working hard in his 70s, striving to become Hokage. Uchiha Madara is not even 60 yet, so would it be difficult for him to live another 60? It's still unclear whether he'll find a second life and reinvent himself to revolutionize the ninja world. Especially the most crucial item, the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara still hasn't obtained it. 10 years have passed without any sign of progress. He's confident he can finally unlock it, but that confidence has been lost. 10 years is just a sliver of time, a huge investment, but it's not a desperate gamble. Madara's thoughts raced, feeling lost. The Moon Eye Project didn't seem so promising anymore. The Rinnegan hasn't unlocked yet. So annoying. The rice balls are so delicious. He smacked his lips. Madara didn't know whether to return to his dark underground cave and continue his Rinnegan quest, or confront Uchiha Non directly. Your ancestors aren't dead, and now they've returned. Your ideas are fascinating. Let them help you conquer the ninja world and make it even bigger and stronger. Hashirama's methods won't work, they're obvious. I can't see the future of your methods, but I, Uchiha Madara, want to give them a try. If that doesn't work, I have a plan B, keep on honing for the Rinnegan. Make way. Make way, sir. Just when Uchiha Madara was struggling, passers-by interrupted his thoughts. There were more and more people on the street, and shouts were heard in his ears. Workers going to construction sites and sweatshops were walking in twos and threes, their eyes revealing a look that Uchiha Madara rarely saw. Hope for the future, work hard, and I can eat rice balls at noon again today. 20 years, that beautiful house will be mine. Now the first batch of new houses are heard to have been completed and are about to be topped out. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to get a chance to live in them first. It's great. Uchiha Madara likes this kind of look. When was the last time he saw this kind of look? It seemed to be when Konoha was founded. The light in the eyes of the tribesmen at that time. A poster suddenly fell from Uchiha Madara's hand, immigrate to Konoha and live in Konoha's new houses. The exquisitely designed new apartment immediately caught Uchiha Madara's eye. He might as well settle down in Konoha. He had plenty of time. Trying to open the Rinnegan didn't require staying in a dark underground cave. Living in Konoha, who would notice him? He could also continue to observe Uchiha Non and watch Konoha's development. He had both paths, but which one to choose? I needed time to think. Uchiha Madara had given up on trying to convince Non. He hadn't even found a flaw in the theories in the book. Debating the future of the ninja world directly with Non would only be self-defeating. Without even opening his Rinnegan, his own method seemed unlikely to hold much sway. Resolved, Uchiha Madara picked up a poster and followed the instructions to the sales office, intending to buy a small apartment of his own. A bit thirsty, Uchiha Non slept until noon, unsurprisingly missing half a day's work. A brief absence made for a reunion, and with a 1-on-2 battle, it was impossible not to fight to the bitter end. What's wrong with a Hokage being absent for half a day? After working so hard for Konoha, shouldn't he be able to enjoy himself? Has he ever delayed paying his subordinates their wages? Uchiha Non, his eyes bulging, climbed out of bed and found a cup to hydrate himself. The room was a mess, and one could only imagine how intense the battle had been last night. Wow, what a big moon. No, the sun. It's already noon, I've been absent for half a day. Never mind. I'll just be absent. I don't have to punch in. I've already been absent for half a day, So what's the harm in being absent for another half a day? How long can Konoha remain peaceful? How long can I enjoy this peaceful land? I'll enjoy myself as long as I can. After the passion, there was emptiness, and the worries in his mind flooded back. Even if tomorrow was the end of the world, he couldn't miss a single day of enjoying life. Uchiha was a bit of a loser. His body honestly returned to bed. Chiyo had a great time shopping at the night market in Konoha last night. There were lots of shopping bags in the room. She still couldn't resist the shopping instinct of women and emptied her wallet. As a high-ranking official in the Sand Village, Chiyo still had some savings. But most of the things she bought were useless. Beautiful, gorgeous, luxurious, useless. The standard of luxury goods. You should know that Kazekage Masa had been working as a gold miner for a long time since early in the morning, and then returned to the Kazekage's office to complete the Kazekage's daily work. If he knew that Chiyo was spending so much money, he would probably immediately pull Chiyo to the position of a gold miner and let her help him pan for sand. Hokage's office. Hokage, why haven't you come yet? Chiyo waited in the Hokage's office for a long time but didn't see Uchiha. But she waited for Konoha's gold medalist in business negotiations. I wanted to write something awkward, but unfortunately I didn't pass the preliminary review, so I deleted 200 words. Alice. Chapter 121, just 25 years of mortgage. Uchiha Madara, will take the blame. Hokage-sama, I've landed another big deal. I didn't expect those wealthy folks in the Land of Lightning are actually quite wealthy, unlike those stingy, penniless folks in the Land of Wind, Kokuzu shouted as he pushed open the door to Uchiha Kusunoki's office, unconcerned that he was in the Hokage's office. However, Kokuzu was Konoha's top salesperson, incredibly capable, willing to work 007 and voluntarily overtime. Such an employee was hard to find, so Uchiha Kusunoki had always been very tolerant of Kokuzu. Currently, only Orochimaru possessed such potential in all of Konoha. Kokuzu entered the room to see Chiyo's face drooping, a look of displeasure. What truth is this green-eyed fellow telling you? Cricket Land of Wind, can you please keep it a secret? Kokuzu realized that Uchiha Kusunoki was out of the office again. It was obvious that the Hokage had gone off somewhere again, and he would have to wait in the office for a long time. The contract still needed Uchiha Kusunoki's signature. You're Chiyo, a ninja from the Sand Village. Exactly. Kokuzu quickly recognized Chiyo's identity. All of Konoha knew the Sand Village had sent an envoy to visit. Kokuzu, thick-skinned and ruthless, simply ignored his own offensive words and sat down on a stool. His small green eyes fixed on Chiyo, his thoughts swirling. He'd heard from Nara Shikeon that the Sand Village was planning an alliance with Konoha, and it seemed the two villages would also be trading. Konoha's primary clients now consisted of the Land of Fire's daimyo, nobles, and middle-class civilians. Over the past year or so, Konoha's commercial reach had slowly expanded into every industry in the Land of Fire, and companies registered under Konoha's name had sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Wealthy merchants and nobles from the Land of Fire arrived in Konoha, obediently offering money and registering companies there. They continue their business as usual, paying substantial taxes annually, eager to integrate into Konoha's transforming, violent institution and become a new community of shared interests. An indescribable capitalist monster was growing unchecked. While Konoha's business boomed, it was still too recent. The ninja villages and the daimyo were simply on separate tracks. Konoha relied on the daimyo's channels for many businesses, especially those involving cross-border transactions, which could only be accessed through the daimyo's help. The daimyo's contributions forced Konoha to share a portion of the profits. Harmony and violence were the driving force behind business, and this didn't last long. Is the Hokage now planning to establish his own channels? Ninjas have considerable spending power. Just because they chose the Sand Village, they were all poor souls, unable to squeeze out much profit. The smaller ninja villages surrounding Konoha might even have more spending power than the Sand Village. Chiyo seemed to sense that the green-eyed guy in front of her was thinking something very offensive to the Sand Village. Never mind. Even the smallest fly is still meat. After all, the Sand Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Let's have a chat with this poor guy from the Sand Village first. Kokuzu thought about it and made up his mind. He would try his luck first. There's no harm in asking. Business opportunities never fall from the sky. Kokuzu quickly introduced himself. Senior Director of the Ministry of Finance. Head of Konoha's Business Negotiations, Business Intelligence Department. A long list of titles shocked Chiyo. She didn't expect this rude guy to be a high-ranking official in Konoha. Could he be the head of negotiations for the business team mentioned by the Hokage? Selling chakra? Konoha does have this project, and it's quite popular now. Many disabled ninjas and ninjas who can't get missions go to sell chakra. Konoha's electricity consumption is very high, so the price is not low, but your sand village wants to sell it. Tut tut tut, your sand village site needs to be rebuilt, which is a cost, and I guess your sand village's electricity consumption is negligible compared to Konoha's. I guess all of it needs to be divided into small cans and taken to Konoha for unified recycling, so the cost will go up all of a sudden, and the price of chakra won't be too high. What? Hokage is going to send people to Sand Village to sell food, medicine, and daily necessities, then how can Konoha make money? Do you know how high the transportation cost is? I think Hokage is crazy. We also need to recruit workers from Sand Village? That's possible. Konoha is short of people in factories and construction sites. I guess the villagers in your Sand Village are suffering. They are lucky to come to Konoha's factory to work. Kakuzu had pulled out several portable calculators from nowhere and began calculating costs and profits in front of Chiyo. The more he calculated, the darker his face grew. After a year of this business, Konoha wouldn't be losing money. No matter how he calculated, Konoha wouldn't make any money. Was Hokage crazy? He was actually running a business that wasn't profitable. Was he going to lose money to support the Sand Village? Kakuzu, who had always pursued profit, sighed. He wouldn't sign contracts for these doomed deals. He'd let Narashikoku do it, and let him take the blame if there were any losses. Chiyo watched Kakuzu calculate and then sigh. A pang of regret struck her. The alliance agreement between Konoha and the Sand Village wouldn't fall through. It looked like Konoha was going to lose a lot of money. Goodbye. Kakuzu left Uchiha Kusunoki's office without a glance back. He made his living on commissions, and he didn't want to waste any time on a business that was sure to lose money. Chiyo was left alone, sitting on the sofa in a daze. She waited for a long time, but there was no sign of Uchiha Kusunoki. Lord Shikaun, why didn't the Hokage come today? I've been sitting here waiting for a long time. Could it be? Chiyo was panicking. After waiting for a long time without seeing Uchiha Kusunoki, she anxiously went to the Hokage's assistant, Narashikaun, to inquire about Uchiha Kusunoki. Miss Chiyo, you can wait a little longer this afternoon. I think the Hokage has something important to tell you, Narashikaun said perfunctorily. He had sent someone to Uchiha Kusunoki's house that morning and was aware of Uchiha Kusunoki's feat of taking on 2 people alone last night. It was impossible for him to come this morning, and it was not certain whether he would come in the afternoon. He couldn't tell Chiyo that the Hokage of Konoha was having sex and was probably absent from work for a day. Chiyo sat bored in the Hokage's office all morning, while Uchiha Madara enthusiastically wandered around Konoha village. Having made up his mind to settle down in Konoha, Madara's hesitant and anxious mood suddenly eased. There are so many more people in Konoha than before. Madara marveled at the changes as he walked. The difference between Konoha at night and during the day was truly profound, especially in terms of the flow of people, a stark difference. Soon, Madara arrived at the Konoha sales office and, with a staff, toured this simple, elegant model home. Madara was impressed. It was just a basic suite. For a price, Konoha could design a luxurious home specifically for him. Since they were aiming to capture the money of the nobility and wealthy merchants, they certainly offered services to match. But Madara didn't care. He had long since transcended vulgarity and pursued spiritual fulfillment. A simple studio apartment was perfectly fine. It was definitely more comfortable than his underground cave. The room is equipped with the basics. This is the electric light, the water heater, and this pot can also run on electricity. These are all the latest products developed by Konoha's laboratories, the attendant explained the room's basic facilities. Uchiha Madara paced back and forth, a strange feeling rising within him. Although Uchiha Madara tried his best to conceal his expression and emotions, the attendant could still sense the emotional fluctuations emanating from him. It wasn't that the attendant was strong, but he had seen so many of these emotions and expressions. Even the high-ranking nobles, seeing such infrastructure for the first time, were similarly impressed. Was Konoha's development so rapid? When did these strange ninja tools come about? The light flickered on and off, and the room was illuminated. Hot water could be heated anytime, anywhere. Is electricity a new energy source? What had happened during his absence from Konoha? All of this was, of course, thanks to Uchiha. Ahem, you could barely credit Senju Tobirama. After all, it was Uchiha who had reincarnated Senju Tobirama through the impure world reincarnation and provided him with the most advanced research conditions. Senju Tobirama merely provided minimal technical support. Uchiha Kusunoki has devoted considerable effort to promoting the widespread use of electricity in Konoha. Everything in his room is a new product powered by a combination of electricity and chakra. Over the past year or so, Uchiha Kusunoki has put immense pressure on Senju Tobirama, resulting in the creation of a wealth of useful household items. The unleashed potential of the research team, comprised of dozens of Senju Tobirama members, is driving technological innovation in a way that Uchiha Kusunoki cannot fathom. However, considering the ninja world's distorted technological development, both backward and advanced, Uchiha Kusunoki finds it unsurprising. Currently, Konoha is still a purely agricultural nation. 30 years later, by Naruto's time, Konoha's technological advancements are not only approaching modern technology, but even advanced electronics like computers have appeared. By the time Naruto becomes Hokage, Naruto Next Generations, a mere 50 years later, the technological displays are even more outrageous. After all, that old scoundrel Kishimoto is just a manga artist. This is truly a ninja world phenomenon. Uchiha Madara, a relic of a bygone era, naturally hasn't had a good life. Even a top ninja figure like Uchiha couldn't enjoy these modern amenities. Ordinary people in Konoha could live like this. Going down to the grassroots. Understanding the lowest echelons of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara suddenly remembered this line from a book. Yesterday, the little boy, Ito Sosuke's family, bought just such a house. Uchiha Kusunoki, the young man, had executed it quite well. But all this wasn't free. It started at 20 years, and ordinary houses didn't have such superior amenities. For a model house like this, another 10 years would probably be enough. Uchiha Madara didn't fully understand all this, and even if he knew the cost, he wouldn't have said anything. Even high-ranking ninjas risked their lives on missions to live a carefree life. Ordinary people toiled in factories for 30 years, never worrying about food and drink. With that kind of life, what could you possibly complain about? I'll starve you for 2 meals, and you'll be quiet. How much does this place cost? I'll buy it. Uchiha Madara was very pleased with the apartment and immediately offered to pay for it. But as soon as the service staff gave him a figure, he realized he didn't have enough money. Back then, Uchiha Madara had to skip tickets to see movies, and now he still had money he'd stolen from some reckless ninjas who were trying to rob people on the road. Sir, if you don't have enough money, we have a loan service here, but, the service staff looked Uchiha up and down. He looked like a refugee from the countryside, probably struggling to make it to Konoha, barely begging for food. For an old man like Uchiha, starving to death on the side of the road was a common fate in the ninja world. He wouldn't have made it to Konoha. He was incredibly lucky. However, if he still wanted to buy a house in Konoha, it was probably impossible. Although Konoha's mortgage business was booming, even though it was done on a case-by-case basis. An old man like Uchiha Madara could only work in a sweatshop for a few years to make ends meet, living in a cheap shack with 7 or 8 people, and not knowing when he would die. But at least he'd have enough to eat before dying, which was a good way to die. Konoha's prime mortgage lenders are young men working in factories and construction sites, ready to work for 20 years with 2 meals a day. Mortgages are generally for 20 years. If you can't pay your mortgage, Konoha will repossess the house. You'll lose all your money you've paid in the house. The attendant tried to dissuade Uchiha Madara from giving up. The old man worked odd jobs in the factory and lived in a wooden shack, which was actually quite good. At least he was sheltered from the wind, rain, and starvation. I'm taking out a loan. I want this house, Uchiha Madara interrupted the attendant's well-meaning rambling. He'd lived in the cave for so long, and while he didn't seek material comforts, he wouldn't refuse one if it were available. Elderly people need to spend their old age comfortably. As for money, it was simple for Uchiha Madara. He simply sent a clone to the gold exchange to take on bounties and collect a few heads. It was a simple philosophy, earn money by completing missions. The first batch of houses will be completed soon, and those who buy in full will be exempt from the lottery. Hey? Why am I telling you all this? Are you sure you want a loan? Okay. Show me the documents you were given when you entered Konoha. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had made up his mind, The service staff tried to persuade him for a few more words before shutting down. Anyway, his salary was calculated based on commissions from house sales and loan processing. If he couldn't pay his mortgage and Konoha forcibly repossessed his house, it wouldn't be his fault that Uchiha would end up sleeping on the street. Konoha was struggling to sell houses right now, let alone repossession. Uchiha Madara pulled out the documents he'd been given upon entering the village and quickly completed the loan process. The service staff even kindly asked you if he had a stable job. If not, they offered to introduce him to a factory, a kind gesture. Work in a factory. Uchiha Madara recalled the theory of ninja production and the ninja diversion system in Uchiha Nin's book. He could agree to it for now and then send a clone to experience it. It wouldn't waste much chakra. After a series of tedious house purchase contracts and loan agreement signings, Uchiha Madara paid a portion of the money and officially took on the 25-year mortgage. After completing a series of chores, Uchiha Madara looked out at the sun. It was almost noon. Is it this time already? It's time to return this book to that child. Chapter 122 Uchiha Madara, how can children be addicted to such a boring card game? Ninja School. So much has changed. Uchiha Madara stood at the gate of the ninja school, taking in everything around him. It was much bigger than when he first left Konoha. There are statues here? Uchiha-nan, I'm growing fond of you. Uchiha Madara looked at the gate of the ninja school, where the statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were still standing, and couldn't help but smile. In order to promote the legitimacy of the Uchiha clan, reverse the covert suppression of the Uchiha clan during Senju Tobirama's reign, and improve the Uchiha clan's status in the hearts of the Konoha villagers, Uchiha-nan had put a lot of thought into it. Not only did he make a movie to whitewash Uchiha Madara, but he also placed statues of Konoha's founders, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, in various important places in Konoha, slowly raising the status of the Uchiha clan from the very beginning. The major shareholder who founded Konoha defected directly. This stain truly needed time to clear. A few years from now, Uchiha-nan thought he could use the history books to slightly revise the textbooks. Uchiha Madara had merely traveled out of the village to the Valley of the End, just a spar. Uchiha Madara was admiring his own statue, then glanced at Hashirama's nearby, lost in memory once more. The last time he and Hashirama came to the Ninja Academy, he seemed to have frightened a little girl to tears. Damn it! How could that bastard Hashirama cheer her up with just a flower? Ding-ling-ling, Uchiha Madara was still reminiscing when the bell rang, and moments later, the students of the Ninja Academy happily rushed out of the classroom. The moment of noon dismissal is always the happiest. That's wonderful. Uchiha Madara's previously icy expression cracked into a smile. This was Konoha's new beginning. The smile Madara showed after helping the little girl in the anime was a stark contrast. So many ordinary children. Uchiha Madara observed the students. Now, the students at Konoha Ninja School, villagers, and ordinary children made up the majority. Is this what they call universal education? Before Uchiha Madara left Konoha, the Konoha Ninja School was very small, initially consisting primarily of Uchiha and Senju clans. Later, Konoha expanded, and ninja clans of all sizes from the Land of Fire joined Konoha seeking refuge, and the size of the ninja school expanded accordingly. It wasn't until the reign of Senju Tobirama that the First Shinobi World War, protracted and escalating, forced the front lines to desperately need cannon fodder. The proportion of ordinary children in ninja schools began to rise slowly. Now, under Uchiha Kusunoki's reign, it has skyrocketed. With a massive investment in education, ordinary people now make up the vast majority. After all, the ordinary population is large, and there's no need for elite combat training. It's so lively. The noise of thousands of students rushing out of the ninja school did not give Uchiha Madara too much time to think. He still had to find Ito Sosuke, who lent him a book yesterday. He would not break his promise to child. Uchiha Madara's eyes kept swaying in the crowd, and soon locked onto Ito Sosuke's position. He walked through the crowd and grabbed Ito Sosuke's arm. I'm here to return the book. You scared me, sir. You are a ninja. Staying alert at all times is the most basic requirement. It's easy for you to go to the battlefield like this, sir. I am not a combat-type ninja in the ninja division. I am a multifunctional ninja. Uchiha-nan gave these small ninjas a nice name, multifunctional ninja. They are just a bunch of people, and they can be moved wherever they are needed. Well, but no matter what, you must stay alert. It's a must for ninjas. I see, sir. Have you eaten? No, Ito Sosuke took the book and walked in the crowd with Uchiha Madara to chat. When he learned that Uchiha Madara hadn't eaten yet, he took the initiative to take Uchiha Madara to the ninja student cafeteria. You all eat here? Yes, the Hokage built a cafeteria specifically for us. Students can eat here for free with a ticket. The food is better than what my mother eats in the cafeteria. I have some tickets saved here. I'll treat you today. You look like you and I, who fled to Konoha. Soon after, Uchiha Madara stood outside the cafeteria waiting for Ito Sosuke to get his food. Watching the students coming and going, he thought the food was really good and there was even meat. Uchiha Madara knew the life in the ninja world very well. Being able to eat meat was enough to show the level of this ninja school. Uchiha-nan is great. It couldn't be helped. Uchiha Kusunoki carried over a habit from his past life. No matter how poor, no matter how hungry, no matter how hard it was, no matter how hard it was to go without education. A child's education was a luxury in any world, and the ninja world's access to education and literacy rates were abysmal. Ordinary people, especially refugees, who arrived in Konoha, would rather send their children to work as screwdrivers in factories than to attend school, lacking the money to pay tuition and support their children. The best option was to earn more money working in a factory early, and ideally, to get married and have children soon, raising them for 4 or 5 years so they could send them back to work in a factory and earn money. Uchiha Kusunoki, then, had to capitalize on Konoha's financial strength. He offered free tuition and 3 meals a day to any students from a poor family who qualified for admission to the Ninja Academy. They responded immediately and decisively to the great Hokage's call to send their children to the Ninja Academy. Everyone knows that being literate is good. Without it, you could get ripped off even if you wrote an IOU. After all, most factory workers, when signing mortgages, simply glanced at them and signed without hesitation. They couldn't read, and they didn't believe Konoha would cheat them. They were just living off Konoha's food, so there was nothing Konoha could care about. It was just a shame that Uchiha Kusunoki cared about their lives, or, in other words, their labor force, and the future generations. Dinner is here. Ito Sosuke, carrying 2 plates in each hand, stumbled slightly towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha took a few steps forward, took Ito Sosuke's plate, and the two found a place to sit and eat. Ito Sosuke wolfed down his food. A morning of classes had indeed been exhausting. Although these students wouldn't be participating in combat missions, they still had to endure the rigorous ninja physical training, running laps around the playground every day. Uchiha Madara's eating manners were much more impressive. Born into a wealthy family, he had some table manners, but they weren't much better. After 10 years in the darkness of the underground cave, he'd barely tasted anything good. He usually ate ganbangan, which primarily filled him up and replenished his chakra. What do you think of Uchiha-nan? Madara wiped the grease from his mouth, curious about Nan's place in the children's hearts. Although he already knew the answer, there were some things he wanted to hear firsthand. Sir, that's Hokage-sama. You can't call him by his name. Ito Sosuke took a sip of water and corrected Uchiha Madara, startling him. He was the great Uchiha Madara, the founder of Konoha, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and yet he had to respect Uchiha-nan and call him Hokage-sama? Even Hashirama himself hadn't called him that. However, Uchiha Madara looked at Ito Sosuke's unhappy expression and thought that he had gotten a meal from the kid for free, so he just let him have it this time and let Uchiha-nan get away with it. It's you, Sosuke, who are against Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama is the greatest man in the world. Before my mother and I came to Konoha, we hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. That abominable landlord and my father starved to death to protect us. But my mother and I are very lucky. We walked for a long time. I don't remember how long we walked. We ate tree bark, soil, and insects in the middle and finally arrived at Konoha with one breath, Hokage-sama. But Ito Sosuke's expression became sad when he talked about the days before he came to Konoha, but his spirit changed when he talked about the time after he came to Konoha. Uchiha Madara listened to Ito Sosuke's words silently, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. Let's go, I'll take you back to school. After listening for a while, Uchiha Madara planned to send Ito Sosuke back to school, but Ito Sosuke decisively rejected the suggestion. Children are playful by nature. Going back to school right after lunch would be a real bummer. Come on, I see you have nowhere to go, so I'll take you to an interesting place. Ito Sosuke signaled Uchiha Madara to follow, and soon they arrived at a street not far from the ninja school. This is considered to be the best location for Konoha shops. With a ninja school behind it, the shops here are extremely popular, especially after school. Where is this? Uchiha Madara was taken to the door of a shop by Iro Sosuke. The shop was full of students from the ninja school. "Boss, give me another bag, I must draw out something good today," the shadame again. Ito Sosuke watched his classmates drawing cards with great interest. This shop was opened at the instruction of Uchiha Non, and it is easy to make money from students, especially the money of the children of the ninja clan, who are not short of money at all. After Uchiha Non slightly modified the card drawing game of elementary school students in his previous life, he pushed it directly to Konoha. A pack of cards may contain Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara, and Tobirama Senju. I haven't stepped down from the position of Hokage yet, so I will just forget about the 1-tail, 2-tail, and 9-tail. When the initial cards were produced, there was a limit on the number to ensure the scarcity of the cards. The most cards naturally belonged to Hashirama Senju, followed by Tobirama Senju. The more tails the tail beasts have, the fewer cards they have. As for Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Non produced the least. This is a disguised way to raise the value of Uchiha. Uchiha Non even implemented some special measures to ensure fairness. For example, technical support for the Hyuga clan naturally went to Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Non remembered how he'd been quite rude about this. Why would he bother me with such a thing? With a Lunar New Year movie, card drawing games quickly became popular throughout the Ninja Academy. The excitement, the scarcity of cards, and the competitive spirit among students, Uchiha Non's card drawing game perfectly captured the hearts of the Ninja Academy's students. Now, as soon as school is over, a large number of students patronize the shop, spending their allowances on Uchiha Non's cards. The prices aren't cheap, with only one card in a bag, but it's easy to make money with kids. Given the current popularity, they can earn hundreds of thousands of ryoko a year. Ninja clan members are all overwhelmed by their family's gold coins, so their pocket money is quite generous. The vendor also promises that if you collect all the cards, you'll get an autograph from the Hokage. That alone is enough to attract people. To satisfy their collecting addiction and competitive spirit, they draw cards without blinking an eye. Is this the place you were talking about? Uchiha Madara, a bygone-era figure, couldn't understand why students would spend money on useless cards. This is the school's most popular card game. The owner said that if you collect all the cards, you can take him to the Hokage and get his autograph. You can actually meet the Hokage in person. This card pack contains the Shadame-sama, the Nidame Hokage, and the Tail Beasts. Ito Sosuke enthusiastically introduced the card drawing game. Although he didn't have the money to draw cards, just watching his classmates draw cards was fun. The excitement of tearing open the package was so exciting. Boring, Uchiha Madara gave his own evaluation with an expressionless face. However, he decided to stay here for a while. Even if it was just playing with the children, he didn't have much else to do anyway. Spending more time with children would make him feel better. As for trying to open the Rinnegan? What Rinnegan? I've been trying for so long, and there's no movement. A little more time is not a big deal. Please don't let it be Hashirama-sama, or I'll spend a week's pocket money. I'll use 10 years of luck to make a wish for the rarest card. I want the 9 tails. I want the 9 tails. Why is it Hashirama-sama again? Ow. Awesome. The noisy sound of drawing cards was incessant. Uchiha Madara couldn't understand what the kids nowadays were thinking for a moment, wasting their time and money on such boring cards. Thinking back to the days when he was a child, he had to live on the edge of a knife. Unlike the kids nowadays, they are simply ignorant and unlearned. Uchiha Non, don't you care about it? Will the kids lose their ambition because of playing with toys? Ito Sosuke watched the card drawing from the side. Although he didn't open the wrapping paper himself, his mood still fluctuated with the moment the card appeared. Uncle, take a look at it for a while. Do you think it's interesting? Boring. These kids are happier when they draw Senju Tobirama's cards than when they draw Hashirama's cards. Uchiha Madara looked for a moment and noticed that the most common cards that appeared during the draw were those of Senju Hashirama. They all looked dejected, as if drawing Hashirama's card was bad luck. This really infuriated Uchiha Madara. And even after drawing Senju Tobirama's card, they managed to smile. It was truly unlucky. Was his Hashirama worse than Senju Tobirama's? Which bastard designed the cards? Sir, there's nothing we can do about it. The Shadame-sama has the most cards and they're the most common. The Nidame-sama's cards are rarer than his. The rarer the card, the better. Then whose card is the rarest? Of course, Uchiha Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara was stunned, then smiled triumphantly. This card game isn't as boring as I thought. The person who designed the cards really has good taste. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Lord Uchiha Madara, Stop Smoking, I'm Scared. The rarest card is Uchiha Madara-sama. Only a few have appeared yet. I think the last one was a week ago. Come to think of it, it's an Uchiha ninja. I bought over 100 packs at once to pull one. I'm so envious. Ito Sosuke recalled the last time Uchiha Madara's card appeared. It was a truly spectacular scene. The moment the card was revealed, he became the envy and admiration of the ninja school students. His financial power was truly terrifying. Partly to satisfy his competitive streak, but also to collect all the cards, allowing him to meet Uchiha Minami and receive his autograph. The wealthy young ninjas have no shortage of money. Some lucky few will pay exorbitant prices for rare cards they stumble upon. And what ninja school student doesn't adore the great third Hokage? I wish I could pull out Uchiha Madara's card. Ito Sosuke's tone was thick with anticipation. If he pulled out a Madara card, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price. He knew he had no hope of collecting all the cards, but pulling out the rarest card and selling it for a good price would surely ease his mother's stress. Life as a single mother with orphans and children is always difficult. The burden of a mortgage payment is both a hope for the future and a mountain of pressure, weighing down her breath. Even so, Ito Sosuke had no desire to spend his hard-earned money on card draws. He didn't believe he would ever be so rich that he could win it all at once. Do you really want to pull out Uchiha Madara's card? Uchiha's heart was filled with joy, and the smile on his face was almost irrepressible. It might be childish admiration, but it was truly satisfying. Yet, if I could get it, I could sell it and my mom wouldn't have to work so hard. Uchiha Madara had already made it clear yesterday about Ito Sosuke's family situation. He understood Ito Sosuke's feelings perfectly. He was from a poor family, after all. It was time for me to take action. Eating a child's meal, even if it was just a meal, but I, Uchiha Madara, didn't like being indebted to them. Then I'll give it a try, uncle. I think we shouldn't. This really requires a lot of luck. A pack is expensive. Ito Sosuke didn't want Uchiha Madara to fall into the trap of gacha games. Paying for gachas was a game for the rich, while poor people like them could just watch from the sidelines. Don't underestimate me. I'm an Uchiha, ahem. I was a powerful ninja in my youth. Uchiha Madara confidently stepped forward, took out the little money he had left, and bought a pack to test the waters. Watch me, it's the shot aim again. As expected, Ito Sosuke felt a little disappointed. Although he had expected this result a long time ago, he still had a faint expectation in his heart. What if this overwhelming wealth might fall on his head? HMPH, come again, it's the shot aim again, come again, the shot aim, I don't believe it, it's better this time, it's the net aim. Senju Tobirama is so unlucky, he's not as good as Hashirama. Keep going, the shot aim, the one tail. The shot aim. The net aim. In just a few minutes, Uchiha Madara drew more than 20 packs, and without exception, they were all cards of low value. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju took up the vast majority of the rare cards, such as the 9-tail and the 8-tail. He didn't even draw out any of his own cards. Sir, stop drawing. I'm scared. Uchiha Madara hadn't given up yet. That's how it is when it comes to spending money on card games. He won't give up until all his money is gone. Besides, Uchiha Madara's money was stolen, so he doesn't care about material possessions. But Ito Sosuke was genuinely scared. This was a complete waste of money. Uchiha Madara didn't look like he was rich. HMPH, come again. Uchiha Madara ignored Ito Sosuke's words. He wanted to draw his own cards to show off in front of the little brat. Ahem, to help Ito Sosuke solve his family's problems. After pulling more than a dozen packs, Uchiha Madara still looked like a loser and hadn't drawn anything. Ito Sosuke was anxious, but soon there was no need to worry. His lunch break was over, and there was no point in worrying. Sir, please stop drawing. How can you still be so stubborn at your age? Stubborn. Kid, hurry up and get to school. I'm sure you'll pull the rarest card today. Uchiha Madara's mind was already frayed. The last time he'd faced such a difficult situation, one that left him helpless, was when he was being pinned down by Senju Tobirama's wooden figure. Besides, Uchiha Madara was running low on money. He'd originally planned to save it for food and lodging during his stay in Konoha. If he still couldn't pull it out, he'd have to send a clone to the Jincho to take on some bounty missions. Perhaps it was fate that he was trying to experience life and work in a factory at this time. Uchiha Madara dismissed Iro-Sosuke and made up his mind, all in. If he lost, he'd work in a factory. If he won, well, he'd work in a factory too. This card was originally meant for that brat Iro-Sosuke. Afternoon at the Hokage building. Uchiha Kusunoki yawned, feeling rather listless and lethargic. After waking up, he'd fought all afternoon. 1 against 2 was always a disadvantage. This damn ninja world. No matter how powerful a ninja is, the physical disparity between them and ordinary people is truly unbearable. There are only cows that tire themselves out from plowing, not fields that are plowed. Let's take a break for now, go for a stroll, and just clock in at the Hokage building. Being absent from work all day wasn't a good thing for the Hokage. He'd have a showdown with them tonight. Uchiha Kusunoki approached the Hokage building. The ninja working part-time there were surprised to see him. Hokage-sama actually clocked in today. It wasn't that Hokage-sama was obsessed with women today, for Konoha. He was physically exhausted and had to miss a day. Hokage-sama, you're here, Luan, I'm the Hokage. What do you mean by I'm here? Uchiha-nan was a little dissatisfied. Although he liked to slack off and be lazy, often leaving get off work early to take the two sisters shopping and find a hotel room, looking for excitement and then being late the next morning, or even absent from work for half a day, coming in the afternoon, or sometimes not coming in at all. But your surprised expression was too hurtful. Is Uchiha-nan an incompetent Hokage? This is ruling the world with ease. Narashikawan's forehead was sweating. The Hokage's private life was a bit chaotic, and it was well known in Konoha. Who in the entire Konoha high-ranking officials didn't know it? Uchiha-nan's family had twin sisters, one sent by the Uzumaki clan, and another by the Hyuga clan. There were even rumors that the Hokage had used an improvisation. 5 people. Of course, this is. Gossip about important figures always spreads quickly and is quite outrageous. Ms. Chiyo, you've been waiting for Hokage-sama in the office for a long time. Kokuzu came to see you today and met Miss Chiyo when he signed the contract. After Kokuzu and Miss Chiyo chatted for a while, Miss Chiyo became extremely nervous. I'm afraid Kokuzu and Chiyo discussed some business matters between the two villages. Narashikawa quickly changed the subject. He certainly didn't know about Uchiha Kusunoki's scandals and gossip. Even for powerful figures, information cocoons exist, and the ninja responsible for gathering intelligence wouldn't be so foolish as to report such gossip to Uchiha Kusunoki. Except for Kid and Suzu from Uchiha Kusunoki's family, none of the heroines involved were of low status. The rumor was so convincing that if it was fake, they would be blamed. If it was true, it would be even more terrifying. Stay out of it, stay out of it. Just have fun, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Kusunoki had no idea his personal integrity was even worse than he'd imagined. Which idiot was gossiping behind his back? It would be fine if he did, but the point is, he really didn't do anything. Hinata Takuma, don't you, Uzumaki Ashaya? Me too. Oh, that's fine. Kokuzu's a money grubber. I forgot to tell him to be more lenient in the negotiations, but it doesn't matter. These deals weren't meant to be profitable anyway, so a little loss wouldn't hurt at all. Since Kokuzu had accidentally landed the good cop role, he might as well keep playing the bad cop. Hokage-sama, this isn't profitable, it's even losing money. We're even going to ally with the Sands village and do a losing business. Konoha isn't the same Konoha it used to be. There's no need for that. Narashikawa quickly got to work. As Uchiha Kusunoki's regular lieutenant, he knew all too well Konoha's financial situation, its pace of development, and its growth. For Konoha, allies weren't always like this. If you're strong, you're my ally. If you're weak, you're just a piece of meat. Back when the Sands village was under the rule of the Shogun, but the alliance relationship between the ninja villages was fragile than a piece of paper. During the war, when establishing the so-called offensive and defensive alliance, one must also consider whether the other party will stab oneself in the back. What's more, it is a peacetime now, and Konoha has to pay money to form an alliance. Narashikawa wanted to persuade Uchiha-nan to give up this so-called alliance agreement, But it was completely thankless. Although Konoha was financially strong now, having money did not mean throwing meat buns at a dog, not to mention that the dog might bite Konoha back. Lu Yuan, when will you truly open up your horizons? You don't even know what's going on in the sand village. It's all sand. Food, medicine, and daily necessities are in short supply. The big merchants supplying them are almost all forced there by the daimyo of the wind country. If they had a choice, they'd rather go to the river country. Those merchants don't want to do the tiring, low-profit business. What do you mean? If Konoha's merchants gradually replace those from the wind country, using our growing industrial strength, and completely infiltrate the sand village's livelihood in a few years? They might lose money at first, but Konoha's influence will completely radiate to the sand village, like public opinion. Once we cut off their influence. And I've already discussed it with the sand village. They'll send the children of their leaders to Konoha to study. These people will all be Konoha-leaning children. We can even select some valuable ones from among them. Wouldn't it be interesting if Konoha supported a fourth Kazakage? Uchiha Nan's simple words sent a chill down Naru Yuan's spine. Their livelihood was completely controlled by Konoha, their public opinion was infiltrated by Konoha, and the sand village's leaders were even bribed by Konoha. This sand village was in trouble. In the past, the clashes between ninja villages were always fought on the battlefield, but now Narashikitan's perspective had been brought in once again by Uchiha Kusunoki. Hokage-sama, your opinion is profound. Narashikitan looked at Uchiha Kusunoki with fear and awe. This unconventional way of subverting a ninja village chilled Narashikitan's heart. The future of Konoha might be like this, gradually eroding the entire ninja world. Since you understand, I'll help you deal with the sand village leaders. You and Kokuzu will handle the rest. I've given you the direction, but I only want results. Uchiha Kusunoki gave Narashikitan a slight spur. The daily pressure on Narashikitan forced him to work hard. Uchiha Kusunoki always treated everyone equally, whether ordinary people or these ninjas, as exploitable targets. As you command, these tactics, worn out in previous lives, were now considered a formidable tool in the face of Konoha's ninjas, who preferred to resolve problems solely through force. While the Konoha ninjas advocated for the use of force, they weren't blinded by their own stubbornness. War was a deadly endeavor. They remembered the devastating meat grinder of the First Shinobi World War. To be able to defeat the Sand Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages alongside Konoha, without a single drop of blood was a truly remarkable achievement. Fighting on the battlefield still costs money. If Commissioner Smith of the Bald Eagle had been less greedy and opted to directly bribe the Afghan soldiers, the situation wouldn't have been so dire. Narashikeon spoke excitedly. Although his work pressure was mounting, this new way of fighting made his blood boil, and a strange emotion welled up within him. I'll go and appease Chiyo. You go get me a list of all the people who have entered and exited Konoha in the past 3 days. I have something important to investigate. Narashikeon was puzzled by Uchiha Kusunoki's sudden action. The Hokage wouldn't even glance at such trivial matters. Konoha's traffic was incredibly high these days. Checking every registered person from the past 3 days would be a daunting task. Yes, Hokage-sama, Narashikeon, however, still obediently carried out Uchiha Kusunoki's orders. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Kusunoki pushed open the door. Chiyo, upon hearing the sound, hurriedly stood up. Seeing it was Uchiha Kusunoki, she rushed in front of him. Miss Chiyo, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I was delayed today by something. Please don't take it personally, Uchiha Kusunoki made polite remarks as he walked to his seat. Hokage-sama, it's okay. I didn't wait that long. The environment here is such a pleasure to sit here all day. Chiyo didn't care at all that Uchiha Kusunoki had stood her up all morning. Putting aside the psychological factor, the environment in Uchiha Kusunoki's office was already a luxury for Chiyo, who had lived in the Sand Village for many years. The air conditioning was on, the sofa was comfortable, and there was unlimited dessert and drinks. Hokage-sama, the alliance agreement between Konoha and Sand Village, Chiyo spoke in a humble tone. Today's trendsetter, please subscribe and give monthly tickets. Feel free to give this reward. The computer screen has been repaired, but the graphics card burned out again. I feel numb. I suspect the repair shop did something to my computer. Chapter 124 Uchiha-nan, my heart was finally at peace. Uchiha Madara is indeed in Konoha. What do you think about the agreement on the alliance between Konoha and the Sand Village, Hokage? If it's really difficult, we can talk about it, Chiao said in a humble tone. She had lost her usual composure after being frightened by Kakuzu this morning. She was even more panicked after being left on the bench in the office by Uchiha Non for the whole morning. When people are anxious, their minds tend to wander. Women are particularly prone to this, and Chiao is no exception. Chiao is terrified. Could Kakuzu have been deliberately sent by Uchiha Kusunoki to use him to say what she's reluctant to say? She came to Konoha with a mission. The Kazekage had entrusted her with such an important task. The agreement Uchiha Kusunoki had promised wasn't a welcome relief for the Sand Village, it was a blessing from heaven. If this continued, the Sand Village would literally starve to death. Although one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Sand Village had a terrifyingly low, if not non-existent, margin of error compared to the other 4. A single failed war could send the Sand Village into a death spiral. Insufficient funds, cost-cutting, a decline in the village's ninja ranks, and the village's weakness made the daimyo less willing to allocate funds. To maximize profits, the village has begun lowering mission prices, attempting to compensate by increasing the number of missions. Their only consolation is the exceptional gold miner who daily generates income to subsidize the village. Otherwise, the village, barely 20 years old, would have been smitten by Senju Tobirama's iron fist. The daimyo is too poor to increase funding, and has even cut it. Without this exceptional gold miner, Masa, the village would likely crumble within a few years. To forge an alliance between Konoha and the village, Chiao must exert her utmost effort. As long as Uchiha Kusunoki's demands don't challenge the village's bottom line, such as the tailed beasts, or even precious ninjutsu secrets, they're all acceptable. Chiao met Uchiha Kusunoki's eyes, her whole body filled with anxiety, hoping he'd live up to his promise. Kakuzu's excited reaction that morning had truly terrified Chiao. Konoha would undoubtedly be losing a lot of money. Uchiha Non smiled slightly, looking at Chiao's uneasy look, pretending to show a hesitant look, which made Chiao's heart rise to her throat. After waiting for a while, she said, although Konoha has suffered a lot, as the Hokage of Konoha, my words are naturally my bond. But, before Uchiha Non finished speaking, Chiao's body instantly relaxed. As long as the alliance agreement would not be invalidated, it would be good. But then Chiao's body suddenly shrank again. Sure enough, subsequent conditions still had to be proposed, but as long as the conditions proposed by Uchiha Non did not involve the bottom line of the Sand Village, Chiao could act first and report later on behalf of the Kazekage Masa. I hope Konoha will receive tax exemptions for shops opened in the Sand Village. All books, music, and movies published by Konoha can be sold normally in the Sand Village. As Hokage, I hope Konoha's will of fire will flourish throughout the ninja world. This is one of the main reasons for my alliance with the Sand Village. Furthermore, the Sand Village will be responsible for protecting caravans traveling between Konoha and the Sand Village. We'll send special ninja teams to escort them back and forth. And I hope for the exchange students the Kazekage promised me. After all, this involves the bond between the next generation of Konoha and the Sand Village. Uchiha Kusunoki listed a series of additional conditions and demands, inserting the most important one. The influence of spiritual culture cannot be underestimated. It's time for Konoha to add a new department, the propaganda department. They should hire writers from the Land of Fire at high salaries to serve as a troll army, specifically responsible for praising everything about Konoha, from its institutions, ideologies, and even its people. They should claim that Konoha's excellence is unmatched by the Sand Village. Rather than staying in a poor, backward, and broken ninja village, it's better to come to Konoha as soon as possible and contribute to its glory. Ninjas have no village boundaries. If a ninja village can't bring happiness to its members, then the ninjas have no obligation to risk their lives for it. This is what's called ninja freedom. Konoha must be promoted as the beacon of the ninja world, a place of freedom and happiness, the best ninja village for realizing ninja dreams. Konoha's propaganda machine must spread the glory of Konoha to every corner of the ninja world. This is something that doesn't make money, and even if it means losing money, it must be done. If you don't seize the high ground of public opinion, others will. Uchiha Non still intends to assign this task to Narashikeon, mainly because he has no one else available, and Narashikeon is the only one who can use him most easily. His absolute confidant, Uchiha Tomita, is devoted to the Anbu, and handling the tedious affairs of Konoha is not suitable for the Uchiha. The Uchiha is more suited to combat-oriented tasks, which can also increase the chance of opening the eyes, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Hinata Takuma was busy reorganizing the Konoha Guard. Uchiha Kusunoki had simply dismissed him from the Uchiha clan regarding the urban management duties. Uchiha involvement in this line of work was too offensive. Konoha's business is no longer as simple as it once was, expanding at an incredible pace. Continuing to use a heavy-handed approach by the Uchiha clan could easily lead to major chaos. A favorable business environment is crucial for business. The Hyuga clan, backed by Hinata Takuma, is best suited to handling the commercial disputes of these wealthy merchants and nobles. They already have a strong presence in the land of fire aristocracy. As for Senju Momoma, it's better to ignore him. He seemed listless during the previous meeting, likely feeling hopeless about becoming Hokage. He'd also been marginalized by Uchiha Kusunoki, and his mind had been elsewhere in the Konoha power arena. He often stayed indoors. It's unknown what he's been up to lately. Perhaps he's still brooding over his regrets and wanting to do something. But perhaps he's resigned to his fate and busy creating a younger brother for Tsunade, the one killed by the detonating talisman. While Narashikatan's workload was already immense, a ninja must master the fine art of grazing and milking, but Senju Tobirama was Uchiha Nan's chosen worker, a 24/7, year-round, 007-style job. After Uchiha Nan finished speaking, he looked at Chiyo, who remained silent, her mind wandering. It took a while for Chiyo to speak. On behalf of Kazekage-sama, I can accept these conditions. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your generosity. Chiyo said excitedly. After hearing Uchiha Nan's demands, Chiyo was eager to agree immediately. These conditions were simply insignificant to the current Sands village. Konoha's caravans crossed the desert, enduring the wind, the scorching sun, and even the dangers of desert bandits, only to arrive in the Sands village to earn a meager profit, or even a loss. And the Sand village was even trying to collect taxes. Even Chiyo couldn't stand it. As for music, books, and movies, there's virtually no market for them in the Sands village right now, unless they're free. The impoverished, starving villagers probably wouldn't even glance at them, likely just burning them that night. Desert nights are cold, and with no firewood to burn and coal too expensive, it's better to just stay in bed and endure. It also saves money for food. The Kazekage, Masa, had already discussed the student exchange program between the Sands village and Konoha, which entailed sending a large number of higher-ranking students to study in Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki's demands paled in comparison to Chiyo's. Material aid, job opportunities, and financial support were far superior, but Chiyo, still feigning reserve, considered the issue for a moment before agreeing to all of Uchiha Kusunoki's requests. Then I wish Konoha and the Sands village an alliance that will last forever. The Sand village couldn't ask for more. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled with satisfaction, stood up from his chair, shook hands with Chiyo, and then called Narashikaon out, leaving the remaining implementation of the agreement to him. As long as he couldn't squeeze him to death, he would squeeze him to death. The high salary he offered was not something to be taken lightly. Chiyo exchanged some meaningless words with Uchiha Kusunoki, flattering him for a while, then happily went to work with Narashikaon. After sending Chiyo away, Narashikaon handed Uchiha Kusunoki several piles of papers. These were the information registered by Konoha's newcomers in the past 3 days. Uchiha Kusunoki had a strong feeling that Uchiha Madara had already infiltrated Konoha. With Uchiha Madara's strength, it would be easy for him to sneak in quietly and avoid Uchiha Kusunoki's personnel review. However, Uchiha Kusunoki still wanted to take a look at the recent personnel review information for himself. It wasn't to find Uchiha Madara's whereabouts, but simply to seek peace of mind and sleep more soundly. What if Uchiha Madara really did employ a simple, unpretentious infiltration method and enter Konoha through the main gate? Rather than living in constant fear every day, it was better to face reality head-on. There's so much going on in Konoha now. I'll just take my time and look at it. I don't have anything to do anyway. I might as well go home when the time comes. Uchiha Nan looked at the piles of papers in front of him, made up his mind, and flipped through them one by one. He kept looking for a long time, his eyes almost drowsy from the dull and boring tasks. Maybe I'm just too sensitive. The roulette wheel system would occasionally go crazy and give me tasks. Uchiha Madara must still be in the dark underground caves, trying to open his Rinnegan at this moment. The current situation in the ninja world is actually, well, it's indeed quite different from the original, but it's not enough to attract Uchiha Madara. He's not Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Nan shook his wrist. His wrists were sore from flipping through the papers constantly. After another half hour of searching with no results, he decided to call it a day. He casually flipped through the remaining papers, but nothing came up that would have alarmed him, until Madara Hashirama. Shit, that name, really? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Nan's eyes, which had been a bit sleepy, widened as he looked at the names on the paper. A sudden realization struck him. The combination of those two words made it impossible for him to avoid wild thoughts. This was indeed in line with Uchiha Madara's personality. His naming style was all about free reign. When Senju Hashirama had asked Uchiha Madara what the name of the ninja village they had founded should be, Uchiha had a leaf in his hand and had simply named it Konoha. Did they enter the village last night? That's right, it's right. The system mission was issued last night. Uchiha Nan couldn't believe there were so many coincidences in this world. Coincidences piled up, it must be deliberate. The system mission was indeed. Uchiha Nan's heart finally settled. Uchiha Madara, that old man, had indeed arrived in Konoha. Calm down. Uchiha Nan felt his heart racing. To calm himself, he rubbed his face vigorously. After a few minutes, he finally calmed down. Now that he had confirmed Uchiha Madara's presence in Konoha, he had to find out his purpose. At this time, Uchiha Madara definitely hadn't opened his samsara eye. Could it be for the Nine Tails? After a moment, Uchiha Nan dismissed the idea. The Nine Tails was a scourge to ordinary ninjas. Even Uchiha Nan would have a slight headache facing it. He could only suppress it by expending his precious pupil energy. His eyes were no longer the eternal Mangekyo. Excessive use would surely lead to blindness. But to Uchiha Madara, the Nine Tails was nothing more than a tame beast, one he wouldn't take seriously. A mere Nine Tails wasn't worth the fuss and time he'd spent trying to open his Rinnegan, or the trip to Konoha. For the Uchiha clan? It wouldn't even be Uzumaki Mido? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Numerous hypotheses flashed through Uchiha Nan's mind, each one dismissed by him. When you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how unlikely, must be the truth. Uchiha Madara should be coming for me. Uchiha Nan slumped in his chair, his heart constantly rejecting this possibility, but no matter how he considered it, it was the only possible scenario. He was the only variable in the original Naruto world, and the resulting butterfly effect was so severe that it had even brought Uchiha Madara to the surface. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with no background, no bloodline, and no real talent, held no interest in Madara. Only an Uchiha from the same clan could arouse the slightest interest in Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara probably had a crush on him. This old man had tried for 10 years but failed to summon the Rinnegan, and he only summoned it when he died of old age. He knew the future, that Uchiha Madara would open the Rinnegan, but Uchiha Madara didn't know it now. An Uchiha who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and became the third Hokage of Konoha was too suitable to be the successor of Uchiha Madara. I'm afraid Uchiha Madara wanted to use him as a backup for the Moon Eye plan. Uchiha Nan kept analyzing in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. The soles of his feet unconsciously became cold, and a chill rushed up from the soles of his feet. I don't know if you've ever had this feeling. I couldn't answer math questions in the college entrance exam. I experienced this firsthand. I had the same experience last year when I was asked to write math too. Sad, the fate of those targeted by Uchiha Madara can be compared to that of the bootlicker Obito. His beloved died in front of him, and his life was manipulated like a puppet. Although Uchiha Obito ultimately backstabbed Uchiha Madara and didn't resurrect him as planned, he directly absorbed the Ten Tails and became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. But if Uchiha Obito hadn't been targeted by Uchiha Madara, he might have been able to bootlick him until the end, with his master becoming the fourth Hokage and marrying the goddess Nahara. It's even possible that Minato Namikaze would pass the fifth Hokage position to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's life was ruined by Uchiha Madara. Now it's his turn? Chapter 125 Uchiha Nan, Lord Uchiha Madara, you don't have a son. I want to take care of you in your old age. Am I going to become the next Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Nan panicked. Uchiha Obito's fate was truly tragic. He couldn't bear the same fate. He had to calm down. He could feel his heart racing. He couldn't panic at this moment. He looked at the iced cola in front of him on the table and gulped it all down, chewing on the ice. The cool feeling gradually calmed him down. He had no chance of confronting Uchiha Madara head-on. The Susanoo Buddha would definitely beat him to a pulp. If he couldn't, it only meant he had completely exhausted himself that day. His only chance of dealing with Uchiha Madara was the information gap he had. Uchiha Madara was ostensibly operating in the dark, but everything he was planning was visible to Uchiha none. There was no secrecy at all. It was the so-called Moon Eye Project, the so-called Infinite Tsukuyomi. As long as Uchiha Madara was willing to quietly seek him out, using his lame rhetoric to come up with a decent excuse, Uchiha Non felt he could simply bow down. Non had wandered half his life, regretting only that he had never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, Non would be your adoptive father. Uchiha Madara, you have no son, I have no father, I want to provide for you in your old age. Stop living in that miserable underground cave and come to Konoha. Just treat it as a playful scenario with an elderly person. Uchiha Madara still hadn't opened his samsara eye, so I'd just play along and slowly wear him down. As long as he didn't resort to violence, it would be fine. I was still young. I could slowly hide and complete the system's golden tasks. As long as one survives, there will always be a day to rise. It wasn't like Uchiha Madara would just tear Konoha apart without a word in his Gundam. Uchiha Non thought to himself, he felt that Uchiha Madara must have targeted him because he wanted to use him as a backup for the Moon Eye plan. He just had to slide down to his knees faster. It was a bit troublesome to choose a good-looking posture to recognize his godfather. He couldn't just kneel down and call him godfather. Now Uchiha Madara had sneaked into Konoha, like a time bomb that could explode at any time. There was no way to find Uchiha Madara's trace. As long as Uchiha Madara wanted to hide, Uchiha Non felt that he didn't have the ability to find Uchiha Madara. It was so annoying. He could only passively wait for Uchiha Madara to come to him. But at least his life was safe. Uchiha Non breathed a sigh of relief. After some analysis, his inner worries were reduced a lot. The only thing he was still anxious about was when Uchiha Madara would find him. That's it. Uchiha Kusunoki pondered for a long time and decided his best course of action was to decisively join the Moon's Eye Project, then slowly and hunker down, doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. As for the conspiracy behind the Moon's Eye, the tragedy of the Otsutsuki family, and Black Zetsu's plan to save his mother, Uchiha Kusunoki refused to reveal a single detail unless it came down to the most crucial moment. He was completely obsessed with the butterfly effect and was determined to keep Naruto's plot moving. Although it had collapsed into pieces, the general trajectory remained unchanged. Who knew if Uchiha Madara would go mad upon learning the truth? Would he still be determined to continue with the Moon's Eye Project? There were too many unknowns and uncertainties. He couldn't act rashly. The Naruto world was ultimately a world where the power of heaven and earth belonged to the individual. Strength was king. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed for a moment. Uchiha Madara had grasped the greatest truth of this world. Hashirama Senju, who held a truth even more accurate than Uchiha Madara, was dead. Now, whatever Uchiha Madara said was right. Opportunities to rapidly increase one's strength are scarce these days. One's own system's golden rewards can only be obtained by completing system tasks, and the chances of winning through ordinary lottery draws are practically zero. Hashirama's cells are within reach. The Uchiha clan's descendants should be in place within the next day or two. Senju Tobirama is fully focused on retrieving Hashirama's cells, and he's confident that final results will be forthcoming. But it's still not enough. Uchiha Non couldn't help but shake his head. He needed more self-defense, to avoid being crushed against Uchiha Madara. He needed to increase his strength as much as possible. Hashirama's cells, Senju Hashirama's sage mode? Uchiha Non pondered, and couldn't help but think of the source of Hashirama's immense power, his immense chakra reserves, his incredibly fast self-healing ability, and, beyond that, his perfect sage mode. And as for wood release? It's a very ordinary Kekai limit. Uchiha Non felt that it was even weaker than Inoki's dust release. A touch would injure, a contact would kill, and it could literally reduce a person to atoms. Dust release truly injures. It's Hashirama Senju who's powerful, not wood release. With Hashirama Senju's inhuman numerical power, any trace of blood would appear invincible. Yamato, who also possesses wood release, is so powerful that it's enough to build a few rows of houses. Compared to Hashirama Senju's endless sea of trees, so powerful it could change the terrain, and the towering wooden figures hundreds of meters tall, it's simply two different Kekai limits. The sage body and the boundless chakra can only wait for Tobirama Senju to exert his strength. He can't rush it himself, but he can consider the sage mode. Sage mode boosts a ninja's power by several times, sometimes even dozens of times. Hashirama Senju was able to dominate Uchiha Madara for his entire life, thanks in large part to Sage Mode. But learning Sage Mode is a bit of a challenge. Raichi Cave, Whetbone Forest, and Maiboku Mountain are the 3 sacred sites for summoning beasts, each possessing a distinct senjutsu. These 3 sacred sites remain hidden in the corners of the ninja world, and unless one signs a summoning contract with them, their locations are virtually inaccessible. As the chosen land of the Naruto world, Konoha naturally possessed the summoning scrolls of all 3 sacred sites. However, while the Senju clan possesses the Whetbone Forest summoning scroll, the scrolls of the other 2 sacred sites remain undiscovered. The Senju clan would never allow him to lay his hands on the Whetbone Forest summoning scroll. They knew all too well the power of Sage Mode. The example of Hashirama Senju was stark. Even as Hokage, seizing the Senju clan's summoning scroll would be incredibly difficult. His chances were slim. The Whetbone Forest summoning scroll was a priceless treasure for a ninja clan. It offered the opportunity to learn Sage Mode and summon a clone of the Slug Great Sage. The sheer power of the Slug's healing abilities was undeniable. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, it directly healed the entire allied shinobi force. It could be passed down through the Senju clan like a family heirloom. Passing it down to their nemesis, the Uchiha Senju Momoma, who had activated his main Gekkai Sharingan, would never agree to this, and neither would the Senju clan. No amount of money would help. This involved the ninja clan's heritage, a technique as important as those passed down by esoteric families. His relationship with Nara Shikeon was already close, but if he asked for the Nara clan's shadow esoteric technique, he'd probably be blasted. My head hurts. I can't think about the summoning scroll in the Whetbone Forest for now. Uchiha Kusunoki drummed his fingers on the table, feeling a little anxious. He thought about Mount Maiboku and Raichi Cave. As for Raichi Cave, that was something Orochimaru had discovered by exploring the ninja world himself. The original Naruto novels didn't explain how Orochimaru found it. Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya was just lucky to be randomly transported there. It wasn't just luck. Those toads at Maiboku are no pushovers. They'd predicted the future through dreams 1,000 years ago. Let's try our luck. The world line has been completely messed up, and the future has already shifted. It's uncertain whether Jiraiya can find Mount Maiboku like in the original story. Orochimaru can't be counted on now. For the chance to access Sage Mode, I'm afraid I can only rely on Jiraiya. Uchiha Non thought it over and decided to summon Jiraiya tomorrow to teach him the summoning technique and see if he can get lucky. Sage Mode, I hope everything goes well. Sage Mode is undoubtedly powerful, but mastering it is difficult. Uchiha Non sighed softly. The Book of Sealing only contains a few words about practicing Sage Mode. Even Tobirama Senju hasn't mastered it. Of the Senju clan, the only one he knows of who has mastered it is Hashirama Senju. As for Hashirama Senju's experience, well, the Book of Sealing does mention it a little, but it's better not to mention it. Sense the natural energy, absorb and mix it according to the appropriate proportions, and then activate Sage Mode. It's incredibly concise. Over the past millennia, countless souls have been transformed into stone by practicing Sage Mode. The threshold of practice that Hashirama Senju inadvertently crossed was a chasm they would never be able to overcome in their lifetime. The unusually brief training experience in the sealed book truly reflects Hashirama Senju's true feelings. Cheating, ahem. Practicing Sage Mode is as simple as breathing. Breathing is just one inhale and one exhale. What other techniques are there? Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. Uchiha Non hates this kind of gifted person the most. The gift is so powerful that even a cheater like him is jealous. Uchiha Non walked to the window, opened it, and took a few breaths of fresh air. It was already dusk, and it was time to get off work. There was no point in worrying so much, it only made him more angry. Off work. Uchiha Madara sat on a public chair near the ninja school, admiring the beautiful sunset, surrounded by a pile of cards. After an afternoon of hard work, Uchiha Madara had spent almost all of his money, but the card he wanted most still hadn't appeared. Is my luck really that bad? Is it almost 100 cards, and I can't even draw my own card? Uchiha Madara felt a pang of resentment. He had been trying to act pretentiously in front of Ito Sosuke, ahem, now it was ruined, he had blown it. He was afraid that brat would laugh at him. Uchiha Madara had roamed the ninja world his whole life, how could he be laughed at by a child? Another day. Uchiha Madara refused to believe it. It was just a card draw, how could it possibly be so difficult for him? He only regretted his lack of funds. As long as he spent more money, he would definitely be able to draw the card he wanted. Money. Uchiha Madara was determined to make money quickly. But he heard that working in a factory didn't make much money, and he couldn't miss the bounty missions either. He had to make money on both fronts. But that brat was about to finish school. We'd agreed to meet here that evening at noon, so I could personally hand him my card. He'd already boasted about it. He was about to meet him. Uchiha Madara's heart was pounding with nervousness. Should he run away? It was the first time Uchiha Madara had considered fleeing. It was back when he was a child, weaker, and faced 2 or 3 adult Senju ninjas all alone. He hadn't been afraid, and he'd held out until the family reinforcements arrived. He was no different against Hashirama. Despite being outmatched in strength and recovery, Uchiha Madara still charged forward. He couldn't run. He felt like he'd already broken his promise once, not getting his card. If he stood up the kid again, that would be 2 consecutive failures. He had to bite the bullet. Uchiha Madara sat there, waiting until the ninja school was dismissed. Not long after, Ito Sosuke found Uchiha Madara's agreed. Sir, you, wow, so many cards. Ito Sosuke's eyes lit up as he spotted the cards next to Uchiha Madara. He rarely saw so many cards piled together. Just a few cards. Uchiha Madara stood up, a little uneasy, but his words remained firm. Sir, these are Uchiha Madara-sama's cards. Ito Sosuke looked at the stacks of cards, estimating there were nearly 100 of them. He was curious if Uchiha Madara had pulled out the rarest card. Uchiha Madara. No. Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly dropped. He was about to embarrass himself in front of the children today. Sir, let me take a look at these cards. The 8 tails, 6 tails, and 4 tails are quite rare. If I sell them, I think I can recoup some of my losses. Ito Sosuke sighed as he flipped through the cards. Every card he pulled cost money. While the cards were good, it wasn't a game that poor people like them could afford. Selling them for cash would be more practical and could help him recover some of his losses. I should have known not to take him to see it. He's so old, but he's still so stubborn. Master, do you have any money on you? Yes, I do. How could I not have any? Money is just a thing to me. He's still a boastful old man. Ito Sosuke grumbled inwardly. If he had money, he would definitely pull out Uchiha Madara's card. Rich people don't give up on pulling cards halfway. Let me help you sell all these valuable cards. We can still recover some of your losses. Some of the cards are quite rare, whatever you say. I don't care. Do you have money for dinner tonight? Yes, I do. Uchiha Madara felt a few coins left in his pocket. Buying a few roasted sweet potatoes wouldn't be a problem. He's Uchiha Madara. Getting food isn't easy. He can rob it. He can also use illusions. In short, he has many tricks up his sleeve. Alice. Don't be so impulsive next time. It's not easy for us poor people to make money. My mom works over 10 hours in the factory, sometimes even staying up late. Come with me tonight and sell roasted sweet potatoes. 2 sweet potatoes will be your wages. Ito Sosuke saw Uchiha Madara's stubbornness. He felt a little responsible for Uchiha Madara's loss, but the only thing he could do was give him 2 or 3 roasted sweet potatoes. His family was pretty poor. No, kid. I was just unlucky this time. I'm telling you, don't blame yourself. Ahem, I'll draw a whole set of Uchiha Madara's cards. Uchiha Madara felt humiliated. He wanted to raise the stakes. He had to get back the face he had lost. One of his own cards wasn't enough. He needed a whole set. He chatted with a guy and they were pushing each other. He also wrote Naruto, which was already a masterpiece. The quality was guaranteed. Links are below. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.